I'm sorry, I will just repeat it. Tobacco kills more than 8 million people. More than 7 million deaths are caused by direct cigarette use, while 1.2 million are caused by non-smokers being exposed to secondhand smoke, according to World Health Organization. Consequently, according to CDC, SHS causes heart disease, lung cancer, and stroke to adults who have never smoked but are exposed to smoke. Assessing the knowledge, attitude, and practices among young adults on secondhand smoking would help in educating the people on the detrimental health effects of secondhand smoking and help the public to know the risks of exposure. In addition, a study conducted by Lee and colleagues in the year 2019 concluded that SHS knowledge is high when they are educated about the risks or have experienced the feeling of discomfort when exposed to SHS or have exposure-related symptoms. As for the attitude towards SHS, research done by Lin and colleagues in the year 2010 showed that a positive attitude substantially impacts self-efficacy in avoiding secondhand smoke. Furthermore, regarding practices on SHS, a study has shown that there are still individuals who are hesitant to voice out against people surrounding them who smoke because of the fear of misunderstandings and quarrels. Despite the regulations and laws implemented within a certain area, practices on secondhand smoking are still individual driven, especially within the four corners of their home. Hence, this study aimed to determine the knowledge, attitude, and practices towards secondhand smoking among young adults in Cagay to Gigarao City, and the association of knowledge among young adults in secondhand smoking with that of their attitudes and practices. Next, please. For our statement of the problem, number one, what is the profile of the respondents in terms of A. Demographic profile, which includes age, gender, educational attainment, civil status, occupation, and alcohol consumption. B. Socioeconomic profile, which includes employment status and average monthly income. C. Smoking profile, which includes smoking status, number of sticks smoked daily, preferred area for cigarette smoking, number of seminars attended with regards to smoking cessation, and sources of knowledge about secondhand smoking. Number two, what is the knowledge of the respondents on secondhand smoking in terms of A. Health risks? Number three, what is the attitude of the respondents on secondhand smoking with regards to health impact and consequences of secondhand smoking exposure? Number four, what is the practice of the respondents on secondhand smoking? Number five, is there a significant difference in the respondents' knowledge, attitude, and practices when grouped according to profile variables? And number six, is there an association between the respondents' knowledge on secondhand smoking with that of their attitudes and practices? For our methodology, simple random sampling was utilized using a sampling calculator with a 95% confidence level and 5% margin of error for the computation of the appropriate sample size. With the help of our statistician, we come out with 335 respondents out of 2,275 young adults updated in the year 2021 of Cagay to Gigarao City. In the preparatory phase, the researchers formulated the questionnaire that was adopted and validated by the health researchers. Then, it was pilot tested in order to determine the reliability and validity of the questionnaire. After the validation process, the researchers sent a letter to the Dean of College of Allied Health Sciences for approval to conduct the data gathering and letter to the head of the barangay to ask permission to collect samples from their residents. Upon granting the request, the researchers selected the respondents through simple random sampling. Researchers was accompanied by the SK chairman to the households who were available to participate in the study. Coded data was sent to the statistician, followed by the data interpretation and analysis. Furthermore, before proceeding, the researchers were accompanied by the SK chairman, and an informed consent was given prior to the data gathering procedure. For the results, may I now call on Ms. Angelica Caputan to discuss.
Good morning, everyone. So here is our tabulated results. Table 1.1 shows the frequency count and percentage distribution of respondents' demographic profile, which includes age, gender, civil status, educational attainment, occupation, and alcohol consumption. For table 1.2, it shows the frequency count and percentage distribution of the respondents' socioeconomic profile, which includes the employment status and average monthly income.
Angelica, you are
For
on mute.
For table 1.3, it shows the frequency, count, and percentage distribution of the respondent's smoking profile, which includes the smoking status, the number of sticks consumed daily, preferred area for cigarette smoking for the smokers respondent, number of seminars attended, sources of knowledge on secondhand smoking. Sorry for the technical difficulties.
Anong technical difficulty ang pinagsasabi mo, Iha? Naririnig ka naman namin.
Hindi po nag-move yung PowerPoint sa laptop ko.
Controlling.
Sorry.
Who is in control of that?
Ako po sir kasi hindi po nag-move dun sa isa ko pong member po. Sorry po for the problem. For the continue ko po, in table number 2, it shows the knowledge of the respondents on secondhand smoking on health risk, which is described as fully knowledgeable. For table number 3, it shows the attitude of the respondents on the health impact and consequences on secondhand smoke exposure, described as highly favorable. Moreover, in table number 4, it shows the practices of the respondents on secondhand smoking, which it shows that the respondents sometimes perform good practices towards secondhand smoking. In table number 5, it shows a significant difference on the knowledge, attitude, and practices of the respondents on secondhand smoking when grouped according to profile variables. In terms of the knowledge, it shows that age, educational attainment, occupation, alcohol consumption, employment status, and smoking status are significant. In terms of their attitude, it shows that educational attainment, occupation, alcohol consumption, and smoking status are significant. In terms of practices, it shows that educational attainment, alcohol consumption, and smoking status are significant. In table number 5, it shows the post-hoc test analysis on the difference on the knowledge of the respondents on secondhand smoking when grouped according to age, educational attainment, occupation, alcohol consumption, employment status, and smoking status. It also shows in table number 5.2 the post-hoc test analysis on the difference on the attitude of the respondents on secondhand smoking when grouped according to educational attainment, occupation, alcohol consumption, and smoking status. Also, in table 5.3, it also shows the post-hoc test analysis on the difference on the practices of the respondents on secondhand smoking when grouped according to educational attainment, alcohol consumption, and smoking status. In table number 6, it shows the significant association of the respondents on secondhand smoking and their attitudes and practices. It shows that the variables have a significant relationship. This promotes that the higher the level of the knowledge, the highly favorable is the attitude of the young adults, which rejects the null hypothesis. Also, the knowledge with that of their practices shows that the more knowledgeable the respondents are, the more level of good practices towards secondhand smoking. For our summary and conclusions, most of the young adults were 20 to 25 years old, male and are college graduates. Majority of them are single and work under blue-collar job category. Also, most of them are occasional alcohol drinkers. Most of the respondents are employed and have less than 5,000 of average monthly income. Further, most of them were non-smokers and have never consumed a cigarette stick. However, most of the respondents who are smokers smoke inside their homes. Most of the respondents have never attended a smoking cessation seminar and rely their source of knowledge on secondhand smoking in TV or radio programs. Young adults who took part in the study had a relatively high level of knowledge about secondhand smoking on health risks. College graduates and non-smokers particularly have a significant difference in the respondents' knowledge on health risks of secondhand smoking and were associated with the respondents' highly favorable attitude towards health impact and consequences of secondhand smoke exposure. However, the respondents sometimes performed good practices towards secondhand smoking, which needs an effective implementation of smoking policies in public places, and they urge to educate young adults in smoking cessation to improve self-efficacy to avoid secondhand smoking inside the homes. Thus, respondents lack exposure to smoking cessation seminars and mostly rely on TV or radio programs for information that affects their confidence in reprimanding someone to smoke. Further, statistical analysis has shown a significant relationship in the level of knowledge with that of their attitude and practices. For our recommendations, the researchers recommend that the barangay health workers of Cagayan de Gueguearo City should continue their intensified anti-smoking campaigns. Second, the researchers recommend that the barangay councils, through its health committee, should designate smoking zones within their vicinity. Third, the researchers recommend that the City Health Office of Tuguegarao should develop and promote and implement its smoking cessation program consistent with the National Smoking Cessation Program. Lastly, the researchers recommend that the local government unit of Tuguegarao, through its City Health Office, should conduct information dissemination on the health risks and consequences of secondhand smoking. Thank you for listening and God bless. We are now ready to listen to your comments and suggestions.
Okay, good morning everyone. May I start? Yeah, your title talks about secondhand smokers, but apparently the most important of the variable describes about who smokes. They are not the smokers, right? Who smokes? That should have had been cleverly asked, no? Who in the family member or from what other individual significant to them who they are exposed probably daily are they exposed? That's the reason why you're working on secondhand smoking. So that should be placed under the study variable. In fact, that is the most important of the variables. If you look in your study variables, please go to your objectives. Your objectives apparently are very incomplete. No? When you talk about demographic profile, some of the profiles there are not appropriate to be described as demographic. Example, occupation is more of an economic profile. Your educational attainment is more of an economic profile. I wonder why you place in your demographic profile about alcohol consumption. Alcohol consumption probably can be described as under another variable that would be lifestyle. Because demographic talks about innate character, which can be measured, innate character of an individual, the character, age, sex, height, weight, body mass index, these are the demographic profile. For socioeconomic profile, apparently important also would be their membership in organization. Somehow under economic profile would be the appliances which are seemingly to influence their grasps of information about, example, secondhand smoking, its effects, risks, whatsoever. So incomplete, no? I don't know how you're going to do it, but well, next time, or probably, I don't know, no, what your advisor will have to suggest. No? You have to make sure that the objectives are perfect before you even craft questionnaires, and that, no, the questionnaires will be perfect as well, in order that you will be able to derive the necessary data that you would want to include in the study. Yeah, when you talk about smoking profile, you look into the last sources of knowledge about smoking profile. I mean, will that be part of smoking profile? When you talk about smoking status, well, you said, I mean, secondhand smokers. When you talk about secondhand smokers, apparently what we understand is that these individuals do not smoke, and they just probably are very vulnerable to having diseases, no, attributed to the fact that they inhale the fumes coming from people smoking, and these people should be around them, near them. I wonder. No? So I think there's a problem with the research. No? Second, when you talk about your data under still on objectives, but I would like to be described now of your tables. So, Ma'am Jinky, there seems a problem with the variables. No? Let's look into the table. Yeah, this one, the next part. No? Okay. So the first one talks about profile variables. The second one talks about knowledge of respondents on secondhand smoking. But you talk about health risks, only item on health risks. So if there's only one item on health risks, okay, so that should be already incorporated in your title. Knowledge of respondents on the health risks of cigarette smoking and their attitude and practices towards cigarette smoking. Because there's only one variable. In fact, even for your attitude, health impact is different from consequences. I wonder, how did you measure impact, health impact, and consequences? Health impact is different from consequences, I surmise. I haven't seen any discussion of these presented as categorical means in your research. So something is wrong with item number 3. And number 4, when you talk about what is the practice of respondents on secondhand smoking, I mean, in public health, when you talk about practice, it is actually for them, it is something which is perfect, despite the fact, no, that in the parlance of science, it may not be perfect, no. But when you talk about practice on secondhand smoking, like, are they perfecting secondhand smoking? Or when you talk about practice, it might be like practice to control secondhand smoking. Something is wrong again with that particular objective. I hope that your number 4 can be as specific as number 2 and number 3. But even when number 2 and number 3 are specific, I surmise the way they were stated and the way they were described in the research is wrong. 2, 3, and 4, something is wrong with that. Okay, let's proceed to your tables. No? The first thing I would like to ask is your research design. Your research design is descriptive correlational, right? Because you studied about is there an association? Now, before I proceed further, may I ask, what is your sampling design? You said simple random sampling, correct? Correct. Okay. How did you do a simple random sampling? What was the first step?
Good morning po ulit. It was advised by our statistician po that the sampling design to use will be simple random sampling, and out of 2,275 po, we come out with 235 respondents. So,
Miss Kaputan, what is that 2,275?
that is the population number of young adults in Cagayan de Oro City po.
But you're talking only of, you go back to your title. It says young adults in Cagay, correct? Okay. So if there are 2,275 young adults, correct? May I know about description of young adults, the characteristics of the young adults, the age bracket, and what other inclusion criteria?
For the young adults po, sir, age bracket is 20 to 39 po by Eric Erickson Humans Development. Yun po yung naging basis po namin kung paano po namin ma-recognize yung respondents na young adults.
Oh, wait lang. First requirement is that they are 20 to 39. What about their smoking status?
For the smoking status po, we were advised by our advisor po kasi that time na ang magiging respondents po ay either smoker or non-smokers po.
Regardless.
Opo, sir, regardless
What
po.
other of your inclusion criteria and exclusion criteria?
3 months na nag-stay po sa Tuguegarao or in Cagay, Tuguegarao City prior the study po, sir.
So yung 2,275 are the lists of young adults. What about your inclusion-exclusion criteria? Bakit hindi ka na nagtanggal? Considering meron kang, how do you call it? Meron kang mga exclusion criteria. Bakit hindi ito natapyasan? Example, not all of the 2,275, I surmise, no, are here in Tuguegarao for like, example, sinasabi mo, 3 months. And what other inclusion criteria do you have? To begin with, no, saan mo kinuha yung population frame na ito sa barangay, how do you call it?
Yes po, Direk. Sa barangay po ng Cagay po.
So yung 2,275 na validate mo yan doon sa kanilang population pyramid?
Yes po.
Parang ang dami naman ng 2,275 na 20 to 39 years old. Or better yet, kung marami man yan, dapat, because you talk about, you had inclusion criteria, if this is the population frame, you still have to reduce the number of that particular eligible respondents, considering your list of your what's this? Your population frame. For example, you were able to get 200 something as your final. What is that? How many did you get?
335 respondents.
335. How did you choose the 335? When you talk about who are the 335, we talk about elementary unit. So how did you derive your elementary unit? Example, there are 2,275. You computed using Slovin's formula, perhaps, no, the valid sample size. So you came up with 335. Now it's time for us to get who exactly your elementary unit. I'm asking, how did you get your population unit? Your elementary unit.
Upon data gathering po, nung nag-iikot-ikot po kami sa Cagay, unfortunately po, some of the respondents po na dapat po namin pupuntahan ay hindi po sila lumalabas sa loob ng bahay po nila because that time po medyo at peak po yung COVID. So, natatakot po silang makipagsalamuha sa ibang tao kahit po may kasama po kami. And with that po, we were advised by our advisor po na magbahay-bahay na lang po kami. And upon giving them the informed consent, nagtanong po muna kami yung age bracket nila dun sa inclusion criteria bago po namin ma-explain sa kanila at makapagsagot po sa questionnaire po.
So doon na tayo naloko, naintindihan. Because it's supposed to be a simple random sampling, you should try getting through lottery. As much as, for example, 335, you don't only pick 335, no? Plus 10% of 335. And then you should have distributed the questionnaires, kung questionnaire yan, through the help of your barangay health workers. The problem is you have computed for the valid sample size, but this is not simple random sampling. What you did was convenient sampling because you went to the households and until you were able to complete the 335. The process was wrong. See? Yun yung binabantayan natin. No? We're teaching you how to do it. No? Biglang convenience ka na, 335. Alam nyo naman ang simple random sampling. You place all the names in the lottery, pick up no, 335 plus 10% of the total population. you have to go randomly, naintindihan? Okay, probably pick up, naintindihan? Pick up mo, naintindihan? Bigyan mo ng mga questionnaires yung na-pick up mo. Okay, kasi kapag kahit na-compute mo yung valid sample size na yan, tapos pumunta ka sa household until you're able to get that 335, naging convenience ito. It's either convenience sampling or quota sampling, but it's more of convenience sampling this time. Okay, so I hope that you place in your paper that still it was randomly, no? How do you call it? Households were randomly selected, no? So that no, you visited these particular households to distribute the papers. There should not be an influence like it was because of your convenience that you had these individuals as your elementary unit. Let's go to the results. Okay. Number one that you have to remember for quantitative studies, quantitative variables should always be run of their standard deviation. Example, age no, is expressed as a quantity and therefore there should be a mean age, as well as standard deviation. The standard deviation talks about disparity, and that is what you are going to include. Now, if you go to the succeeding no, areas, no, sige, tingnan natin mo yung variables muna na may mga numbers. Ayan, no, income no, is expressed as a quantitative variable. So all of this, again, inuulit ko, i-compute nyo ang mean at standard deviation at i-justify, i-describe nyo yan. Next, in chapter 4, you have to remember that while I told you not to actually deduce or interpret your profile variables on the very issue that these profile variables are just but no, introducing to us who your respondents are. There are important parameters that needs to be introduced. For example, I was waiting for Miss Karag to tell Miss whoever that individual to tell me about what does this figure mean. You go back, no? In chapter 4, you go back to the first table. In chapter 4, in the first two defenses that we had, there are three parts, as I would wish again to reiterate. No? What are the three parts of chapter 4? Number 1 would be your presentation, which is better expressed in tables rather than graphs. Number 2 would be your discussions. The discussions talks about trend. And the third no, would talk about your interpretation, that is to justify why the trend was that. Now, in your chapter 4, seemingly, what are present in your no, tables as figures and percentages are once again described no, in your discussions, which is wrong. Okay, that is actually redundant. Example, for age, no, is it not that most of your respondents are actually very young adults whose age is actually 30 and below? That accounts to like 256, right? Why do you think is that the case? Okay. Why do you think that there are more of this number in the barangay? There's no problem about males, which is actually plentier than females. But this is one interesting thing. You go over to the different communities, there will be more of females rather than males. This time, there are more males. In fact, it doubled the number of females. I hope that you have verified on this, because apparently across all communities in the Philippines, even if you proceed with literature, there will always be females, more females than males. Or if not, at least there would be 1:1 ratio. For your particular data, it became 2:1, which is so interesting. You verify this because probably I'm doubting about the figures here. It's 2:1, males greater than females. You go back to the data. For civil status, so if you try to take a look, what can we deduce about the civil status? Again, there would be more of like single people. You don't even need to justify why there are more of single people, because your title says so, that you're talking about young adults. And so if they're young adults, more of them are single. That is not intricate. For educational attainment, most of them are college graduates. Ganun lang ang pag-discuss, no? Okay. And why are there individuals who did not finish college? In other words, no, for your discussions, highlight what is actually to be presented in the table as the significant findings. Do not, again, discuss what are already intricately discussed in the tables. No? Give me a story. That has always been my plea in research. Make this presentation as interesting as you can on the very issue that we do not know about your study. You know better than us. You are the pilot of the discussions. You are just but pouring in information to us. Okay. Example, for your occupation, no? You said that well, there are more of like blue collar job, but what are these blue collar job? No? What about the white collar job? What about those individuals that do not have any employment? Magkwento ka. Do not just but tell us about these figures. Show us about this table. I keep on repeating, your manuscripts should be standalone manuscripts. When I say standalone manuscripts, even when readers began scanning without you there explaining to them what results are, the topic is actually synchronously and continuously being discussed, even without you. No? Remember, some 10 years ago, some 10 years from now, a lot of people will be looking at this. Sasabihin, ano kayong nangyari? Bakit? You're not giving them exactly the complete detail. You are hiding stories. And that is one thing that they will not be appreciating. No? They're groping in the dark. Nanghuhula sila. Bakit kaya? No? You exactly tell them about the story. Alcohol consumption, well, you said abstainer, moderate, occasional, frequent. No? So what are all these things about? So, well, in the table, you would say that some 75 or more than that number are actually are consuming alcohol. Correct? Because from moderate until frequent, they are consumers of alcohol. And tell us more about the story. Okay. Next, please. So the story is incomplete. No? There's no storyline. Okay, next. No? Ganun lang gawin nyo na dyan. No? Next part. Okay, yeah, pakitaas. Come on, that thing. Table 1.2. Yeah, that one. See? Your smoking status here. I think, ewan ko, dapat importante talagang balikan. Sino talaga yung na-exposean nila kasi second-hand smoking. Yun ang pinaka-importante. Otherwise, sila yung smokers. Okay, so, someday smoker, no? Yung someday smoker na yan, hindi ko naman nakita yan sa definition of terms mo. And then, itong mga sticks na yan, number of sticks consumed. In other words, tell us about the story. Number of seminars attended on what? On family planning? What were these particular seminars that they attended to? Importance of triangulation in methodology. While you have your primary data collection tool, remember, you triangulate. No? If there are things that you need to verify, call people. If not, interview some. Okay? Or if not, any ways by which you can verify about the responses. That is the assignment of a researcher. You see, preferred area for cigarette smoking. I mean, like, they are supposed to be second-hand smokers, and you're directing the attention of the reader. For example, the critic and the readers, that you're more of like, them being smokers. Yeah? Them being smokers. Kaya nga, kanina tinatanong ko, sino kaya ang kanilang mga respondents, yung inclusion-exclusion criteria. Ang iniisip ko is, well, there are 2,275, sana inisip nyo, sino yung non-smokers? Sana yun yung unang qualification niya para mag-match yung title natin sa content ng research. Kasi dapat hindi sila nag-i-smoke, pero nag-worry sila that they will get the risks, naintindihan? Even when they are not smokers, on the very issue, they're exposed to smokers. Parang ganun. Okay, next. This one, knowledge on secondhand smoking on health risks. if you look into itong mga to, no, coronary heart disease, stroke, naiintindihan, heart attack, naiintindihan. Paano naman nagkakaiba ang mga yan? Sana na, akala ko ba na pre-validate itong mga ito? Okay? So, you see, you have already asthma, I think, in number 4, and you have asthma in number 11. Now you realize, ano itong nangyayari sa mga, see? Ano to? Health risks. I don't know. Something is wrong. Sabi ko na kanina nagre-present tayo, I think something is wrong. So, table 2, I think you have to revisit that. Let's look at table 3. Table 3 talks about attitude. Well, when you talk about attitude, remember, there are positive and negative statements. Okay. So, when you talk about I am sensitive to smokers who throw cigarette butts without putting it off first. I am sensitive. I don't know what that sensitive is. No, I feel discomfort and just leave the place. I feel discomfort. I feel discomfort and just leave the place. I am distressed when I experience chest pain. I am anxious when I experience any other symptom versus I feel frustrated when someone smokes in non-smoking area. I feel the need for more anti-smoking campaign. Wow. Okay. Lord have mercy. Okay. So, anyways, I don't know. No, but I swear, Ma'am Jinky should have had told you that when you talk about attitude and practices, in the construction of the questionnaire, isn't it that you first ask about their practices, their attitude before their knowledge? Did you do that? Binaliktad nyo ba? That's the first rule. Ma'am Jinky was like telling thumbs up. Miss Karag, Mr. Karag, did you do that? Nauna ba ang practices, attitude, kesa sa knowledge generation, sa data collection nyo?
No po, sir. Nauna po yung knowledge, sir.
That's the problem. Golden rule in KAP study, baliktad ang pagtatanong. Because when you start with knowledge, it will have to influence already attitude and practices. That's rule number 1 in KAP study. Rule number 2 in KAP study, were there positive and negative statements? Meron ba? Kaya gino-go-over ko yung mga which of these attitude statements are actually were asked rather positive. Kasi now that you are presenting, well, in the presentation, all of them might as well be already translated as a positive question, but in the actual questionnaire, some of them should be negative. No? So attitude. So that's rule number 2. So rule number 3 there is, in data analysis, babaliktarin mo kasi. So the negative turns out positive and you have to calibrate the results. You know why I ask that? You look into your results. They were all highly favorable. Why? You started with the knowledge. Yan na yung effect nun. Exactly that is the effect of a KAP study when done wrongly. Gets nyo na? Okay. So anyway, let's proceed to table 4. For table 4, you talk about practices. No? Example. Practices of response. Ito yung problema ko talaga. No? Hindi talaga valid sa akin yung frame nung sentence. Practices on second-hand smoking. Wait lang. Parang we are trying to advocate second-hand smoking na. No? Let's look at item number 1. When I meet with someone, I will still talk to him or her while he or she is smoking. Number 2, when eating outside, I will choose to sit in the no smoking zone. Number 3, I feel uncomfortable being with someone who smokes. I feel, but I feel comfortable there is more of an attitude statement rather than practice. When you talk about practice, action words yan. No? I do not allow someone who smoke inside my house. I try to distance myself from smokers. You look at number 5. I try to distance myself from smokers is the same as when you talk about number 2. When eating outside, I choose to sit in no smoking zone. That is intricately an example of number 4. I allow someone who smoke in public transportation. Do you have any control over that? I mean, you should have said, I call the attention of people who smokes in public transportation areas. That would be good. But allowing someone who's, why are you in a capacity of, parang disallowing them? Of course not. You're not a regulatory agency. You're not a regulatory body. I make sure that everyone adheres to the smoking zone. That is going beyond what you can do. I mean, like, you talk about your capacity as a student. Do you have the power to do that? Okay. That is the reason why, my dear students, inuulit ko, yung questionnaire nyo, dapat yan nag-undergo ng validity and reliability analysis. Mukhang sabi niya, well, na-pilot yung paper namin, na-pilot yung questionnaire. Nasaan na ngayon yung nangyari sa piloting na to? I mean, well, nag-cronback alpha ka ba? Kasi piloting is a strategy for validity. But when you talk about reliability test, you calculate reliability. You can make use of cronback alpha, you can make use of Splits-Half formula. In medical research, we make use of agreement and congruence unit. Wala ka namang ganun. So ito siguro, kaya hindi na talaga natin naaral kung valid and reliable yung questionnaire mo kasi incomplete yung naging process. Madaling sabihin nag-pilot ka, nag-pre-tests ka, but what did you do after that? Or perhaps, again, this is an issue of like, nauna mong tinanong about knowledge before you even had attitude and practices. Na inuulit ko sa KAP study, dapat pabaliktad. So, I think you go over the practices questions again. Naintindihan? Because, sabi ko nga, one thing is that some of them are more of like attitude. Some of them are actually going beyond what you can do. Naintindihan? I mean, like, a third-year artist student, you're not a regulatory individual to stop people when they are like smoking. Gulo yan. Naintindihan? I mean, tignan nyo, balikan nyo ulit yung mga tanong. Naintindihan? Ang sinasabi ko is, siguro, pwede bang i-correct nyo na lang yung frame ng questions? Kasi ganun din naman siguro ang pagkakaintindi ng mga tao. Okay. Naintindihan. Kaya nga ngayon, ang problema talaga natin, nagge-generalize tayo. Katulad ng sinabi ni Kaputan kanina, knowledge is having high association with attitude. Mali nga yung protocol na ginawa natin sa KAP. Paano pa natin masabing ganyan yung resulta? Pero well, ginawa nyo na. So, yan yung result ng study. Ang gusto ko lang dapat mangyari dito is, yung sa chapter 4, tell us about stories. No? Now, how will you interpret your table 2, 3, and 4? First is, you discuss about the mean. So the mean is 3.22 with the mean is 3.22 with a descriptive value of sometimes, meaning in the parameters, the lowest scores turned out as blank, 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 and blank, and Y. The highest mean scores were that of blank, 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 and Y. In other words, repeat chapter 4. It's totally wrong. Okay. Now, I also have a big trouble relative to the standard deviation. When the standard deviation is greater than 1, something is wrong with the responses. The disparity of the responses is too large. While others had it 1, others had it 5. Why? Hindi lang, kino-compute ang standard deviation at nilalagay dyan sa table para sabihin natin na nag-compute kayo ng standard deviation at para sabihin complete yung statistics nyo. Wrong! Intindihan? In fact, sa lahat ng values na yan, wala ang less than 1. I-justify nyo din yan sa research. Bakit naging ganyan ang standard deviation nyo na more than 1.0? So dyan pa lang makikita mo na may problema sa respondents. Eligibility criteria is wrong. Kaya tinatanong ko na kanina, ano ang naging inclusion-exclusion criteria, which you could have prevented if you have the very good character of your responses. Yung 2275 na yan, masyadong malaki. Tamang 2275 yan. Pero kung may inclusion-exclusion criteria ka, baka naging 15 na lang yan. Yung 15, yun yung gamitin mong sample para ma-derive ang yung valid sample size. Sana ganun. Plus, nagkaroon tayo ng problema doon sa randomization ng elementary unit mo. Kasi kung sino lang napuntahan mong bahay, yun na lang yun. Naintindihan? Sana hindi ganun kasi. No? When you do research correctly, sinasabi mo, pandemic po kasi, there's so plenty of ways to kill a chicken. My students in the other schools, pas in the College of Medicine, how did they do it? Through the barangay health workers. They did it correctly. They did it nicely naman. The data were correct. When you were supposed to be in doubt, you should have asked us. Still, when you were in doubt by asking people, ask other people. Next table. These ones, all the more that we need to discuss. If I would have to ask, Miss Kaputan now, you're talking about knowledge significant in terms of age. What does that mean? Knowledge affects, age affects the knowledge of the respondents on ano yung kanina? Ano yung specific yung ano mo di ba? Yung sa knowledge natin, hindi lang knowledge on blank, wala na right? Knowledge on, I cannot remember. Knowledge on
Health risk po.
Risks. Can you justify that?
It shows sa mga ibang studies po, sir, na yung mga younger na 20 to 25 po ay mas knowledgeable kaysa sa age na 30 to 35 kasi po mas nag-gain ng knowledge yung mga 20 to 25 rather than mas 30 to 39 po.
Are you sure? But when you talk of age, is it not that they would have to be having more information? Diba? Mas marami. You look into their education. Ayan education attainment is significant. So bakit sinasabi mo ngayon na ibig sabihin yung mga less ang age, mas matataas ang education attainment kaysa yung higher ang ages? Nakikita nyo na? Balik ka dyan. Miss Kaputan, are you with me? So mukhang mali yung inductions mo. Age has something to do about education attainment, I surmise, The higher you go in terms of age, the more educated you become. But your discussions for age is that the highly knowledgeable are those na 20 to 29 lang as compared to those who have to those who are higher than 29. Actually, educational attainment mo is very significant. 0.000. Hindi lang yan significant. That is highly significant. What about your occupation? Occupation has something to do about knowledge on second-hand smoking risks. Why? You are muted, Miss Kaputan. What about employment status? Bakit? Ironically, you look at the last part. Ito yung pinakamaganda. Jan's supposed to be. You look at smoking status. If you're a smoker, the higher is your knowledge about risks. Miss Kaputan, is that what your group is telling us?
No po, sir. Kapag non-smoker po.
Kapag non-smoker, mas
Knowledgeable po.
sigurado ka? Tignan mo mga sigarilyo. Di ba may mga advertisements, smoking kills and what's why do they still smoke? Correct? Cigarette smokers are seeing these ads or advertisements every day as compared to non-smokers. Because the cigarette packs that they have bears these things. In other words, maghanap talaga kayo ng literature along this. Hindi ito hula-hula. Akala nyo madali ang isang descriptive research. Pagdating sa tinatawag nating final defense, ang hirap kayang i-defend ang descriptive paper. I'd rather work on experimental because the moment the results are there and the protocols are correct, wala ka nang kailangang i-explain siya. Resulta na lang. Itong descriptive, akala nyo hindi kaya, no? That's why medyo, yung mga advice ko, mahirap naintindihan na hanggang sa 14th, 16th, no, corrections, marami pa rin ako nababanggit because marami kailangang aralin. No? Isa pa kung bakit naging ganito ang resulta niyo mga anak, hindi nyo in-study ang confounders. Ang dami kayang confounders din. Okay. Anong confounders? For example, pinagpapayuhan ba sila ng mga nanay nila? Confounder yan. Pag sigarilyo ka man makala ka man ti sakit ditan. Second, yung kung mayroon na silang sakit, di ba? For example, yung mga smokers, pag inubo, magpapadoktor after a week, kunwari hindi, mamaya, babalik na naman. Pero during that time, nagkasakit sila, hindi ba sinabihan na sila ng doktor? Sinabihan na sila ng family members nila na huwag ka nang mag-smoke kasi ito na yung sakit mo? Oh, pero nag-i-smoke pa rin sila. Confounder yan. Hindi na naman natin inaral yung confounder. Kaya siguro nagkaroon ng ganitong resulta. Knowledge pa lang yon. Kaputan, karag, and the rest. When you talk about attitude, again, educational attainment influences attitude. Attitude on blank, attitude on blah blah, specific yun. Why? What literature tells us so? No? In fact, all of the other variables except for age, in knowledge are significant when you talk about attitude. Please give emphasis to those that yielded 0, 0, 0 results. The p-value is very significant. In fact, that is also for the practices. Okay? So in table 5, this should have a very lengthy interpretation. Table 6. Now, I wonder, yun ang nagugulat na naman ako kanina, bakit may post hoc analysis ka pa? Naintindihan? Kahit pa wala na yung post hoc analysis mo, anak, yung post hoc mo, ilagay mo sa appendices yan. Nakikita ko na doon sa table 5. Tingnan mo nga sa table 5. Nagpo-post hoc ka nga, hindi mo naman alam yung ibig sabihin ng post hoc. Exactly yung table 5 mo, anak, is the result of your statistics. You made use here of analysis of variance, right? Okay. I don't see a problem with number 5 so that you can still proceed with the presentation of your post hoc analysis. Normally, we do post hoc analysis when there is very small number of respondents. But for me, more than 335 would be enough. In fact, this is too huge as a respondent. So omit the rest of tables, proceed, please. 5.1, 5.2, and 5.3. Wala na yan. Ilagay mo na lang yan sa appendices. Table 6, this is the highlight of your paper. In terms of knowledge on blank, it has influence on the attitude on blank. Kasi iba yung specific yung knowledge mo, specific din yung attitude mo. So sinasabi mo dito na kapag the higher their knowledge in second-hand smoking risks, the higher is the attitude on the blank. Ano yung attitude mo kanina? I-discuss mo yan. Remember, hindi lang knowledge and attitude on second-hand smoking. Specific yung area ng knowledge mo, specific din yung area ng attitude mo. Maghanap ka ng literature dyan. Kasama dyan sa knowledge. Kaya nga, medyo nangangamba ako dun sa practices kanina. Kasi specific yung knowledge mo, specific yung attitude mo, general yung practices mo. You go over your objectives again, and then you actually just reframe, no, your questions, no? I don't know if you bite the idea na oo nga magkakapareho yung ibang mga ano na, ay may asthma dito, may asthma din diyan, may I don't know, intindihan, may coronary heart disease diyan, may stroke dito. Tignan nyo lahat niyan, intindihan. Normally kasi ang statistician hindi na nila pinapakialaman yan. Don't be enslaved by statistics. I would have to tell it again, no? We know better than statisticians because this is our work. They just manage, no, the statistics for us. But the problem is, if you give them the wrong data, then you will arrive at a wrong analysis. So specific knowledge, specific attitude, specific practices, you would say there is a relation. The higher the knowledge on blank, the higher the attitude on blank. The higher the knowledge on blank, the higher the practices on blank. Importantly, you have to justify. Why? Why? Okay, next. Kuya, nasa bahay kami. Oo. Yan. Ito naman, yung summary of findings nyo, i-summarize nyo pa. And in fact, I have to suggest, go over your data first bago nyo gamitin it, bago nyo harapin itong summary of findings ulit. Naintindihan? Kasi yung summary of findings is more of like, bali lecturean naman kayo ni Ma'am Jinky kung ano yung summary of findings. Sa summary of findings, state mo lang, number 1, kung ano yung objectives, yung overall objective ng papel. Ang second na ilalagay mo dyan is, ano yung sagot natin doon sa objectives? Balikan mo yung objective. Sagutin natin yon in a very summarized, in a very concise manner. Naintindihan? Okay. Medyo tama naman, naintindihan. Pero sabi ko nga, marami tayong calibrations na gagawin bago tayo bumalik dito. Okay, next please. Next. So palitan nyo yan, no? Okay, dun sa conclusions, may I see the conclusions? Where is the conclusion? Miss Kaputan, the conclusion please.
Ito po, Direk. Pinagsama po kasing summary and conclusions.
Oh, that's wrong. Conclusion answers the title. Yun lang. The summary of findings answers the objectives. The conclusion answers the title. So if I will ask the study leader now, having done the research, what is your conclusion? So ano yung knowledge nila on the health risk? Ano yung practices nila on blank? Ano yung kanilang attitude on blank? And what is its implication? 2 sentences. Ano?
The respondents po had a relatively high level of knowledge about secondhand smoking in health risks and have a highly favorable attitude towards health impact and consequences in secondhand smoke exposure. However, the respondents sometimes perform good practices towards secondhand smoking, which needs an effective implementation of smoking policies, and the urge to educate young adults in smoking cessation.
Okay, wait. Which needs already is a recommendation. That's not the impact. Okay na, naintindihan. Which needs to recommendation na yan. So you change that, okay? Naintindihan. Which means that, ganun lang yon, no? The practices, which means that practices needs to be reinforced so that it will be blah blah blah. So that is the impact. Okay. And then your recommendations, please. Under your recommendations, come on, Pastor, I have class, no? Under your recommendations, ito yung recommendation, sabi ko, solely, ang problema natin nasa practices. Correct ba, Miss Kaputan? Tama. Sabi mo, walang problema sa knowledge at sa attitude, sa practices. Nasaan na
Yes
ngayon yung patungkol sa practices? Yun yung first na batch ng recommendations natin. Ano bang nangyari sa table? Balikan mo yung table. Saan yung poor practices na sinasabi mo? Yun ang lagyan natin ng recommendations. Don't just get the recommendations in the clouds. No? It should be something which is actually based on your results. Okay, is it clear? I hope that with that sharing, you were able to learn. Okay, let's have the others. Thank you so much and good morning. Congratulations.
Thank you po, Direk.
Thank you so much, Direk. We welcome the smoking guru, the advisor of this group, Sir Nico. Hello po. Thank you for attending with us.
Hello, Ma'am Jinky. Good morning po.
Ay, bakit ngongo ka din? May sipon ka rin ba? Sige.
Parang papunta na dun, Ma'am.
Parang nga, may sipon ka eh. Sige, we ask this for the recommendations and suggestions of Ma'am Lily.
Okay, so good morning to the group and congratulations for coming up with this study. No, I think Direct Julius have already gave a very comprehensive discussion and very helpful suggestions and recommendations for the study. So yun nga, we shall have to recalibrate some of the some of the results of the study, and I hope that you are to follow all of the recommendations that he gave. So ang additional siguro there, since i-recalibrate naman itong i-revise at improve yun ang proper term, there will be improvement in this paper. So siguro yun, first dun sa abstract ninyo, one thing na observe ko din is that dun sa first statement pa lang, you have focused on tobacco use rather than on focusing on secondhand smoking. So ang main problem na ang gap na gusto nyong resolve dun sa study nyo is on secondhand smoking. So you better focus on the problem of secondhand smoking. And then yun nga, just same observation dun sa, so you have good result on knowledge and attitude, but there is a problem in practice. So yun din, kailangan i-clarify nyo din yung sa statement nyo on practice, kasi nakalagay doon practice towards secondhand smoking. So nakita ko naman dito sa statement ni Ma'am Jinky na dapat ito as on the prevention of secondhand smoking. Okay? And then sa introduction, you cut short your introduction. Your first paragraph talks more on smoking, tobacco use, ganon. So yun nga yung sabi ko, like in your abstract na you focus on your gap. Okay? So better na mag-focus kayo doon sa second paragraph ng inyong introduction. Tapos yun, your introduction must be an overview of the whole paper. Medyo mahaba yung intro nyo. So pwede nating iayusin yun at improve at medyo paiksiin natin, just to give the readers an overview of your study. Okay? So same recommendation also in your research design, tapos yun nga, bakit siya correlational study, hindi pwede namang descriptive study lang ito, Ma'am Jinky, diba? Hello? Ayun. And then, yun nga, kapag medyo mahirap kasi talaga ang CAP, akala lang natin madali. But for CAP surveys, ang knowledge, attitude, practices surveys, they usually, itong study na to, they usually reveal misconceptions and misunderstanding with regards to a certain topic, kayo on secondhand smoking, and this represents obstacles to interventions or programs that we are to implement. So kailangan talaga ma-highlight no, sa CAP survey, yung kailangan nating aralin in order for us to implement programs related to your field. Okay? And yan, sabi nga ni Sir ni Direk, no, for your summary of findings, no, you answer your objective. Okay, it's important that you should clearly answer each of your objectives. Okay? And it must be it must be consistent with that of your objectives, and then your conclusion must emphasize, okay, or must highlight yung main answer sa inyong research study. And dun sa recommendations nyo naman, no, we just no, it's important that we need to focus on the significant results of the study. Okay, so congratulations once again to the group. I hope that you will implement the improvements and the suggestions and recommendations given to you for the improvement of your research field. Thank you, Ma'am Jinky.
Thank you po.
Thank you, Ma'am Lily, for your suggestions. We now hear next from our Dean Dorina. Wala niya talaga boses.
Yes, wala nang boses si Ma'am Chinky. Yes, good morning once again to everyone. So, you are very lucky to have Director Julius Capili with us this morning. And we have been guided, I'm telling we, because we learn from every thesis defense. Hindi lang naman kayo ang natututo, tayong lahat. So, I did have the same query from the beginning kasi when you presented already your research, sabi ko ano ba talaga inaaral dito, yung smokers or yung second-hand smoking, which was already emphasized by Direk earlier. So for me, sabi ko naman, you just have to synchronize ba yung term doon, or you have to be consistent from the title to all of the following chapters already of your research. Now, you have already started doing all of those. Medyo siguro nawala lang sa focus or ano lang. So, as have been suggested already by Direct Julius earlier and also with the suggestions of Ma'am Lily, so I know that you'll be able to come up with all their suggestions. I-focus nyo lang talaga ano ba talaga yung gusto nyong aralin so that you can really synchronize all of those from your objectives to the methodology hanggang sa results and recommendation. Kung tinake down nyo naman lahat yung sinabi ni Direk earlier and with the further suggestions of Ma'am Lilian, I know you'll be able to you'll be able to accomplish what was suggested. And having done your research, meron na kayong idea. So, mahirap talaga mag-research mga anak. But with the guidance of Ma'am Chinky and then the suggestions of Director, and of course, you have a very good advisor, sabi nga ang ating Professor Nico. So, I know you will do it. Huwag kayong ma-depress o ano ba yung tawag doon, para maghinayang doon sa mga nagawa nyo, because every step is a learning experience and we learn more as we go further. So, like Ma'am Lily has said, congratulations. Nakuha nyo na yung first step. I know you will be able to do your research well. So have a nice day, everyone. The first group. Okay.
Thank you, Ma'am Dorina.
Mommy,
Yes?
remove phone niya.
Yes po.
Remove phone.
So finally, yes, thank you po sa mga suggestions. I agree with Dean Dorina na marami tayong natutunan kay Sir Julius kanina at ngayon ko lang talaga na-realize yung major mistake nito. Kaya ako nag-thumbs up kanina kasi lahat na nagpa-check sa akin ng questionnaire, I required them to itong mga CAP na mauuna yung practices before the attitude and the knowledge. Sorry, wait lang po. Wait lang. Sige, here na. Oh. Ay, kinuha niya yung cellphone kung asan yung kodigo ko. Okay, you go. Yes, sige. Alalahanin na lang ni Mommy kung ano yung chinek niya dyan.
See here, we'll go.
Yes, so we start with the title. As the critic, mag-i-start ako parati sa title page ninyo and how you crafted your manuscript. Yung title nyo pa lang sa title page, remember the title is inverted pyramid dapat, and you did not use the template. You check out yung mga papel ng mga naunang classmates ninyo, yung sa spacing natin and everything. And then sa approval sheet, yung underline, bakit yung pangalan ni Sir Nico as your advisor there ay hindi naka-all caps? Tapos yung underline after our name sa panel, tsaka si Ma'am Dorina. And then, wala din tayong list of figures and list of tables after the page ng appendices. And then, tulad ng sabi ni Ma'am Lily kanina, on your abstract, sa abstract natin, same observation, dapat although you are pertaining to secondhand smoking naman dun sa ano na yon. Pero the first word na talagang hahanapin namin doon is yung important variable sa title nyo, the secondhand smoking. Although, I understand naman that the statement itself is pertaining to secondhand smoking, pero nag-start pa rin siya sa tobacco smoking kasi. And also, ang abstract natin is very unique dun sa buong papel natin. It should not be the same as any part. So nakita ko yung first sentence. First sentence ninyo sa abstract is the first sentence din sa intro ninyo. Wait lang Asan na ako? And then, yun din, same as the other groups, yung citation pa rin natin, all throughout the paper. And then, for the objectives, yun nga, main mistake, hindi ko alam kung bakit di natin to nakita during your proposal defense and topic defense. Wala yung kung sino yung source nila ng smoking. Oo. I mean, hindi nyo ba naitanong yon sa any part ng inyong interview? Like,
hindi ba regardless pala to na smokers sila, no?
Regardless kasi doon. Pero tama naman yung sinabi ni Sir Julius kanina. Parang mas tama. Pero okay din kasi na makita ng mga smokers kung feeling nila yung kanilang mga family members ay, ang tawag doon, at risk. Pwede din naman yon. Pero parang naging magulo kasi. So parang pwede sana.
Hindi kasi ilagay na sila yung
nag-i-smoker.
Sila yung nag-i-smoke or meron.
Oo. Pwede kasi kung ginawa nila, pero wala sa discussion niyo, Angelica, di ba? Na kung bakit si smoker, ang feeling nila, more on yung mga smokers, ang mas feel nila yung health risk ng ibang tao. Or yung not smoking naman sila, tapos they don't smoke and mas feeling nila risky kasi sa kanila. Yung hinahanap ko na discussion doon. Kasi pwede naman, pero yun nga, parang naguluhan kanina si Sir Julius, bakit may smoker, bakit may non-smoker, tapos wala sa discussion natin. And yun nga, mga anak, kapag isa lang yung inyong category or subcategory under that number, hindi na siya lalagyan ng subcategory. Parang kayo, number 1, knowledge, what is the knowledge on? Tapos A, health risk. Lalagyan mo lang ng A kung meron ka pang letter B at letter C. Diba? Ganon pagsa-summary natin. So that's why sinasabi ni Sir Julius kanina, knowledge on health risk na lang kasi mag-isa lang naman siya. Also, same as your is that attitude, yung health impact, o ganun din, the same mga anak. Kasi this is not the only paper na ganun. Yung last group, I think, last batch, may 2 groups na ganun din yung ginawa. Na isa lang din yung nakahang. And then, Yes. Actually, hinahanap ko yung sasagutin yung na lottery or nag-random kayo, not the convenience na sinagot mo, my dear, kay Sir Julius. Although it seems convenience, pero at least random pa rin yung pinag-select nyo. Remember when I taught you about simple random sampling? It's random, lottery by a calculator or pwede bote kapag nag-ano kayo. But not because sila lang yung nandito sa malapit. It won't be random. That's why, especially kapag convenience ito, we cannot have already numbers 4 and number 5 na questions. Hindi na kayo pwede magkaroon ng inferential. Wait lang po. And then, asa na ako? Sorry. Asa na ako? Sa objectives pa rin ako. So, kung naging convenience sampling kasi tayo, we cannot have inferential questions. That's why sinabi ni Sir Julius na you can still tell na dapat random yung ano nyo dun sa inyong mga respondents. So, hindi niya naman pinatanggal yung numbers 4 and 5 natin. For the results and discussion part, I appreciate na ito yung group na talagang pinag-aswan na nila yung hinahanap ko sa ating profiling. Pero nga, inaswan nyo na, pero hindi naman nyo diniscuss. Nakita nyo yung kwento na hinahanap ni Sir Julius. I hope na understand ng lahat yon. Hindi nyo lang sasabihin na ilang percent yung ganito, ilang percent yung ganyan. No, sabihin nyo bakit mas marami to. You show the trend, tapos you discuss, you interpret bakit mas marami to. Then according to mas marami kasi ang mga ganito. And yun nga, obviously dun sa marital status natin, syempre young adults kayo, you know already why very few of them ang widowed doon or married. Most of them are single pa lang. Yun, yung mga hinahanap na kwento ni Sir Julius doon. And yung sa CAP natin, although your presentation sa inyong chapter 4 is naka-knowledge, attitude, and practices, dapat dun sa questionnaire nyo naka-practices, attitude, and knowledge siya. And then, you will discuss pa rin yung mga yon by statement. May SD kayo, tama na may SD sa tables niyo, pero hindi nyo rin diniscuss yung standard deviation ninyo. Wala ako nakita dun sa part ng inyong papel. All throughout. Wala tayong magagawa na dun sa mga questions natin, pero you can discuss it very well per question. Maganda yung nasabi ni Sir Julius kanina, yung mga confounders natin, especially hindi natin inalam kung meron silang mga sakit na pinagbawal yung smoking. Pwedeng lumabas lahat yan sa discussion part niyo. And then, yun din, summary is just according to your objectives. Conclusion is on the title. Tama naman yung sinagot ni Angelica kanina, the conclusion part, yung ni-recite mo kay Sir Julius. And then the recommendations, marami kayong... Wait lang. Finish lang ni Mami. And then sa recommendation parts nyo, most of it will be from your practices. Kasi yun yung meron kayong mga nakita na negatives. Doon kayo magpo-focus and make your recommendations specific. Yun lang. Nandito kasi sa phone, I'll be sending yung full manuscript with my comments on it also for the group. Congratulations sa group natin. Congrats, Sir Nico. Lahat ata ng smoking nasa iyo na.
Yes, thank you din.
Best in smoking ka na. So, Sir Nico and sa group members, do you have questions for us or clarifications so that ma-clarify natin?
Mommy.
So far, wala naman na po, ma'am. Thank you po for the suggestions po and comments.
If not, we can move on to the next group. Thank you. Group 1.
Thank you so much, dear panelists, for the recommendations and suggestions. Let us now proceed to the second group, which has their title Awareness and Beliefs of Delivery Riders in Tuguegarao City on COPD, Basis on Proposed Health Prevention. You can now have the floor.
Good morning, Ma'am Ikay. Ma'am, pa-accept daw po si Desiree Gunyan.
Anak, wala akong nakikitang papasok. Ayan na, kay Ma'am Krisha to, no? Wala na kasi yung phone ko.
Okay.
Okay na, dito na sila? Diyan?
Kung wala pa ma'am, sa kabila na. Next na lang. Sayang oras.
Okay na po.
Okay na. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. We are the Group 5B, and we are going to present our research entitled Awareness and Beliefs of Delivery Riders on COPD in Tuguegarao City, a basis for a proposed health prevention plan. Next, please. For our background of the study, exposure to air pollution is also one of the risk factors in developing COPD, and this has a significant impact on human health, which can contribute to several respiratory conditions. The drivers are a group of persons who are particularly vulnerable to air pollution. Because they spend so much time on the highway, drivers are exposed to a considerable degree of air pollution and pollutants from motorized vehicles. In addition to cigarette smoking, drivers work more than 8 hours each day on the road, exposing them to air pollution and contaminants such as ozone, nitrogen, and hydrocarbons, resulting in a high risk of lung injury. According to a study conducted in Brazil, drivers who work in an urban setting with high levels of air pollution suffer from respiratory symptoms, inflammation, and reduced mucociliary clearance. Also, a study conducted in Congo found out that drivers who are continually exposed to pollutants have a high prevalence of respiratory symptoms and different pattern of lung function. Despite of an increased interest in COPD, few studies have been investigated the awareness and beliefs of delivery riders on COPD. Since drivers are much exposed to pollution and there is a possibility that they may develop a respiratory problem, it is our interest to determine or assess the level of awareness and beliefs of delivery riders about COPD. Next, public awareness of COPD is poor due to the disease receiving less media attention than other common chronic diseases such as asthma and diabetes, according to Goal 2014. As a result, the goal of our study is to determine the awareness and beliefs of delivery riders, as well as to raise COPD awareness, as this is an important part of diagnosing and treating COPD. Next, please. For our statement of the problem, our study attempted to answer the following questions. Number 1, what was the profile of the respondents in terms of demographic? Under this is the respondents' age, civil status, family size, educational attainment, place of residence. Another is profile of respondents in terms of socioeconomic, their other source of income, employment status, which includes length of working hours per day and length of service. Also is the average personal monthly income. Another profile of the respondents in terms of habits and lifestyles includes smoking status, whether they are current smoker, former smoker, and non-smoker. And also their alcohol intake, casual alcohol consumption, and excessive alcohol consumption. Another is their health status, which includes history of chronic disease, intake of vitamins or maintenance, and regularity of medical consultation. Number two, what was the level of awareness of the respondents towards COPD in terms of pathogenesis, signs and symptoms, treatment and management, and prevention and control? Number three, what were the common beliefs of the respondents regarding COPD? Number four, was there a significant difference in the level of awareness and beliefs of respondents when grouped according to profile variables? And number five, was there an association between the level of awareness with that of the beliefs of the respondents on COPD? And last, what were the recommendations or suggestions to come up with a proposed health prevention plan for COPD among delivery riders? Next, please. Research methodology. This study utilized descriptive correlational research design and to identify our respondents' convenient sampling was employed. The researchers made a combined self-constructed and adapted questionnaire and was validated by the experts. Next one. The researchers then asked permission from the head office of different delivery hubs in Tuguegarao City for the conduct of this study. And after the approval, informed consent together with the questionnaire was distributed to the respondents. So we distributed our questionnaire to the LBC riders, Food Panda riders, Jungana riders, and also JRS riders. Next one. And after data gathering, the researchers organized and coded the data for analysis.
Good morning, everyone. These are the results of our study. Table 1.1 presents the distribution of the respondents in terms of demographic profile. As of age, most of the respondents were aged 21 to 39, indicating that they were in their middle age. About half were married in terms of their civil status, and the other half were single. The remaining three were live-in and separated. This shows that about half are single, while the other half have their own families to support. In addition, the majority was composed of 3 to 5 members, and the rest had 6 to 10 members and more than 10 members in the family. It indicates that the majority of the respondents belong to the small families. Their educational attainment reveals that about half were college graduates, and the rest were college undergraduates and high school graduates. This shows that most of the respondents finished their basic education. Next is table 1.2, the distribution of the respondents in terms of socioeconomic profile. For their other source of income, about half engaged in online selling, farming, driving, and others, while the other half focused on their job as a delivery rider. Their working hours per day show that they mostly work for 7 to 10 hours, and the rest work for more than 10 hours and 4 to 6 hours. This indicates that the respondents work the whole day to earn a living. At the same time, about half work for 1 to 2 years, while the rest work for less than a year and 3 to 4 years. Finally, the average personal monthly income of the respondents reveals that they earned 5,000 to 9,999 pesos, 10,000 to 14,999 pesos, and below 3,000 pesos. It shows that the respondents are earning below the poverty line. Next, please. In table 1.3 is the distribution of the respondents in terms of habits and lifestyle. Regarding smoking consumption, the majority were non-smokers, while the rest smoke 1 to 3 sticks per day and at least 10 sticks per day. This indicates that the majority of the respondents are non-smokers. For alcohol intake, the majority drank occasionally, the remaining were non-alcoholics and drank 1 to 3 bottles per day. It presents that majority of the respondents are alcoholics. Next is the distribution of the respondents in terms of health status is shown in table 1.4. It shows that almost all had no history of chronic disease, while the rest had the respiratory disorder, digestive disorder, and urologic disorder. Only a few of them had chronic diseases. It also presents that some took vitamins and maintenance, while most did not. It indicates that some of the respondents need to take vitamins and maintenance to carry out the task in their job. For the regularity of their medical consultation, some consulted only when sick, some consulted once every 12 months, and a few consulted at least twice within 12 months. It can be noted that the majority never had medical consultation. This shows that about half of the respondents had their medical consultation. Next, please. Table 2 shows the respondents' level of awareness on chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. It reveals that they were aware on the pathogenesis of the disease. Specifically, they were conscious that tobacco smoking is the most commonly encountered risk factor and the disease affects lung function, which makes breathing. However, they do not know if emphysema affects only the lungs. The respondents were aware on the signs and symptoms of COPD. They were mindful that the symptoms might include dyspnea or shortness of breath, chronic cough, sputum production, chest tightness, and wheezing. These are more common in smokers. Regarding treatment and management, they were aware that primary treatment goals of COPD are reduction of symptoms and future risk exacerbations. They know that that supplemental oxygen is essential for it can prolong survival, while bronchodilators in COPD are helpful to reduce symptoms. Long-acting bronchodilator agents or inhaled corticosteroids can be first option for those with asthma history. For the prevention and control, the respondents were aware that quitting smoking will reduce the damage of the lung and improve its function. Also, pulmonary rehabilitation is necessary for COPD to improve quality of life. However, they were confused if stopping smoking does not matter once they have COPD, or simple exercise such as walking is too dangerous for people with COPD. The overall weighted mean indicates that the respondents know about chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. Next, please. Table 3, the respondents' common beliefs in chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. They believe that most people with COPD can live a full and active life with proper treatment since signs and symptoms such as progressive increase in breathlessness can be slowed. They think that COPD is curable with a short course of antibiotics. Though they think that prescribed medication for COPD is costly, there is no truly effective treatment. Regular checkups are essential. The respondents believe that habits and lifestyle play a critical role in treating COPD. For instance, the cause of most cases of COPD is smoking, so quitting will keep it from getting worse. Moreover, the disease is solely caused by aging, and it gets worse as they get older, regardless of treatment. People with COPD have better control of their disease than 5 years ago. They think that COPD is a rare disease and exposure to air pollution increases its risk, leading to disability. In general, the respondents know the common beliefs on chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. Next po. In table 4.1 is the comparison between the respondents' level of awareness on COPD when grouped by profile variables. It shows that when grouped by civil status, another source of income, history of chronic disease, intake of vitamins or maintenance, age, family size, educational attainment, length of service, average personal monthly income, smoking consumption, alcohol intake, and regularity of medical consultation had statistically no significant difference in their level of awareness. However, when grouped by length of working hours per day, their levels of awareness were statistically significantly different. Hence, the null hypothesis should be rejected and conclude that their awareness levels are not equal. Post-hoc analysis using HSD showed that respondents who work 7 to 10 hours have a higher awareness level than those who work for 4 to 6 hours. It can be noted that this is the group of respondents who works the whole day, while the other group works for half day. Next po. Next po. Next po. 4.2 yan. Table 4.2 reflects that comparison of the respondents' common beliefs on COPD when grouped by profile variables. It presents that there was statistically no significant difference between the respondents' common beliefs when grouped according to civil status, another source of income, history of chronic disease, intake of vitamins or maintenance, age, family size, educational attainment, length of service, average personal monthly income, smoking consumption, alcohol intake, and regularity of medical consultation. However, there was a statistically significant difference between their common beliefs when grouped by length of working hours per day. The null hypothesis should be rejected and conclude that the respondents' common beliefs differ. Post-hoc analysis using Taki HSD shows that respondents who work 7 to 10 hours are more aware of the common beliefs on COPD than those who work 4 to 6 hours. Hence, the respondents who work the whole day are more knowledgeable about the common beliefs on COPD than those who work for half day. Next po. Next po. Apparent in Table 5 is the correlation results between the respondents' level of awareness and common beliefs on COPD. It reveals that their common beliefs on COPD and awareness level in pathogenesis, signs and symptoms, treatment and management, and prevention and control had a statistically significant relationship. The null hypothesis should be rejected and conclude that their common beliefs and awareness on COPD are correlated. It means that as the respondents believe in the common beliefs, their level of awareness is higher. This implies that respondents who believe in common beliefs are more aware of COPD. And lastly, it is shown in Table 6 that respondents' recommendations and suggestions for health prevention plan, they primarily suggested providing health benefits and insurances like annual free medical checkups and screening tests for COPD for delivery riders. It is necessary to conduct COPD awareness symposium in every barangay during COPD Awareness Month, public announcement and advertisement about COPD on local radio and televisions. There should be online communities that tackle COPD's health promotion and disease prevention. Also suggested is a strict implementation of public health programs and policies that focus on tobacco use prevention and cessation, reducing occupational exposure to specks of dust and chemicals, and reducing other indoor and outdoor air pollutants are critically important. The municipal health officials and other related sectors should be highly engaged. Lastly, flyers and pamphlets containing the importance of COPD awareness at public places such as malls, hospitals, schools, and offices should be disseminated. Next po. Conclusion. The study reveals that majority of the respondents were aware about the pathogenesis, signs and symptoms, treatment and management, and prevention and control of the disease with common beliefs that habits and lifestyle plays a critical role in treating COPD. The numbers of hours at work also affect the level of awareness and the common beliefs on COPD. The longer the length of hours at work, the higher the awareness on common beliefs. The delivery riders of Tuguegarao City have a high level of awareness and beliefs in regards to COPD. Next po. Next is the recommendations. Based on the study's findings and conclusion, the following are the recommendations of the study. First, the Department of Health, along with its other divisions, should provide health benefits and insurances like annual free medical checkups and screening tests of COPD for delivery riders to check prevalence rate among them. Next is local television and radio stations must be included in disseminating COPD awareness by public announcements and airing advertisements about COPD. The LGU and other government offices should strictly implement public health programs and policies that focus on tobacco use prevention and cessation, reducing occupational exposure to specks of dust and chemicals, and reducing other indoor and outdoor air pollutants. Continued education and in-services seminar programs concerning COPD should be conducted. This will benefit delivery riders, particularly those who are not fully aware of and well-informed on COPD. Every barangay in Tuguegarao City should work together to implement COPD awareness and beliefs of delivery riders. Replication of the study on a larger probability sample considering all different delivery hubs in Tuguegarao City or other rural or urban areas for more extensive research. Thank you po. Thank you and God bless. So we are now ready po to listen and accept your recommendations and suggestions and comments po. Thank you po.
Thank you, Desiree. Sa nagpadala ng snacks. Ang laki naman ng Coke ninyo. Pang bukas ba to? Ang hanggang bukas ba to? Yes, and Sir Julius? Wala lang. Baka nagka-class na si Sir Julius na.
Ma'am Jinky, narinig niyo ako?
Yes. Nasa sasakyan
Clear.
Sir Julius.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay. Sakali mo ipunta sa bahay, sabi mo, ilagay na lang sa gate. Anyway, hinatid ko lang kasi si Mami somewhere. Anyway, congratulations to the group members. No? But, before we rejoice, we look into how we are going to make the paper really valid. So I find a very big problem on the paper on the very issue of your sampling design. No? You said it is a descriptive correlational result by virtue of design, but your sampling design is inappropriate because it is non-purposive sampling. Ang ginamit nyo ay convenient sampling. So, in as much as that is concerned, hindi tayo pwedeng mag-calculate ng statistics supposed to be. So, you have to correct that one. You go back to the character of your respondents, and make probability sampling instead, stratified random sampling na lang ang gawin natin. So in other words, marami namang pwedeng gawin yan. Gawin nyo na lang siyang proportional allocation, or if not, stratified random sampling. How do we go about stratified random sampling? Pwedeng ang strata ay gawin yung, for example, ay yung delivery na may franchise at delivery na walang franchise. Parang ganun lang. Meron namang population frame na makukuha. Yan, tayo na lang siguro ang mas madali kasi na non-franchise at franchise para meron tayong number na makuha lang. Kailangan nating magkaroon kasi ng derivation ng valid sample size. Kasi if the argument is wala tayong ma-derive na valid sample size, we might as well scrap the inferential objectives. Yung inferential, is there an association? Is there a significant difference? Tanggalin nyo lahat yan kasi hindi yan valid for this type of research. Is it clear? So, two ways to kill the chicken. It's either you correct the sampling size, you make it probability sampling, stratified random sampling, or easier would be proportional allocation. Ang gamitin nyo lang na strata ay with franchise, non-franchise. Tapos, or the other way around is to proceed with non-probability sampling, that is your purposive sampling, but you strike out objectives 4 and 5, I think. Naintindihan? Yung pinakahuli, yung may is there a significant difference, hindi pwedeng ganyan. That's the first rule in statistics. There's got lots of rules in the research. That's why I'm teaching you all of these things, because I don't want that the discipline die with me. I mean, I am in the capacity of mentoring, kaya lahat na ng kailangan yung malaman, dapat yun ang malaman, kasi that's how it works. As a mentor, wala kang ililingid para sa sarili mo. Dapat young as you are, alam nyo na yung mga basic rules ng research. Another objective is to come up with a program, right? That program should be placed in your recommendations. Now, not part of your recommendations, I'm sorry. Because that was part of your objective. Correct? So, the program that you are talking about, proposed, hindi proposed, so that should be delivery riders. Sa delivery riders, hindi ko kasi pag COPD kasi ang saklaw niyan malaki, lalo na vulnerable groups. Pero delivery riders naman, maximize your discussions on why you chose the delivery riders. I surmise 80 as a number is already good, but again, I would like to point back on the issue of the sampling design. Okay? And then the third would be your scope and the limitations. Now, while the paper appears a little good, perfect, so to speak, the problem is maraming mga hindi na ilagay dun sa scope. When you talk about the scope, there are three elements. Number one, the limitations in terms of the respondents. You have to specify the character of your respondents. That is what we refer to as your inclusion-exclusion criteria or eligibility criteria. The second part of your scope and the limitation is in fact the questionnaire. No? So you said you made use of a structured, and then there were also some parts which were self-formulated. I don't know, naintindihan, you just have to specify exactly the scope of the questionnaire. Mga estudyante naming ginigiliw, iba ang scope and delimitation doon sa data gathering tool. No, the way the sentences are framed, is that dun sa scope and delimitations, only the limitations or the what's this, yung shortcomings ng data gathering tool, yun ang ilalagay. Pero dun sa data gathering tool in itself, dun sa chapter 3, diyan mo i-discuss yung parts ng research tool, etc. To work on would be on yung ating interpretation ng responses. Sakali na magpo-proceed pa rin kayo sa is there a significant difference, ganyan, yung mga awareness, yung mga beliefs, mga ganyan. That in chapter 3, there should be figures that talks about interpretation of the data. Why? From level of awareness and belief. No? Kapag sinabing level of awareness, may level talaga. While awareness can be, ang awareness kasi can be aware, not aware, yes or no, parang ganon. But when you talk about yung level of awareness, then there should be a hierarchy. Highly aware until unaware, for example. That would be level of awareness. So determine whether this is really level of awareness or awareness. But there's no such right. So beliefs lang yan. Doon sa awareness and belief, therefore, in chapter 3, there's the descriptive values. Okay, the descriptive values. Example, if 0.1 until 1.75, that is, for example, in the degree of in hierarchy of awareness is, for example, unaware. So what is the meaning of unaware? That is while you have given us about the, we need more of riders. Why is there this? Why are they familiar with this? Why are they
Ako lang ba o nawala si Sir Julius? Desiree, can you hear Sir Julius?
Parang nawawala siya.
Nawala siya. Sir,
Nasa daan ata siya.
Sir Julius, mahina ata yung pasok mo. Pero nasa, asang part na si Sir Julius? Kanina? Nasa results and discussion na ba siya, Desiree?
Ma'am, nandun pa lang po sa pagtanggal po nung inferential questions, ganun po.
Ano siya ka? Ano ito? Yung sa, yung sa ime-measure, yung sa level of awareness. Parang yun
nasa results and discussion siya. Okay, while we were waiting for Sir Julius, kasi hinatid niya si mother niya, we asked Ma'am Lily, ask for your comments and recommendations na muna.
Ay, sige. Okay, congratulations to the group. no, for your presentation and for coming up with this research study, no, for completing your research paper. And good morning to Ma'am Krisha as their advisor.
Good
Hi,
morning,
good
ma'am.
morning. Okay. Okay. Sige. Upon my observation, no, dun sa ano, again, sa katulad dun sa ibang group, dun sa abstract ninyo, no, please highlight lang yung gap, no, yung problem na gusto nyong resolve dun sa study. So, ito kasi, nakita ko na naman, no, yeah, okay naman, pero very good naman that you have focused on COPD. And then you just highlight, siguro include nyo, i-highlight nyo dito yung, ano, para bang occupational risk. Kasi parang ano to occupational, tawag mo to? Occupational health research. So, let's highlight yung occupational risk of riders, no, related with COPD. No, support this with your literatures. No, if there is really a higher percentage of riders being exposed or at a higher risk of COPD, that's why you are conducting this study. Okay. And then, yun din ang question ko, since your title is on awareness and beliefs, no? Kasi dun sa result, nakita ko dun yung hindi ko na hindi ko nakita pala yung kung paano nyo i-reflect yung result nyo on the level of awareness. No? Paano, yung extent, parang ganun, ang presentation dapat as to level of awareness is, ano yung, paano nyo siya i-describe, no? Yung level of awareness nyo, to what extent, no? High level, ganun ba yun? Parang sa ano din parang sa level of knowledge, parang ganun din ito no? And then, same also with your, yung isang parameter nyo, which is on belief. Okay? And then, dun sa introduction, yun, ang nakita ko na naman, no, i-lessen lang natin yung discussion nyo on smoking, okay? On smokers, okay? Kasi ang focus nyo dito is yung occupational risk of your riders, no? So, I think you need to highlight more on your second paragraph, okay? Focusing more on the risk of yung exposure to air pollution of your delivery riders, no? And then yun nga, tawag dito, yung risk of riders or yung risk of riders to COPD. Okay? And then yun din ang napansin ko in your research methods, no, dun sa inyong research design, ano lang to, siguro descriptive quantitative study, no? Hindi ko alam kung bakit yun correlational, Ma'am Jinky, ang kinonsider nila, no? So siguro descriptive quantitative kasi you are to describe their level of awareness and their beliefs, no, in COPD. And then yun nga, yung sa question ko din yun, yung inferential, meron kayong inferential question pero ang sampling design nyo is convenient sampling. So, katulad din ng recommendation ni Sir Julius, no, you are to consider if aayusin natin yung sampling design natin or i-slash out na natin yung inyong inferential question doon sa inyong research objective. Okay? Tapos, may mga kindly look into the typographical errors na nandoon sa inyong paper, no? Like for example, yung sa presentation nyo ng inyong research paradigm doon sa IBTV nyo, nakalagay doon sa inyong profile, no, attainment. Okay? Balikan nyo yon. Ano yung attainment na nakalagay doon? Okay, tapos kindly check yung kung consistent yung nandoon sa inyong research framework doon sa inyong research objective. Dapat kasi consistent yon. And then Yun, sorry, binalikan ko yun. And then, doon sa inyong, tawag dito, study results, as a tables pala, very good yung presentation ng inyong tables na very concise siya. Tapos, katulad din ng sabi ni Sir Julius, ni Direk kanina doon sa isang group, yung unang group, since it's quantitative, you need to also highlight your mean and standard deviation for sa mga variables that are quantitatively measured, no? And then as to the result of the study, no, we focus, no, doon pala sa sa summary of findings, again, focus in answering the research objective that you have stated in your paper. Okay? And then, yung kasabagay, pinagsama nyo na kasi ang summary and conclusion, no? Pero yung conclusion nyo kasi, balikan nyo yung last paragraph nyo doon sa inyong summary and findings, no? Medyo hindi ko siya, medyo kailangan siyang ayusin at improve. Kasi, yun nga, dapat masagot niya, no? Yung, generally, masagot niya yung inyong problem statement. Okay? And then, dun sa recommendation, focus tayo doon sa result ng inyong study. So, ano ba ang naging, tawag dito? Ano ba? Sige, sagutin mo nga ako, Miss Desiree. Ano ba ang conclusion nitong study ninyo?
Ang conclusion po ng study namin is highly aware po yung mga delivery riders and aware and yung common beliefs din po nila.
So, yung common beliefs kasi, yung pa pala yung problem, no? Yung sa common beliefs, medyo kailangan maging specific kayo. Kasi kung common belief, ano kaya itong mga common belief na ito? No, hindi kasi siya 'di ba? Parang medyo vague pa. Ano ba yung common beliefs on COPD? Highlight natin yun, specify natin yun. Then sige, balik ako yung recommendation na hindi ko pa kasi nabasa lahat. Okay? Siguro yun muna, Ma'am Jinky. I'll get back mamaya.
Thank you, Ma'am Lily. Nakabalik na ba si Sir Julius?
Parang,
live set 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wala pa, Sir Julius. Ma'am Dorina, are you back? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wala pa. So, ako muna. Okay. Congratulations for the group and Mother Krisha. Congrats po. Actually, ito yung group na ayaw pa ata ni Ma'am Krisha at first na mag-present. Pero nakita ko naman yung paper. It's nicely crafted. Talagang na-check siya. So, as a critic, again, I'll start with the title page. Yun nga, sa title pa lang, nawawala na tong word na propose. Siguro a basis for a health prevention plan. Ganun na lang, di ba, Ma'am Lily?
Oo.
Bakit may propose ba doon? Tanggalin na yon. And then, again, masyadong check nyo na lang yung template nung pinasa ko. Yung impartial fulfillment, masyadong mahaba. Hindi ganun yung pagkakaayos natin.
Ito pa yun pala yung Ma'am Jinky. Siguro ito yung sa recommendation nila since basis for health prevention health promotion prevention plan. Kailangan na lang din nilang
program plan.
Meron program plan. Mag-draft.
General. Gagawa sila.
Parang general.
Anyway, MPH naman si Ma'am Krisha. So, may help niya kayo sa paggawa ng program plan. Di ba, Ma'am Krisha? Oo na lang si Ma'am Krisha sa akin. And then, sa ating abstract page, bakit ayaw niyo nang maging advisor si Ma'am Krisha dito sa abstract page at ako ang nilagay ninyo? Okay, you change that to Ma'am Krisha. And then, yun nga, same as yung sinabi ni Ma'am Lily kanina on the first sentence, first paragraph. Huwag na natin ilagay na COPD is a lung condition, ganon. COPD, sabihin na natin agad yung intro impact, gap ba? COPD is currently the world's, pwede na tayo doon. Tanggalin na yung part na yun. Andito naman sa ating, dito sa manuscript ninyo. And then, the same as others, citation pa rin mali. I-include ko yan for sure sa exam ninyo. And then, sa introduction part, wala yung hence part natin. Wala yung last part na pinapadagdag ko parati dito. Hence, the study aim to determine the awareness and beliefs of delivery riders. Wala akong nakitang ganun na part sa dulo ng introduction ninyo. And then sa research paradigm, yung DB natin is already awareness and belief. May level ba kayo? Yung tinatanong ni Sir Julius kanina?
Level of awareness.
Aware, not aware lang ba to? Or strongly,
Ma'am,
Aware,
strongly
ano?
aware ganun po. Yung nasa questionnaire po
the
namin.
level din dapat from the very title. Level din dapat from maging ano tayo, at consistent. So sa DB natin, level of awareness and beliefs. And then, yon sa objectives natin, hindi natin past tense ang ating objectives. Okay? So that means, sa number 2 natin, it is not what was the level of awareness. What is the level of awareness? Ganon din sa common beliefs. What are the common beliefs, not what were. Also for number 4, 5, not was there a significant difference, is there a significant difference. So hindi natin pinapast tense ang objectives. So pinapast tense lang natin is our methodology. Ano pa ba? Ang pinapast tense, methodology, part of, I think part of. And then pag-usapan na natin itong numbers 4 and 5 ninyo, yung inyong inferential questions. So dalawa yung ni-recommend ni Direk kanina. Pwedeng palitan natin ang, i-tweak natin ang inyong sampling, or we stick with the convenience, tatanggalin natin si number 4 and number 5 ninyo. So I know ang naging problem nito is hindi nyo makuha ang population talaga ng, hindi nyo nakuha, di ba? Yung population talaga ng mga riders.
Yes po, ma'am. Ng whole together raw po.
Ng whole together raw. Pero di ba nagbigay kayo ng letter dun sa mga, ano ba, agencies nila? Companies nila? Were you
Yes
able
po,
to
ma'am.
ask?
Per
Ilan?
hub po.
Per hub? Natanong nyo ba kung ilan? Yung sa kanila lang?
Kukunti lang po, ma'am. Mostly 20 plus. Yung iba po, 6, ganun lang po.
Oo, natanong nyo silang lahat. Ilan ba respondents nyo? 80?
80 po.
Ibig sabihin, yung mga nabigyan nyo ng letters, hindi na-cover lahat. Ma'am Lily, ibig sabihin, hindi natin pwedeng gawing probability yung sampling. Non-probable. Convinced talaga kayo. Therefore, although maganda yung pagkakagawa, sayang, masasayangan dito, dito Sir Julius, masasayangan siya na pagkakalin si number 4 and 5 nyo. Pero, yun nga, hindi natin pwedeng i-generalize kasi wala tayong sampling frame. So, I know naturo ko nung last time sa inyo, walang sampling frame, mahihirapan tayo. This would be convenience, pero to stick with the rules of stat, wala tayong inferential question. So we remove number 4 and number 5 objectives para alam nyo na kung anong gagawin nyo. We go for number 5 na agad. What are the recommendations or suggestions na? And so therefore, wala kayong statement of hypothesis. Kasi tatanggalin natin si 4 and 5. And then sa scope and limitations nyo, very anemic, wala dito yung inclusion and exclusion of riders. Wala ba? Hindi ko rin nakita sa methodology eh. Like, kung gaano sila katagal as a rider, wala ba kayong inclusion, exclusion na gano'n? Wala? So,
Ma'am, tinanggal na din po namin yun, ma'am. Kasi yun nga po, yung mostly po sa mga nakuha po naming respondents, bago lang din po silang rider.
So, kung tinanggal nyo yun, you put it as inclusion na regardless of, you still state it. Dun sa, regardless of company, regardless of kung gaano kalayo yung pinagde-deliveran nila, regardless of the length of work, you still write it there. Kahit pa wala kayong exclusion. And then, ganun din sa inyong RRL, sa inyong mga citations. And then, for the research design, descriptive survey na lang to. Wala na tayong descriptive correlational. Nag-correlational nung last time kasi we wanted to correlate ang kanilang awareness and beliefs with that of their demographic ata. Parang ganun. So, tatanggalin natin yung correlational doon. Descriptive, quantitative na lang. Tulad ng sabi ni Ma'am Lily kanina. Sa sampling design natin doon, after the convenience sampling, insert nyo ulit dito yung inclusion ninyo. Inclusion-exclusion criteria. And then, citations. Yun. The same as the first group, no? Na appreciate ko na na one table na lang ang inyong profiles, demographic, and but still, for me, kulang pa rin yung discussion nyo dito. Although meron kayo, na-discuss nyo naman each, pero kulang pa rin for me. You always go back to your title or your objectives. Ang ating goal dito is to look at the awareness and beliefs of delivery riders. So, andito yung work nila. So, you always discuss according to or in relation to their work sa trabaho nila and sa COPD. Kung anong magiging effect sa COPD. Even if this is just demographic or socio-economic profiles. Nagets ba yun, Judy Ann? Yung part na yon. You relate. For example, you relate yung age. Sa COPD ba, sinong mas affected? Sa male, female, sino mas affected? Or sino mostly ang delivery riders natin? Male, female. You just, yung story na hinahanap ni Sir Julius. Give them the story. Especially sa ating mga health status, yung smoking. Marami kayong masasabi dyan with regards to COPD. The more sticks ba, the more prone sila, mga ganon, sa COPD. Doon nyo ilalabas. So, doon nyo ilalabas yung inyong pagka-RT. And then, sa level of awareness natin, ito, yung mga naka-asterisk, I think this is the first group na nakita ko na pinakita nyo sa amin kung saan yung negative. Yung naka-asterisk ba yon?
Yes po, ma'am.
Yeah, that's good. Naka-negative sila. That means yung descriptive value nito nakabaliktad na ba or hindi pa? Naka-reverse na ba?
Naka-reverse na po.
Okay, very good. So, ang hinahanap ko na lang, this is descriptive value. Where is the interpretation of that descriptive value? Meron kayo dun sa beliefs, nagawa nyo yun. Ate? Okay. Meron sa beliefs niya, tama? Mary Ann? I think nakita ko meron sa beliefs pero wala dito sa awareness, yung interpretation na column. Meron sa beliefs ninyo. Wala sa inyong wala sa level of awareness. The same thing, sa inyong discussion dito, nakukulangan pa rin ako because you need to discuss it according to work na banggit na ni Ma'am Lily kanina because we are doing this research to recommend kung ano ang mga programs natin for COPD sa mga delivery riders. Therefore, your discussion should have nag-discuss kayo all about COPD for them. Nakita ko lahat COPD. Pero wala akong nakita as yung results ng kanilang awareness sa kanilang pagiging delivery rider. Meron ba? Hindi ko lang ba nabasa? Kulang. Kung pag kulang, kindly add it. And then yung you discuss it also yung overall nila dun sa mismong part na yon. Hindi ko nakita yung overall. You discuss yung mga negatives. For example, yung neither aware or not aware. You highlight all those. Discuss it per statement kung bakit ganon. And also the overall or the category overall mean nitong sa level of awareness nila. Remember, tatanggalin na natin si number 4 and number 5 ninyo na question. So, dapat nabongga na itong part ng discussion.
Kasi, ang suggestion ko,
yes, Kaz.
Tawag dito, i-relate talaga nila doon sa level of, kasi yung sa discussion nila, for example, yung whole day, half day, tapos, di ba, nilagay nila, mas aware yung mga whole day. Bakit kaya? Parang explain nilang mabuti. No? So, all of the observations.
All the entries dapat meron kayong discussion.
Oo. Kasi yun na lang yung gagawin nila kasi wala na silang inference.
Lalo na wala na kayong inference. Yes, I agree with Ma'am Lily. The same as number 3, if possible nga per statement nyo dito. Especially sa number 3 kasi lahat sila directly knowledgeable lang. Wala talaga sa kanilang knowledgeable, which is good kasi kakailanganin nyo to sa recommendations part niyo. Ibig sabihin, marami kayong marirecommend for this part. Lahat ng per ninyo. The same as
kasi occupational health siya.
Yes.
Tapos very timely.
Kasi maraming nagde-deliver ngayon. Yes.
Diba?
So, yun nakalagay din dito, relate to the workplace or the work nila mismo. So, actually, meron akong mga comments dito sa table 4, pero tatanggalin na natin ito kasi hindi na natin siya masasalvage. Ang ko lang dito sa nyo kanina, sa 4 ninyo, wala tayong post hoc analysis kung hindi significant lahat, okay? Or walang significant. Yung una nyo dito, nagulat ako, may post hoc, wala namang significant doon. Pero anyway, hindi nyo naman na kailangan yung part na yun. Sayang talaga itong number 4 and number 5 ninyo. Next na doon is the recommendations and suggestions for a health prevention plan. Yun. This is multiple responses accepted. You explain per variable natin dito. Ito yung mapapakita nyo sa part of your recommendations. Malaking part siya. Especially dito yung sinabi ni kanina ni Ma'am Lily, yung inyong proposed plan, kayo ang gagawa ng plan ninyo na nakalagay sa recommendations na, the program plan. Actually, ito dapat mahaba itong recommendations and suggestions nila. Per statement din tayo dito.
Yeah, yun na nga kaya more on describe and discuss sila.
Yeah, so parang hindi naman talaga natanggal yung kagandahan ng papel nila sa 4 and 5 kasi ang laking part nitong table 6 ninyo, yung current at table 6 ninyo. And then, so alam nyo na sa summary, per objective, 1 paragraph tayo sa summary of findings and to answer the objectives. And then, yeah, for the conclusion, yung sabi nga ni Ma'am Lily kanina, it's okay to say that the level of awareness is aware sila, but for the belief, dapat na state lahat. And then recommendations part, okay na. Andito na si Sir Julius. Sakto, patapos na ako. Sir Julius,
Okay
You
na ako, ma'am.
level of awareness.
Ano, ma'am? Ano po?
Minto ka kanina sa level of awareness nila.
Yung level of awareness, natin, syempre, di ba, may level. I was like talking about doon sa inyong chapter 3, there should be a area there that talks about interpretation of the level of awareness. I'm pretty sure it was like 5-point Likert scale that you made use of. So what does this scale talk about? So the table would only have 3 columns. The first would be your score. The second would be your descriptive value, the mean score, and then the descriptive value, and then the third one is your interpretation. For your beliefs, no, the beliefs is not like that of your level of awareness, kasi hindi naman, wala namang level of beliefs. Naiintindihan? Kaya nga, I wonder why doon sa beliefs natin kanina, paano yung diniscussion? Well, parang agree, strongly agree, ganun pa rin ba? Whereas kapag beliefs naman na ganyan, normally, ang beliefs lang is state lang natin ano yung beliefs nila. Ito yung belief mo. Kunwari, iyan. Ito yung mga pinapaniwalaan mo. Yan kasi ang beliefs. Medyo may pagkakaiba ang belief sa practices. Magkaiba yan. Yung practices, routinely ginagawa mo. Beliefs is pinapaniwalaan mo. Yung beliefs natin, hindi natin nila Likert yan. Ang normal na beliefs natin ay we just would have it answered yes or no, or I don't know. Parang ganun lang yun. Normally, 3-point lang yan. So, pwede namang ibangga yung 5-point na knowledge dun sa 3-point na beliefs. Pwede yan. No? Pero sabi ko nga, you go over, tignan ko nga, para ma-validate ko lang, kung talagang beliefs nga ito, can you go over the statements for the beliefs? I just want things to become perfect kasi you have to remember, this becomes soon a reference material. Tapos nakalagay pa man yung mga pangalan namin dyan, may problema yan. The questionnaire on the beliefs, I want to see the parameters under the belief. So if you could draw me back to the table talking about the common beliefs. Just the table. Where is that? Is this the beliefs? This is not yet. This is the awareness. This one. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, how did you, yung answer nung beliefs natin, ano to? Ilang points ito? Anong scaling nito? 5-point to, kaya pumalpak, tama ba?
Yes po, 5 po.
Yeah, kasi kaya ito ang problema sa beliefs. Kapag sinabi mong hindi yes or no and I don't know, ang nangyayari, lahat sila mag-a-answer ng 3. Kasi beliefs ang sinasabi mo naniniwala ka ba? Oo, hindi, hindi ko alam. Yun lang dapat yan. 3 lang yan. Kasi pag 5-point Likert scale mo lang, nandun lahat sila sa 3. Correct? Yun yung problema natin sa beliefs. Kaya nga sinasabi ko lagi, may pagkakaiba ang practice sa beliefs. Feeling ko, gusto nyo lang maiba, kaya linagay nyo, imbes na knowledge, ginawa yung awareness. Tapos imbes na practices, ginawa yung beliefs. Tignan natin yung statement mo. I think having regular check-up is important. Okay. Beliefs, okay. Well, COPD to Nasaan yung element ng COPD? I believe that with proper treatment, most people, okay, I guess, so hindi siya talaga belief. Even the I think prescribed medications for COPD is costly. Bakit ganon? I mean, like, pag belief, yung wrong yung structure ng mas malapit pa ito sa attitude, kesa sa beliefs. Because when you talk of attitude, the frame of the statement would be, I regard, I believe, I feel, I admonish, I perceive, gano'n. Kasi belief on COPD, Tapos cost ang, 'di ba? Sabi mo, belief on COPD ang pinag-uusapan, pero tignan mo yung mga frame ng question sa Balimot, I believe medication for COPD is costly o 'di ba? I believe that quitting smoking will keep COPD from getting worse. Uh, Beliefs, no? So, I think inappropriate talaga yung belief. I think it rather will be attitude na lang. Attitude na lang to. Kasi feeling ko ganun yung nangyari. Na instead ng knowledge, ginawa yung awareness, which is okay lang naman. Pero instead na attitude ang ginawa nyo, pinalitan nyo ng beliefs na hindi naman na siya ang belief kasi, for example, I believe COPD is a product of witchcraft. Ganon. I believe that COPD is a lifestyle disease. I believe that, ganun sana lang ito. Okay, so palitan na lang ito ng attitude instead, no? Awareness and attitude. Okay. And then yung overall mean, bakit overall? Mean lang yan kasi overall mean, ibig sabihin maraming categorical mean. Okay? Punta ka nga sa table 2, nasaan yung overall mean? There should be table 2.5. May I look at table 2.5? Where's table 2.1? Yan. Okay. This is table 2. May I see? Okay, Ma'am Jinky, this is wrong, no? Table 2.1 talks about pathogenesis. Table 2.2, signs and symptoms. Table 2.3, treatment and management. Table 2.4 will be prevention and control. All of them will be expressed in categorical mean and will be discussed separately. You should have table 2.5. That is the weighted mean, where the categorical means of the 4 categories will be compared and will be analyzed independently. That would be for table 2. Okay? Now, may I look at table 4? This one. Comparison between respondents' level of awareness. This is wrong.
Direct, tatanggalin na si 4 and 5 nila kasi we cannot salvage yung kanilang sampling. Magna-non-probability na lang.
Yes. In other words, if you can find solution to the sampling, as with my first finding, you cannot proceed with table 4. Ma'am Jinky, meron ba silang program? Wala.
Yun sir, missing po yung program nila. Although they have table number 6, can you go there? The recommendations and suggestions of, where is that? The respondents' recommendations and suggestions for health prevention plan. Wala din po siya sa recommendations sila yung program plan, pero we recommended already na dapat gumawa sila ng program plan.
Okay, Ma'am Jinky, because we have striken numbers 4 and 5, you place in the title a survey on the level of awareness and survey lang to.
Opo.
Kasi we will deceive people na magkaroon tayo ng in-depth analysis, wala naman. Nag-survey lang tayo. A survey on the level of awareness and attitude.
Opo.
That's the title. Okay,
Yes.
for me, that's it. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Direk. Nandito na ba si Dean? Dean, are you back? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wala pa. Isisend na lang ni Dean yung recommendations niya for the group. For the group members and our advisor, Ma'am Krisha, do you have questions for the panelists?
None so far po, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Krisha. How about the group members?
Mukhang
Meron ba?
na-Omicron din si Ma'am Krisha.
Oo nga.
Naka-isolate ako ngayon.
Oh, di ba?
Diba lahat tayo meron?
Hindi naman. Yung ubo ko ng allergies, pero naka-isolate ako.
Ay, ano yan,
Diba?
ma'am? Huwag kang maniniwalang allergy yan.
Grabe ka naman, Ma'am Jinky.
Wala na, nagkalat na talaga siya.
Sabi nga ni Ma'am Lily, inamin na namin sa sarili namin. So,
Nasa in denial stage pa lang ako kasi.
okay. Although yan, perfect din na mag-isolate ka. So if there are no more questions sa group members and sa advisor natin, okay na. Let's move on to the next group.
Thank you so much, dear panelists, for the comments and suggestions. Now, may we proceed to the third group. Their thesis is entitled Knowledge of Mothers with Asthmatic Children on Peak Flow Meter in Tuguegarao City. The floor is now yours.
Good morning to everyone. Today we will present a research entitled Knowledge of Mothers with Asthmatic Children on Peak Flow Meter in Tuguegarao City. I am Charmaine So, and my co-researchers are Ira Saking, Charis Simangan, Tisha Suyu, and Elvin J. Talay. Next slide, please. The background of the study. Asthma is a primary non-communicable disease that affects children and adults, contributing to high morbidity and mortality. It is a public health issue that affects all countries, regardless of their level of advancement. Low and lower middle income countries account for the majority of asthma-related deaths. In the Philippines, asthma affects over 6 million children. The Philippines is ranked 32nd in self-reported asthma, and the country has a prevalence rate of about 12%. Peak flow measurement is a quick test that can measure how quickly air can be forced out of the lungs. The peak flow zones are designed to detect early signs of uncontrolled asthma. Parenting a chronically ill child is a challenge, and in most families, the mother is the primary caregiver for her child. It is essential to educate asthmatic children and their mothers about asthma self-management, including peak flow meter. Despite the portability, ease of use, and cost of peak flow meters in making peak expiratory flow rate determination of airway obstruction, peak flow is not commonly used in clinical practice. There are few studies have been conducted in the Philippines that looked into mothers' knowledge of children with asthma in the peak flow meter. Hence, this study aimed to determine mothers' knowledge of asthmatic children on peak flow meter, including the procedure and purpose of using the device in Tuguegarao City. Next slide, please. Statement of the problem. What is the profile of the respondents in terms of the following? Demographic profile. Under this, we have age, civil status, occupation, highest educational attainment, number of children, and number of children with asthma. Second, socioeconomic profile. Under this, we have employment status, average monthly income, and type of family. Next is asthma patient's profile. Under this, we have age, sex, family history of asthma, onset age of asthma, number of years diagnosed with asthma, severity of asthma, symptoms of asthma, and number of hospital visits due to asthma flare-ups per month. And lastly, health-seeking behavior. Under this, we have course of action taken during children's asthma flare-ups, time of consultation in healthcare institutions for children's asthma, institutions visited for children's asthma, people to reach out for children's asthma, and channels or resources to access concerning children's asthma. Next slide, please. Second is, what is the knowledge of the respondents on peak flow meter in terms of A, device, B, purpose, and C, procedure? Third question, is there a significant difference in the respondents' knowledge of peak flow meter when grouped according to the profile variables? And fourth, in lieu of the peak flow meter, what are the other approach or ways to control the child's asthma flare-ups? Under methodology, for the research design, this study used a descriptive correlational research design. Local of the study, the evaluation and data collection took place in Cagayan province, particularly in Tuguegarao City. Sampling design, the respondents included in the study were mothers who are from Tuguegarao City and have a child or children aged 0 to 12 years old with asthma. The researchers used the non-probability type of sampling, specifically quota sampling. The researchers have a total of 80 respondents that met the predetermined requirements. For the research instrumentation, the researchers used a survey questionnaire to collect complete and accurate data. They also adapted and constructed the survey questionnaire. For part 1, the researchers created a questionnaire to collect the respondents' profiles, including their demographic profile, socioeconomic profile, children's asthma profile, and health-seeking behavior. For part 2, the questionnaire was based on American Lung Association and Johns Hopkins Medicine, containing the peak flow meter, its purpose, and the proper procedure in using the device. It used a standardized questionnaire using a Likert scale to determine the mother's knowledge of the peak flow meter. The choices reflected each respondent's level of understanding of the given statements. For part 3, the researchers created a questionnaire to determine the management used by the respondents for their children's asthma attack. For the data gathering procedure, before data collection, the researchers created a survey questionnaire to determine the respondents' profile and determine the management used by the respondents when their children are having an asthma attack, which was then validated and pilot tested by experts to determine its repeatability and validity. Following validation, researchers requested permission to conduct the study from their research advisor. After obtaining approval from their research advisor, the researchers looked for 80 respondents that met the criteria. Respondents were given informed consent as well as a certificate of approval for their participation. The researchers distributed the survey questionnaire to the respondents using Google Forms. The data obtained were evaluated, analyzed, and interpreted. Lastly, data analysis. The data gathered was analyzed using descriptive and inferential statistics. Frequency and percentage were used for the respondent's profile, and approach or ways to control a child's asthma flare-ups. On the other hand, the weighted mean was used to analyze mother's knowledge of the peak flow meter. Lastly, for the inferential question, the independent sample t-test and one-way analysis of variance were used to test the significant difference in the respondents' knowledge on peak flow meter use when grouped according to their profile variables. The mean was given a scale and descriptive values to describe the respondent's level of knowledge on the peak flow meter. The range of scale used is shown at the table. Presentation, analysis, and interpretation of data. Table 1, profile of the respondents. Table 1.1 shows the profile of the respondents as to their demographic profile. The majority of the respondents belong to the age bracket 31 to 40 years old, with a mean age of 36 years old, ranging from 21 to 50 years old. The majority of the mothers are married, followed by single mothers. Most mothers have a blue-collar job. The highest educational attainment is college graduate, followed by high school graduate. Mothers with high education and working mothers had significantly more adequate knowledge about asthma, as stated by Mesba et al. 2019. Most mothers have one child and have a child with asthma. According to Kohlberg et al. 2007, among subjects who were the only child in the family, the prevalence of asthma was lesser than those who have more than 3 siblings. Next, please. Table 1.2 shows the socioeconomic profile of the respondents. It shows that most of the mothers are employed. These results indicated that the mother's employment was associated with the ongoing care needs of children, as stated by Bader et al. 2007. In the respondents' average monthly income, most mothers have less than 5,000 pesos. Most of the mothers are in nuclear family and least are single mothers. Next, please. Table 1.3 shows children's asthma profiles. The majority of the children with asthma are female and the rest consists of males. Even though females are higher than males, it is commonly known that males are more likely to develop childhood asthma than girls, as stated by Trivedi and Denton 2019. Most of the respondents have one family member that has asthma. Most of the children were diagnosed with mild asthma. The majority of the children are experiencing symptoms such as difficulty in breathing, cough, chest tightness, and wheezing. Some children are experiencing nighttime flare-ups, less energy when playing, and feeling weak or tired. The difficulty of breathing, cough, chest tightness, and wheezing are the most common symptoms children experience. In contrast, nighttime flare-ups, less energy, feeling weak, or tired are usually experienced when asthma is not well controlled, as stated by Seasons 2021. Next, please. For the last table of profile of the respondents, Table 1.4 shows the health-seeking behavior of the mothers. Most mothers go to the hospital or consult a physician as a course of action for their child's asthma flare-ups. Most of the mothers visit healthcare institutions twice a year or more. According to the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention, most children with asthma have visited a healthcare provider, had 3 or more visits, though it was said that most children had more than 3 visits to a healthcare institution. 21 respondents never visited for a consultation in the past 3 years. The respondents' most visited institutions for consultation are public hospitals, rural health centers, private hospitals, private clinics, and barangay health centers. The most visited are from public institutions. The low level of employment status and low average monthly income could be attributed to the times of consultation and institutions visited for consultation. Most mothers reach out generally healthcare professionals. Due to the scarcity of family physicians, patients may likely seek treatment at public hospitals for non-emergency illnesses. The respondents receive most of their information from social media posts, internet articles, TV news reports, advertisements, and newspapers. It can be seen that the mother relay through social media posts and internet articles, the internet has become one of the leading sources of child health information for mothers.
Table 2.1. Table 2.1 shows the Hello? Naririnig po ako?
Yes, naririnig ka, Elvin.
Table 2.1 shows the knowledge of the respondents on peak flow meter in terms of device. This table contains the description of the device and the qualitative description in which if the respondent is knowledgeable or not knowledgeable. Table 2.2 contains the knowledge of the respondents on peak flow meter in terms of purpose. This table contains the purpose of using the device. Table 2.3 contains the knowledge of the respondents on peak flow meter in terms of procedure. And the table 2.4 is the summary table on the knowledge of the respondents on peak flow meter in terms of the device, purpose, and procedure, in which the qualitative description in each dimension is either or not knowledgeable. Part 3. Significant difference on the knowledge of the respondents on peak flow meter when grouped according to profile variables. Table 3. Significant difference on the knowledge of the respondents on peak flow meter when grouped according to demographic profile. Table 3 shows that when grouped according to profile variables, there is no significant difference on the knowledge of the respondents on peak flow meter. In Table 4, significant difference on the knowledge of the respondents on peak flow meter when grouped according to socioeconomic status. It also shows that there is no significant difference on the knowledge of the respondents on peak flow meter. Table 5. Significant difference on the knowledge of the respondents on peak flow meter when grouped according to their children's asthma profile. In terms of age, family history of asthma, onset age of asthma, number of years diagnosed with asthma, severity of asthma, symptoms of asthma, there is no significant difference on the knowledge of the respondents on peak flow meter. But when it comes to sex, there is a significant difference on the knowledge of the respondents on peak flow meter. And table 6, significant difference on the knowledge of the respondents on peak flow meter when grouped according to asthmatic children's sex. With the degree of freedom of 78, with the mean of 3.16 with male and on female with 2.93, and with a p-value of 0.018, the decision was there is a significant difference. Table 7. Significant difference on the knowledge of the respondents on peak flow meter when grouped according to health-seeking behavior. The table shows that the only health-seeking behavior in which it shows significant difference on the knowledge of the respondents is the number of people to reach out for children's asthma. And table 9 shows the preventive measures used to avoid asthma flare-ups, in which most of the respondents have answered that to prevent the asthma flare-ups of the children, they monitor the condition of the child or children, followed by to avoid medications that may worsen asthma. Lastly, table 10, approaches, methods, and medications using for managing asthma, in which most of the respondents uses a nebulizer equipment to manage asthma. Yeah, I call on Charmaine So to discuss the conclusion and recommendations.
For the conclusion, mothers of asthmatic children who took part in the study were not familiar with peak flow meter, its usefulness in asthma management, and statistical analysis shows that children's sex and the people whom respondents reached out has a significant difference in respondents' knowledge on the peak flow meter. Lastly, the devices used mainly by the respondents to manage their children's asthma flare-ups were nebulizers and inhalers. The recommendations. The researchers recommend that physicians or pulmonologists should include the peak flow meter as a regimen on the home management of children's asthma. The researchers recommend that there should be clinics that will specifically cater to asthmatic patients to provide education, treatment, and diagnosis of asthma. The researchers recommend that the City Health Office should intensify or strengthen the education campaign in managing and treating asthma, which includes using peak flow meter. The researchers recommend that respiratory therapists should encourage mothers to use peak flow meter to monitor and manage their children's asthma and educate them about peak flow meter, its purpose, and the step-by-step procedure in doing the technique. The researchers recommend that the manufacturers of peak flow meter should promote the peak flow meter on social media to increase people's awareness of the peak flow meter. And lastly, the researchers recommend that future researchers further assess the asthmatic patient's knowledge about peak flow meter as the study is only limited to mothers. That's all po.
Jinky?
Thank you. Group 3, Sir Julius.
Yeah, again, this is a concern about the statistics because the sampling design is actually quota sampling, and then we have had some sort of like inferences that was actually discussed in the research. So I don't know whether we can rectify the sampling design. Okay, because if we can rectify the sampling design, then well and good. If we cannot, then we cannot proceed with the wait, wait lang Okay, so I was like telling a while back, it's either we do something about the sampling design so that it becomes any of the probability sampling design so that we can retain the inferential questions, or it can be the other way around. But of course, if we can find measures to rectify the sampling design, that would be better, no? Because it would increase the power of our study. A survey research, no, is very flimsy, it's very weak. Second, I hope that's clear. Number 2 would be on the title, Knowledge of Mothers with Asthmatic Children on peak flow meter. The peak flow meter here is a noun, correct? And it has something to do about the machine. I mean the equipment, whatever you call it, it's a gadget, no? Or an apparatus. Probably an apparatus, no? Now, since you talk about knowledge only in terms of the peak flow meter, can you direct me to the objective so that the title is not good when it's only like this, peak flow meter, no? It should be something which describes about the use of the peak flow meter, because if ever that you will delve on the use of the peak flow meter, objective number 2, the peak flow meter, then it would actually require us to know something about the device. Okay, so the knowledge of respondents on peak flow meter, you see, on peak flow meter, meter, wow, the use siguro ito. Okay. Now kasi if you're going to make use of the word use, no, The primary element is knowing what you are to use. And when you're talking about use is why do you use it? And the third is how do you use it? So the discussion about the device, the purpose of the device, and the procedure still will be appreciated when you insert the word utilization or use of the peak flow meter. Hello? Okay, so the word use or utilization should be forming part of your title, and of course, no, in any other of the parts of the research. Now, can you, kasi problema talaga natin ito, intindihan, ang liit, ang sakop ng research nyo, ang liit-liit. Tatanggalin pa natin yung inferential, so it becomes a very, very simple research that can be done overnight. Ito na yung problema natin sa papel. Napaka-elementary na niya. Kung tatanggalin pa natin, sabi ko nga no, sa research, kahit napaka-simple nung research, kung ginawa nyo ng tama, walang problema. Pag tatanggalin pa natin yung number 3, problema na natin yan. Talagang naging social experiment na lang siya. I mean, it can be done in one day. But how can we proceed, no? Getting number 3 as an objective when our sampling design is wrong? We cannot obviously have a quota sampling. So yun problema natin. So use. May I look into the parameters under device? You see, the knowledge of respondents and of the flow peak meter in terms of device. Okay. Sige, may I see? What are the specific parameters under device? Ano yan? Eh, yung aso. Okay, and yan, device. You see, sana i-proofread nyo rin yung ano natin, yung mga parameters natin. Kasi tingnan mo, the peak flow meter is a portable device. That is your number 1. You look at number 2. The peak flow meter is a small light device which is used anywhere. So that talks about portability. Diba? I mean, the peak flow meter, who are the respondents here? May I know?
Mothers po.
Yan. Would you even expect that a mother will be able to answer like peak flow meter consists of a plastic tube with a sliding marker or arrow that manually moves along scale or a number? Even a mother who had finished, for example, pharmacy haven't seen what a peak flow meter is. And you look into their the derived result. Okay. Either or not knowledgeable. Either or not knowledgeable is 3. So ito yung problema talaga natin, yung data gathering tool. Pag sinabing knowledge, You can have it level of knowledge or knowledge alone. For these types of research, it cannot be a 5-point Likert scale. It can only be yes or no. Or perhaps, I don't know, that is the most that you can have. It's 1, 2, 3. Nakita nyo lahat yung ano bang in-expect nyo dyan na magiging sagot nila? Eh kung ako pa nga, naintindihan, nung nagkaroon lang ng respiratory therapy for the past 5 years ng CSU, nakita ko ang peak flow meter na yan. And then you're asking mothers about, these ones. And in a barangay that actually, anong status ng barangay na yan? Poor seal around the mouthpiece while doing the test may interfere with accuracy. How would they even answer that when they haven't seen a peak flow meter? Peak flow meter may trigger coughing or wheezing. Peak flow meter may trigger coughing or... Is that still something to do about the device or the what's the other one? Mechanism of the device? What's the other purpose, di ba?
Yes, direct.
Hindi ba yung peak flow meter triggers coughing or wheezing is a purpose? What is a third? What is a third after purpose?
Procedure.
Procedure. Is it not that it must be forming part of the procedure instead? Diba you would you would like to ask people to have buga there. So you look in table, you go back to item. Sabi ko, kahit gaano kasimple yung mga research anak, basta nagawa ng tama walang problema sana. Okay, tignan, i-go over nyo ulit ito, no? Peak flow meter may trigger coughing or wheezing. I surmise that should be not that is not actually to be part in your of that one of table 2.1. Okay, anyway, in other words, no, kung tatanggalin nyo yan, magkakaiba na naman tayo na categorical mean. Balik dun sa isa. 2.2. Peak flow meter in terms of purpose. Daily medication. It helps to determine, it helps recognize, it helps to assess, it determines severity, it assists identifying, it is useful. Is this all for table 2.2? What is the categorical mean? You see, red zone is less than 50% of patient's best, which is medical emergency. This zone is life-threatening. Ano yan? Purpose? Is that a purpose or kind of description? The yellow zone is the green zone. Why are the zones there? Will it talk about purpose?
Yes po, direct. Kasi yun po yung nakalagay po mismo sa device niya po. Yun yung sa part din po siya ng purpose niya po. Pagbubuka po kasi dun po magdedetect po.
The entire, the result, whether it be green, yellow, and red, what will it mean? It will just tell you about the status of the status of the asthma attack. Correct? So yun lang yun. Correct? The zoning there would tell you about, so parang the purpose is to the zoning of the peak flow meter will tell you about the status of the what's this? The asthma. Because if you talk about the green, yellow, and zone, this talks about the mechanism of how the peak flow cytometer works. It's no longer purpose. mechanism yan. I think it has, ano yung third natin? Procedure? Procedure? So siguro meron kapag isang area there that talks about results para kompleto. The device, the usefulness of the device, the procedure of using the device, and the results that the device may derive. Para kompleto siya. Parang pregnancy test yan. Naintindihan? Kailangan alamin mo hanggang, di ba sa inyo, diagnostic ito sa inyo? So dapat alam nyo din yung until sa procedure niya, ay sa results niya. Yung device kasi, yung mechanism, tama, yung results, dapat may ultimate na discussion din yung device niya. Tapos, yung procedure niya, you see, I make sure that my child's tongue is not blocking the hole in the mouthpiece. Is that a procedure?
No.
Diba? I record the number. It's not a procedure. The procedure talks of what needs to be first that is to be done, what is the last that needs to be done, what is to be done before you keep, what is the thing that is done to calibrate. Ganun sana yung procedure before use. If there's quality control, mga ganyan. Parang glucometer. Tignan nyo dun sa aspeto ng glucometer. So, may mali doon sa procedure. So, yung 4 aspects. Nakita nyo, simple yung research. Naintindihan? May problema lang tayo sa maraming areas. Number 1, yung quota sampling yung anak, magiging problematic tayo dyan. Kasi, pag ipapapilit nyo ang quota sampling, hindi tayo pwede sa objective number 3. I-abort natin yan. Kaya alamin nyo kung paano natin gawan ng paraan para maging probability sampling kahit the simplest lang would be simple random sampling yung ating sampling design. Ang number 2 nyo, you go back to the statements of the parameters or the indicator statements in each of the areas. Complete the areas until reporting of results. Now, read along. Valid ba siya or hindi? Katulad ng number 1 kanina, may isang area na valid, na invalid doon. Pag tatanggalin mo yon, iba na yung magiging mean natin doon, yung categorical mean, iba na yon. Correct? Doon sa second naman, okay, pero apparently, sabi ko, tanggalin yung ibang area doon because it falls under interpretation of the results of the peak flow meter. Yung third naman, mas lalong naging problema kasi procedure ka mo, hindi naman to yung procedure. Naintindihan? So, ma'am, I think I would have to give to the other panelists because as for me, this is really problematic. Last, how did you ask them about this? Kasi kung tatanungin nyo talaga ako, hindi ko talaga, kung ako yung respondent nyo, may ask mo yung pamangkin ko, hindi ko alam kung anong isasagot. Lahat dyan, I don't know lahat. Intindihan? Kasi nga, talaga namang hindi pa na, parang mga bagong modality ba ito or nandyan na yan, ngayon lang na-introduce. May, dapat nandoon yung, sino ba dapat yung mas talagang tututukan natin na tipong respondents na lang sana? Baka nga pati nurses, hindi pa nila nakita ito. Diba? Kasi mukhang kayo lang, baka pati nurses. Kasi wala naman kaming ganitong device. Kunwari, I've worked for 14 years in Clinica de Leon. I haven't seen a peak flow meter in de Leon. I've seen, the pulse oxy. I've seen the kung ano-anong meter na yan. Pero ito, wala akong nakitang nag-hit, nagbuga, naintindihan doon. Even when a pediatrician is a resident pediatrician in de Leon, I haven't seen things like this. So, bakang mas magandang i-assess ko pa nga kung yung mga nurses ba, alam pa nila ito. I don't know. What about for ordinary mothers? All the more na hindi nila alam. So, I rest my case. That's my ultimate of recommendations, but we'll try to determine the final decision of the other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you po.
Ma'am Lily, if you're speaking, hindi ka namin naririnig. The other panelists can have their inputs now. Thank you. I think Ma'am Jinky.
Apo.
Not
Good
here.
morning, Direk. Ulit. Yun nga po yung yung isa sa concern ko din kanina kasi actually nandun na mismo sa abstract nila that ang tawag dito? There is parang it is revealed that mothers are really not knowledgeable of the peak flow meter. Yun nga din, no? Isa rin yun, yung sabi din ni Direk na baka nga mga professionals like yung kayo ba mismo alam tungkol dito sa peak flow meter, 'di ba? So, siguro isa yun sa mga gap nitong study na to. And then, yun, ang first question ko din, is the peak flow meter used for assessment or for management?
Assessment. Kaya mali yung question nila dun sa management and
Oo.
control.
Assessment siya, 'di ba? Hindi management. Kasi ang tawag dito an assessment of parang severity ng asthma or yung to monitor hindi ko alam kung level ang tawag natin dito to monitor yung asthma attack nung patient, 'di ba? Para lang pagka mino-monitor, for example, ang BP, 'di ba, binomonitor natin para alam natin na controlled yung ating blood pressure. Parang ganun, 'di ba siya? Ang peak flow meter ginagamit natin to know na decrease ang risk of asthma attack nung patient. Tama? Charmaine?
Yes po, ma'am.
Oo. So, ang unang question din dito, ginagamit na ba ito dito sa Tugigaraw? I mean, is it part of our protocol na for parang standard protocol na for asthma, for care of patients with asthma?
Ma'am, may mga sumagot din naman po ng yes po, ma'am. Pero mas lang po kasi talaga is hindi po nila alam.
Yung PFM, meron kasing PFM yung pamangkin ko. Pero hindi madalas ginagamit. Dito. Ano to? Descriptive lang siya, Ma'am Jinky. Tapos, how can we... Have you not researched on the ano ba tawag dito, rate of utilization ng PFM dito sa Tugigaraw? Nag-try kayong mag-interview ba ng mga pulmonologist or pedya?
No po.
No, para sana makita yung rate of utilization bago tayo nag-conduct ng study on CAP. Di ba parang baseline assessment lang siya, Ma'am Jinky, para talaga makita natin kung may may need talaga na conduct nitong study. Pero based on your literatures, ano ba ang utilization rate ng PFM? Tapos, yung concern ko pa dito, 0 to 12, yung respondents, yung my child, 0 to 12, sabi niyo. Pero ang peak flow meter, mas nire-recommend siya for patients older than 5 years old. For asthma patients older than 5 years old, based on your literature. Di ba? Ma'am Jinky?
Yes, ma'am.
Bali ito, descriptive study na lang siya.
Yes po.
Survey. Survey, no? Tapos,
Mm-hmm.
tulad ng recommendation ni Direk, paano kaya natin siya mas i-improve in order for it to be more more significant. Pero, ang focus siguro, yun nga, yung what is revealed in the study is that really mothers are not knowledgeable of this PFM. And sana meron kayong, yun Ma'am Jinky, ang hinahanap ko, sana may baseline data sila on the rate of utilization of the PFM. And they should clarify na ang PFM is for it's a mode of assessment, no, in the control and prevention of asthma flare-up. Tama?
Yes.
Oo. So yun. Yun yung focus ng study nila.
Pagkaan nyo ngayon?
Ma'am Lian.
Ma'am Dong? Yes
Yeah.
po.
Agree ako sa iyo kasi doon pala nga sa title kanina, kung knowledge cap nga on mothers, so this mother should have the peak flow meter, parang gano'n. So, yun nga kanina, although na brown out, last part na lang narinig ko kay Direk, I would agree with you na mag-survey muna on the use of peak flow meter para at least meron talagang significance. Otherwise, kung wala namang gumagamit, wala namang use yung ating research. So, kaya lang medyo meron pa rin silang ma-utilize sa nagawa nila. So, mag-start muna sila doon.
Baseline sila, ma'am, no? Ang isa siguro sa ano nila is yung baseline assessment, no? To augment itong study.
Oo, para hindi naman mapunta sa waste lahat yung yung nagawa nila dyan sa study nila.
Opo. Charis, yun. Consider doing a baseline assessment on the, tama ba ako, Ma'am Jiki, nung term, rate of utilization nung device?
Opo.
Siguro ang nila dito, ang pupuntahan nila yung mga pediatric clinics, tapos pulmonologists, yung nagki-cater ng mga asthma patients.
Yun na lang muna gawin nila, Ma'am Lee. Go
Yes,
to
ma'am.
the clinic and then malalaman naman, makakagather din. Parang fishing ng information. Makakagather na rin sila kung sino ba yung mga pwede pa nilang puntahan, yung mga pulmonologists, mga ganun. Kasi otherwise, ang mga pedya naman, sabi mo nga kanina, di ba, dapat 5 up, although yung sa research nila, 0 to 12.
0 to 12.
Oo. So, na lang muna ang gawin nila. Go to pediatric clinics. Unfortunately, hindi natin alam kung open lahat sila ngayon. Or tanong-tanong na rin kayo, yung naman, kung meron na yung rate of utilization na sinasabi ni Ma'am Lily on the peak flow meter. para sabi ko nga earlier, hindi naman masayang lahat yung nag-gather nyo ng mga data kung saan nyo pwedeng gamitin doon sa study na gagawin ninyo.
Din, pwede nang ito yung paper nila for the utilization, di ba? Mag-a-add na lang sila ng mga respondents sila because they have already, dito malalaman natin kung sino yung mga nakagamit na at hindi gumagamit ng peak flowmeter.
Pwede.
Kung meron sila, ini-utilize ba nila o hindi kasi they have also the procedure and the purpose here.
So kaya nga, yun ang ano natin dyan, kasi syempre nga, kasi kung doon sa title pa lang, cap on the use of the peak flow meter, parang sa akin kasi ang intindi ko, meron ba akong peak flow meter sa bahay at alam ko ba kung ano ang gamit nito, ano ba ang attitude nito, ano ba ang practice ko. So otherwise, kung ang ano na lang nila, sabi ko nga, para hindi masayang yung mga nag-gather nila na data, itignan nila kung ano yung pinakamagandang title na mag-fit dyan, and then dagdagan na lang para maging significant yung study. Kasi kung isa o dalawa lang nakakalang private clinics lang o yung nagpa-private consultation lang ang may peak flow meter, so parang hindi rin mamaya maging significant yung study nila. So it should be utilized. Kaya nga yung importante talaga yung rate of utilization, open, close, Ma'am Lily, ng peak flow meter para may significance yung study. Or otherwise, baseline para ma-recommend mo din later on. Kaya kung bago, sabi na ni Director kanina, baka bago lang yung peak flow meter na yan or what, pwede naman i-recommend sa next researchers yung sa meron palang ganito na pwedeng gamitin, yung mga ganun ba? Para nga talagang mabigyan natin ng justice at significance yung study na gagawin nila.
Ganun na nga siya.
Agree po. Ma'am Lily, okay ka na?
Oo, yun din, Ma'am Jinky. Tapos yun nga, i-emphasize nila that it's for yun yung sabi ni Dina, and emphasize na nila sa title na yung peak flow meter para saan?
Yes.
Assessment. Oo. Tapos specify nila yon yung use ng BFM. Yun lang naman, Ma'am Jinky.
Dean, may additional comments ka pa po and recommendations?
Okay na ako, Ma'am Jinky, kasi hindi ko na narinig totally yung paper. So, yung sa dulo lang. But I will go over the paper again. But yun nga, kasi nga, we have listened naman na to the insights of Direct and then kay Ma'am Lily. And yun na nga, sabi ko, wag lang ma-put to waste din yung mga nag-gather na nilang data and whatever they have learned from, the processes that they have been through. I-ano na lang natin, i-swap na lang natin doon and then dagdagan na lang kung kailangan. Kung ano pa yung kailangan.
Thank you po, Dean. Congratulations to the group and Sir Nico. Magdadagdag lang ako or ayusin na natin for the group. I think, or kung mag-agree yung ibang panel members, we change the title to Utilization of Mothers with Asthmatic Children on Peak flow meter device in Tuguegarao City. Ganun ba, Ma'am Lily? So that we go for utilization, for parang rate. Pero ang nakalagay is utilization or we put rate of utilization. Nakamute ka, ma'am.
Yun nga, iniisip ko kung rate ba siya or prevalence of use, gano'n.
Oo, parang gano'n. Para hindi naman nila baguhin ng totally kasi dito pa lang nakikita na natin na hindi talaga nila alam. Maganda yung result nila actually especially for recommendations na talagang walang alam ng mga others, majority of them. Pero may point si Sir Julius dun sa sinabi niya na yun nga, maging recommendation nila baka naman kasi kaya hindi alam ng mga mothers,
hindi naman
kasi hindi alam, parang
hindi nire-recommend sa kanila.
Or yung kanilang mga PIDYA, baka talagang hindi nire-recommend. So, nakita ko naman yung sa recommendations nila, magaganda naman. Pero, yun nga, we speak na lang sa group, anong gusto niyong gawing title? Rate of utilization. Kung rate kasi of utilization, dapat na ano sila ang tawag dyan? almost all ang respondents nila dito, Ma'am Lily. So, nahirapan sila kaya sila nag-quota sampling.
Pero hindi ba natin pwedeng ayusin yung kanilang sampling design? Dapat mag-set na lang sila ng exclusion criteria, tapos
saan nyo ba nakuha ang mga respondents niyo usually?
ratify nila yung mga respondents nila para pumasok siya na pwede natin i-consider yung inferential question number 3 nila. Yung, di ba?
Saan nyo kinuha yung mga respondents niyo halos? Charisse?
Ma'am, yung mga nagsagot po parang may mga na parang pinasagot din po nila. Ganun po yung iba po.
Quota. So walang nandito lang sa ayon, sabi ni Doc Sab, talaga kasama si Doc Sab na nag-aano. Ito kasi
naririnig niya kasi yung discussion. So sabi niya, hindi naman ginagamit talaga ang PICLO sa asthma daw, more on COPD.
Anong masasabi ng mga RT kasi hindi ko knowing naman yan. Sir Nico,
yun nga yung nasa literature nila na 5 ang recommended, ang recommend for peak flow meter are 5 years old and up.
Sir Nico, RT.
Yes, Ma'am Jinky.
Sabi ni Doc Sab sa kanilang is mostly ginagamit nila yung peak flow meter for COPD, not for asthmatic patients. Anong masasabi?
Yes, ma'am, pwede din po. Actually, itong peak flow kasi ina-assess niya yung airflow obstruction. So, pwede ang asthma, COPD, basta may mga obstructive diseases po.
Baka...
Pero yung as to yung sa children, yun nga ma'am, tama din yung point ni Ma'am Lily kanina kung saan ba mas ginagamit itong peak flow, kung baka sa adults or baka hindi naman ganun kaano sa children. So siguro yung study na ito is gusto nilang malaman din kung
ginagamit siya for
ginagamit ba or nire-reseta or part ba ng management or ano ng mga physicians.
Parang part
dito
ng siya, parang yun nga, kunwari, na-diagnose ka na may high blood, o di, syempre, mag-monitor ka, parang yung mga asthma,
yes, monitoring.
Mag-monitor ka, ganun, para ma-prevent.
Ang natin dito is, it is not part of the, management natin for asthma. So, maganda yung discussion, yung sinabi ni Doc Sab sa discussion yung mga anak, na sa itong peak flow meter is hindi talaga siya madalas nire-recommend ng mga PIDYA nila for diagnosis ng diagnostic tool to, di ba?
Oo.
Diagnostic to kung nag-asthma attack na ba yung
Pero ma-control lang ang flare-up, Ma'am Jinky. Parang kailangan na mo-monitor siya para hindi na mag-lead na mag-flare up, mag-exacerbate siya, di ba, Sir Nico? Ganon?
Yes, ma'am. Para yung effectiveness din ng medication po.
Sa next study natin, i-recommend natin yung kaninang study ng COPD dito sa peak flow meter.
Yes, ma'am. Opo, magandang idea din po yun.
Dapat pala yung nagkasama yung kaninang group tsaka itong group ng peak flow meter. Pero anyway, yun naman ang gusto nating makita. Kung ginagamit ba siya sa mga children with asthma na. And then, yun, magandang recommendation or discussion ninyo yung sinabi kanina ni Doc Sab na baka nga hindi sa mga asthmatic children. Baka sa nakikidikas na PT ko at Doc Sab. Kaya Nagdi-discuss na ang mga kamag-anak ni Ma'am Dorina. Ang daming panel natin ngayon. Anyway, para we don't put into waste yung ano ninyo. Actually, maganda naman ang inyong ano. Pero may problem kasi dun sa start ng ating pag-choose ng respondent. So, we start with your title. Paano ito, Ma'am Lily? Title nila? Kasi we make it general na utilization na lang. Kasi kung rate, kailangan malaki yung grupo nila. Para makita yung rate natin, ay hindi lang malaki yung grupo nila. Lahat ng may asthmatic children, dapat may ano tayo.
Use of, na lang, PFM among.
Yun na lang. O yun, utilization of piclometer. Among mothers with asthmatic children in Tuguegarao City. And then inclusion, exclusion, yun nga, sampling na lang sila ng quota sampling. So yun, mga anak, finalize nyo mamaya with your advisor yung title niyo. Pero doon tayo kasi talagang doon natin nga makikita, lalabas naman yung result nyo na negative lahat. Most of them, majority. And then, hindi na to proposal. Yung title page na naka-proposal pa to. And then, yun nga, sa abstract nyo pa rin, you start not with asthma, but you start with piclometer. Kasi yun yung special sa ano ninyo, sa paper ninyo. And then, kayo lang ang nakita ko merong list of tables and list of figure na tama. And kayo lang ata nakita kong group na tama ang pag-cite nyo ng inyong mga in-text. Tatawag yung anak ko, wait lang. And then yun, yung number 3 nyo, yung number 3 nyo, kung quota sampling siya, and then yun nga, as sinasabi ni Ma'am Lily kanina, sa number 3, kasi naging quota sampling to, we make a way na hindi siya magiging quota sampling. Ayusin natin to make it probability yung sampling nito. Especially, papalitan natin yung title into utilization. Use of. So, hindi na siya dapat important si number 3 question na dito. Yung number 4, ang parang mali yung tanong. Yung what are the other approaches or ways to control the child's asthma flare-ups. Pero tatanungin ko si Sir Nico. Sir Nico?
Yes, ma'am.
In lieu of, ganun pa yata nakalagay.
Tanggalin na yung in lieu of.
Oo, tanggalin
What
na
are the other approaches or ways to control the child's asthma flare-up? Si piclometer is a way to control.
Di ba assessment siya? Siguro.
Tatanong ko nga kay Sir Nico kasi hindi ko alam. Kasi hindi naman ako...
ma'am, parang more on assessment talaga siya. Part na din siya ng pag-control, ma'am. Kasi ibig sabihin, pag bumababa pag gumaganda yung result, ibig sabihin, maganda yung medication, yung compliance mo sa mga medication. Yung yes, ma'am. So parang
pero
mix,
ang
siya, parang
more on management.
Maintenance ito?
Ay, follow niya ako.
May maintenance ba? Di ba ang asthma kapag minimanage lang siya kapag meron na siyang exacerbation, parang gano'n.
Nag-exacerbate lang siya. Yes, ma'am.
Pero
parang
wala
ganun.
siyang maintenance, ano?
Yun na lang ma'am, yung maintenance niya, yung para sa mga ano niya, yung pag nag-exacerbate na lang siya.
Yung sa, yun. Yun kasi kailangan di ba, na maintindihan na ginagawa na natin to para makontrol na yun nga, tama, flare up niya. Di ba?
Ma'am Jinky, ano po yung kanina ma'am?
So, okay lang daw ba yung number 4 na objective nila, Sir Nico? What are the other?
Yes ma'am, opo. Yung
Okay
yung
lang.
tanggalin na lang yung in lieu, yes ma'am.
Ano ba ang other means na na management for control other than PFM? Yung sa activities niya, ganun, di ba?
Yes ma'am, opo.
Yung ano pa ba? Yun. Paano nila sinagot? Ano palang result nyo dun sa sa fourth objective nyo, Charis? Pwede makita?
Sorry, naghugas lang ng puwet ng anak.
Oo.
Anong nangyari na? Management ito, Sir Nico, tama?
Yes ma'am, parang more on management po.
Oo. So, dapat ang tanong nga nila dun, other ways ng management, not
Opo.
control. And then, yun. So, sir, anong pwede nating gawing nito, sampling niya? Depende kung saan nila nakuha yung Meron naman kayong filing nito eh.
Charis?
Yes po.
May tinatanong ata si Ma'am Jinky.
Ano po yun, ma'am? Sorry po.
May profiling naman kayo dito. Alam niyo kung saan ang nila, kung saan sila nakatira? Para maayos natin yung sampling ninyo.
Hindi po, ma'am.
Yun lang. Kung alam sana yung lugar nito, Ma'am Lily, madali tayong ayos ng probability sampling nila. Pero kung wala, yun ang malaking tatanggalin na lahat yun. Kung wala, magiging survey na lang siya. Wala silang kahit address ng mga respondents nila.
Age.
Kahit wala, masyadong malaki yung nila eh. Area nila, Tugiga raw. Tapos 80 lang yung respondents nila. Unless alam din kung saan ang hospital nila or the
saan nila kinuha yung sampling frame nila?
Charis, saan nyo kinuha yung mga respondents ninyo? How did you go about with your data gathering?
Ma'am, originally po kasi ma'am, ang sinadjust po sa amin ng stat po namin is mag-snowball na lang po kami. Tapos pinapalit niya po ng quota sampling. Kaya po yan yung po. Yan po yung end po.
Pinag-quota sampling kayo, tapos pinag-inferential question kayo?
yung inferential po sinuggest po nung proposal defense po siya. Tapos,
Yeah. Pero I
sinend po namin
design.
yung SOP po namin dun sa stat po namin para isuggest niya po kung anong magandang.
Hindi niya pinatanggal?
Hindi naman po. Kasi before po kami yung sa reliability test po ng mga questionnaire, pinasa na po namin sa kanya yung para alam na din po namin next step. Tapos pinag-quota naman niya po kami.
Yeah, okay lang sana yung inferential question nyo kung tayo ay random sampling. Any type basta random siya, kaso hindi tayo nag-random So, kailangan natin siyang tanggalin. And then, ayan, sa demographic natin, since it will be a very simple survey, pag tinanggal natin yung inferential natin, kailangan bonggahan nyo yung story nyo sa lahat ng parts ng tables ninyo and discuss according to PFM and asthma. Tulad nga nun, you can put in discussion na kasi nga kaya hindi normally binibigay for 0 to 12 years old kasi mas ginagamit siya for COPD. Yun yung mga story na hinahanap natin dito sa discussion natin. The same as all of the other parts, socioeconomic, sa children's profile, health-seeking behavior, and itong you can still put, although utilization ang gagawin na natin sa title nyo, you can still put itong knowledge na part, especially you've separated it ng according to the device. Dun sa purpose, i-separate nyo na dito yung results. Yeah. And then, the procedure. So, kailangan bongga yung pag-present nyo dito na, yun nga, out of, dapat may percentage to. Ilang percent ang, kasi utilization na tayo, ilang percent ang, dapat sa profile yon, may dagdag pala sa profile nyo. Ilang percent of your total population ang gumamit na or nakagamit ng PFM? Ilang percent ang hindi? Yun dapat yung meron dito na makikita natin before even the discussions ng parts nyo dito. And then, since tatanggalin natin tong significant difference natin, ito, kasi you cannot, hindi na magiging important tong part ng methods and medications. Dapat more on diagnosis na tong part na to. Yung table number 10 ninyo. Yun lang. I think, Sir Nico, magiging overall tong changes nitong kina Charis, especially quota sampling yung sa kanila. Maraming papalitan. Yeah. Still, congratulations to the group for coming up to this. You should have several recommendations dito. Especially, maganda yung result yun. Nakita nyo na wala talagang may alam. And then, pero, bakit kaya? Like, merong sinabi na si Doc Sab, kasi nga, hindi naman siya ginagamit usually for children. Baka naman hindi pa kayang mag-blow ng mga children na yon. Kaya hindi natin ginagamit masyado for children with asthma. Mas kayang mag-blow ng mga mas matatanda. Things like that, yun yung hinahanap namin na story and discussions dun sa mga tables ninyo. Even though profiling lang siya. That's why very important yung profiling part natin. With that, are there questions from the advisor and the group members? Sir Nico, baka may question ka sa akin.
Ma'am, wala. Kung tatanggalin na po yung ma'am, yung inferential, so survey na lang po talaga sila, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Kasi parang wala silang
po,
common Although gusto namin i-keep yung inferential with research integrity natin, wala naman tayong addresses nila. Wala tayong public, private, or PIDYA, wala tayong, groups nitong mga respondents nila. It's only according to age, ano ba yung nasa profile natin. Ganun lang eh. Unless mabalikan nila, Charis.
Yes, ma'am. Sige po.
Pwede yun. For the group members, may questions kayo?
Wala na po.
Wala na? Okay. With that, second to the last group na tayo. For our panel members, our last two groups magkapareho sila, magkamuka. Itong first group na magpe-present is the original one who proposed this paper. Nagbago lang sila ng lokal. The first group is, saan yung group ninyo, Romel?
Ikaw po, ma'am.
Bagao. And then the
Yes.
second group would be conducted sa Gataran.
Punta yan sa ice mo, awi yan.
Okay, you may start.
Okay.
Hi, baby Jane.
Start.
Dreams.
Sila kumakain, antayin daw niya.
Hindi makakain pag wala ka. Okay, anak, you may start. Who will be presenting?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Hello po. Start na po.
Yes, start when you're ready.
Great afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are the Group 2A, and we are here to present the prevalence and associated factors of vaccination hesitancy among mothers in San Jose, Bagao, Cagayan. Slide, please. Next slide po, please. So allow me to read the background of the study. Vaccination hesitancy, also called as apprehension, is a complicated health issue that can range from a lack of trust in health institutions to a failure in public communication and can lead to refusal to receive the vaccination. In many instances, due to the low perceived value of vaccines and minimal danger of catching illness, immunization rates remain below aspirational targets in many cases. Without effective interventions to mitigate these associated factors of vaccination hesitancy, the community will remain susceptible to vaccine-preventable diseases, as stated by Vasudevan et al. 2020. Concerns expressed differ depending on the socioeconomic status, clinical profile, environmental factors, religion, and demographic location. Next slide. Furthermore, while vaccine-specific and healthcare-related factors influence vaccine decision-making, substantial studies on the vaccination reluctance are needed to understand why people delay or refuse vaccines when they are provided. Moreover, to develop effective COVID-19 vaccine promotion strategies, it is crucial to understand the factors would contribute to the decision-making of COVID-19 vaccination and whether these factors would differ between individuals who intend to take the vaccine and those who do not. Without robust evidence of successful interventions to encourage vaccination, it is hard to picture the range of possible attitudes towards vaccination. Next slide. Now let's proceed to the statement of the objectives. Generally, this study aimed to determine the prevalence and associated factors of vaccination hesitancy among mothers in Barangay San Jose, Baggao, Cagayan. Specifically, this study attempted to answer Specifically, the study attempted to answer the following questions. First, what is the profile of mothers in San Jose, Baggao, Cagayan? Under these are the demographic profile which includes age, marital status, family size, number of children. Another one is the socioeconomic profile, which includes religion, ethnicity, highest educational attainment, occupation, monthly income, and vaccination center. And lastly, clinical profile, which includes primary ailment and comorbidity. Second, what is the prevalence of vaccination among respondents in San Jose, Baggao? Third, what is the factors associated with vaccination hesitancy as perceived by respondents in terms of behavioral, environmental, and social? Fourth and last, is there a significant difference in the associated factors of vaccination hesitancy when mothers are grouped according to their demographic, socioeconomic, and clinical profiles? Next slide, please. So let's proceed to the research methodology. First, the study was designed with descriptive method. Sloven's formula was used to determine the sample size, and stratified random sampling was employed. Next. The researchers adopted and developed a survey questionnaire and was validated by the experts. Next. After which, the researchers asked permission from barangay captain for the conduct of the study and help from BHWs. Next slide. After the permission, the researchers then pilot tested the instruments with a Cronbach alpha of 0.763 and achieved its goals of increasing the scale of reliability. Let's go. After the pilot testing, the researchers conducted the actual data gathering with the help of BHWs. Next. Next slide. Lastly, after data gathering, the researchers organized, summarized, and coded the data for analysis. This was followed by the writing of conclusions and recommendations. Thank you.
So next are the following results of our study. Table 1 represent the frequency and percentage distribution of respondents according to demographic profile. In terms of age, out of 237 respondents, there are 26 respondents of percentage of 11% belong to 20 to 24 age bracket. This implies that this is the smallest group of respondents in terms of age group. Furthermore, 66 respondents or percentage of 28% belong to 25 to 30 age bracket. However, there are 78 respondents of or percentage of 33% belong to the 31 to 39 age bracket. This implies that 31 to 39 has the largest group of respondents in terms of group. Finally, there are 67 respondents of or a percentage of 28% belong to the 40 to 45 age bracket. So in age, from the table, the highest group of respondents were 31 to 39 years of age, According to Anoiki et al. 2018, from the table, the highest age group was 24 to 30 years old, representing 22.8%. The results were contradicting from the result found by Smith et al. 2011, when they found that a significant association of p-value of 0.028 between the demographic characteristics of and practice of childhood immunization. So the next is in terms of marital status, out of 237 respondents, there are 31 respondents, or a percentage of 13% are single. Next, 150 respondents, or percentage of 63% are married. This implies that this is the largest group of respondents in terms of marital status group. While 39 respondents of or percentage of 16% are live-in. Furthermore, 11 respondents or percentage of 5% are separated. Finally, 3 respondents of percentage of 1% are widowed. This implies that this is the smallest group of respondents in terms of marital status group. As a result, the researchers made a point collect information from every mother in studies location of San Jose Bagao in order to obtain an exact result from the problem to the mother's vaccine hesitation. So the next is in the under family size. Out of 237 mothers, there are 30 respondents, or percentage of 13%, have a family size of less than 3. Next, 171 respondents, or percentage of 72%, have family size of 3 to 5. This implies that this is the largest group of respondents in terms of family size group. While 31 respondents, or 13%, have family size of 6 to 8. Furthermore, 4 respondents, or percentage of 2, have family size of 9 to 11. Finally, 1 respondent, or percentage 0%, has a family size of more than 11. This implies that this is the smallest group of respondents in terms of family size group. Collectively, the table reveals that the majority of the respondents have a family size of 3 to 5. Thus, according to this survey, most of the moms in San Jose Bagao, Cagayan areas are at least 8 in the household. According to the United Nations Development of Economic Social Affair Underpopulation Division 2017, the average household size throughout the world ranges from 2 to 9 people per home in Asia. In terms of number of children, out of 237 respondents, there are 85 respondents of percentage of 36 have number of children of less than 2. Next, 141 respondents, or a percentage of 60%, have a number of children 2 to 4. This implies that this is the largest group of respondents in terms of the number of children, while 9 respondents, or percentage of 4%, have a number of children of 5 to 7. Moreover, 1 respondent, or percentage of 0, have the number of children more than 7. Finally, 1 respondent, or percentage of 0, is not indicated. Collectively, the table reveals that the majority of the respondents have a number of children of 2 to 4. As a result of the survey conducted for this study, it was discovered that the majority of the household in San Jose Bagao, Cagayan are creating or have produced 1 to 4 children per family. It was discovered that the vaccine availability and physicians' advice for taking vaccination was statistically substantially linked with desire to accept the vaccine in study conducted by Kamal et al. 2001 and Sarkar et al. 2001. Gender residence and family size, on the other hand, were not statistically significant. Next slide, please. Under the highest Table 1.2 shows the results of the frequency and percentage distribution of the respondents according to their socioeconomic profiles. Under their in terms of religion, out of 237 respondents, show that there are 202 respondents, or percentage of 35% are Roman Catholic. This implies that this is the largest group of respondents in terms of the religion group. This implies that this is the Next are 11 respondents, or percentage of 5% are born again. Furthermore, 15 respondents, or percentage of 6 are Iglesia ni Cristo, while 2 respondents, or a percentage of 1 are United Methodists, and 1 respondent are Baptist. Moreover, 4 respondents of percentage of 2% are Jehovah's Witness. Finally, there are 2 respondents, or percentage of 0 has other religion. Collectively, the table reveals that the majority of the respondents are Roman Catholic. As a result, this study has discovered that the majority of moms of San Jose Bagao and Cagayan are Roman Catholics. It is also known that the majority of the Filipinos are Roman Catholics as a result of colonialism that has occurred in the past. It is a strong support that Catholics are required to get vaccinated, not only the benefit for their own health, but also as a gesture of solidarity with others, particularly the most vulnerable among them. In terms of their ethnicity, it shows there that there are 198 respondents, or a percentage of 83% are Ilocano, and 30 respondents, or a percentage of 13% are Tagalog. Next, there is zero respondent, or percentage of 0 is Ibanag. Furthermore, 4 respondents or a percentage of 2% are Itawes, while 3 respondents, or percentage of 1, have other ethnicity. Finally, 2 respondents, or a percentage of 1, is not indicated. Collectively, the table reveals that the majority of the respondents are Ilocano in terms of ethnic group. According to Akbar 2019, vaccine hesitancy by race or ethnicity also depends on the population, while potential access to accurate information about the vaccine science limited barriers to vaccine access. The next is based on their highest educational attainment. It shows there that 5 respondents, or percentage of 2%, have no formal education. 21 respondents, or percentage of 9%, finish elementary, while 11 respondents, or percentage of 5%, finish vocational. Furthermore, 78 respondents, or percentage of 33%, finish high school. Moreover, 90 respondents, or percentage of 38%, finish college, and 30 respondents, or percentage of 13%, are postgraduate. Finally, 2 respondents, or percentage of 1%, is not indicated. Collectively, the table reveals that the majority of the respondents are college graduate. According to Precat 2001, the less educated ones were the ones who are unsure and unlikely to have a vaccine, primarily due to some perceptions and unknown future side effects. So next is in occupation. There are 44 respondents, or 19% are white collar job. Next, there are 19% respondents, or 8% are blue collar job. 74 respondents, or with a percentage of 31%, are self-employed, and 96 respondents with a percentage of 41 are unemployed. Finally, 4 respondents with a percentage of 2% is not indicated. Collectively, the table reveals that the majority of the respondents are unemployed. So the next is in monthly income based on the PIDS. It says that out of 237 respondents show that there are 156 respondents, or 66% have monthly income below 10,957 pesos. Next, there are 27 respondents with percentage of 11% have monthly income of 10,957 to 21,914 pesos. Next is 27 respondents, or percentage of 11% have monthly income of 21,914 to 43,828 pesos. Well, there are 2 respondents, or with a percentage of 1%, and 0 respondents have monthly income of 76,669 to 131,484 pesos. Moreover, for respondents, or percentage of 2 answered others. Finally, there are 21 respondents, or with a percentage of 9% is not indicated. Collectively, the table reveals that the majority of respondents have displayed frequency percentage distribution. Our next is under the vaccination center. The table shows that there are 213 respondents with a percentage of 90% are vaccinated in the health center. Next, there are 8 respondents, or percentage of 3 are vaccinated in private clinics. Furthermore, 0 respondents are vaccinated in hospital, while 6 respondents answered others. Moreover, 1 respondent are vaccinated in health centers and private clinics. Finally, there are 9 respondents with a percentage of 4% is not indicated. Collectively, the table reveals that the majority of respondents are likely to bring their child to health center. They brought their child or children at the center because it is a program of government wherein it is a free vaccine. In addition, it is a very convenient for the mothers to go in their respective health center. So the next is the table 1.3 represents the results of frequency and percentage distribution respondents according to clinical profile. In primary ailment, there are 14 respondents, or with a percentage of 6% have primary ailment in nervous system, 5% have primary ailment in respiratory system. Furthermore, there are 3% or 1% primary ailment in the endocrine and 3% in the digestive system. Furthermore, there are 12 respondents have primary ailment in reproductive system, and 3 respondents in the digestive system. We have 1 respondent in the musculoskeletal primary ailment, and in others 188, and some respondents says they have don't have primary ailment and not indicated. We have 1 respondent. Collectively, the table reveals that the majority of the respondents have other primary Consequently, it was determined that some of the reluctance grounds were legitimate and appropriate for vaccine hesitancy. So next, under comorbidity, there are 18 respondents are with hypertension, 0 respondent with the percentage of 0 are diabetes, stroke, COPD, kidney problem, or liver problem. Furthermore, 14 respondents are with asthma, while 1 respondent with have a heart problem and 1 respondent is not indicated. Additionally, 13 respondents have allergies, and 1 respondent with hypertension, asthma, heart problem, allergies are 1 respondent with a percentage of 0% with hypertension and heart problem. Finally, there are 185 respondents, percentage of 78% have no comorbidity, and there are 3 respondents with a percentage of 1% have other comorbidities, resulting that the majority of respondents does not have any comorbidity. As a result, the reason why responses are not negative on vaccination hesitancy is due to a low number of persons with comorbidities to avoid or do not acquire a previously stated. Next slide, please. Table 2.1 show the results, the frequency and percentage distribution of respondents' children immunization status according to childhood vaccine. As the table presented, generally, the respondents whom their child or children are fully vaccinated believe that this would make their children safe from illnesses or diseases that may occur. It serves as the protection in the future. In contrast, mothers whose child or children are partially vaccinated believe that this is a life-threatening to their children, especially they are too young to have vaccines. Moreover, mothers are afraid that something may happen, and they also thought that vaccine that they were taken are not guaranteed, and there's no go signal in the MHO. Next slide, please. Table 3.1 are the associated factor in terms of behavioral. As you can see in the table, in total, the weighted mean responses for the variables were reflected at 2.08 with a verbal interpretation of disagree. Likewise, it could be observed that 10 variables, 9 manifested disagree, and 1 reflected neutral. No responded answered strongly agree, and strongly disagree. This means at most, respondents disagree with the statements made in the variables. Thus, it could be then implied that the behavioral factors perceived by the respondents are not associated with vaccination hesitancy. Next slide, please. As you can see in the table, the total weighted response indicators were reflected at 2.11 and interpretation of disagree. Likewise, it could be observed that 10 variables manifested disagree. This means that respondents disagree to the statements made in the variables. Thus, it could be then implied that social factors perceived by the respondents are not associated with vaccination hesitancy. The media has made significant impact on society by continually making people fearful about vaccination, even when there is enough evidence and supplementary information about the effectiveness of vaccines. In addition, many scientists also point that negative impact the media had on vaccine uptake controversy. In addition, according to Dittman 2001, public health plays most important role in appropriate communication with the population. He also stated that the reliability and strength of these systems are not well understood by general public, not even other healthcare workers, creating inaccurate information and significant problems for policymakers and patients. Next slide, please. As you can see in the table presented, the following are the associated factors in terms of social. Most of the respondents answered disagree with a mean of in question number 12.0 indicates a low vaccine hesitancy, as well as in the question of number 2, 3 until number 10. Next slide, please. Table 4.1. Table 4.1 represent the associated factors of vaccination hesitancy when mothers are grouped according to demographic profile. The table above shows that there is significant difference in the associated factors perceived by the respondents in terms of behavioral, environmental, and social when grouped into age, with a p-value of 0.003, 0.025, and 0.008 respectively. Marital status, family size, and number of children have no significant difference in terms of behavioral, environmental, and social factors. Next slide, please. The table 4.2 is the prevalence and associated factors of vaccination hesitancy when mothers are grouped according to socioeconomic profile. So the table shows that when the associated factors are perceived by respondents in terms of behavioral, environmental, and social is grouped into religion, there is no significant difference with a p-value of 0.189, 0.166, and 0.106 respectively. The table 2 also represents the significant difference in prevalence and associated factors of vaccination hesitancy when mothers are grouped according to ethnicity. The table shows that when the associated factors as perceived by the respondents in terms of behavioral, environmental, and social group into ethnicity, there is no significant difference with a p-value of 0.406, 0.464, and 0.744 respectively. The table 4.2 also represents a significant difference into prevalence associated factors of vaccinations when mothers are grouped in according to educational attainment. The table shows that when the associated factors are as perceived by respondents in terms of behavioral, environmental, and social is grouped into educational attainment. In terms of social and behavioral, there is significant difference with a p-value of 0.05 and 0.01 respectively, while in terms of environmental, there is no significant difference with a p-value of 0.075. In terms of educational attainment, the behavioral and social have significant difference. According to occupation, the table shows that when the associated factors as perceived by respondents in terms of behavioral, environmental, and social is grouped into occupation, there is no significant difference with a p-value of 0.190, 0.050, and 0.258 respectively. When our group, according to monthly income, the table shows when the associated factors as perceived by respondents in terms of behavioral, environmental, and social is grouped into monthly income, there is no significant difference with a p-value of 0.362, 0.058 and 0.264 respectively. As group, according to vaccination center, the table shows that when associated factors as perceived by the respondents in terms of behavioral, environmental, social is grouped into vaccination center, there is no significant difference with a p-value of 0.050, 0.316, and 0.539 respectively. Next slide, please. The table 4.3 showed the results of associated factors of vaccination hesitancy when mothers are grouped according to clinical profile. Respondents according to primary element. The table shows that when associated factors as perceived by respondents in terms of behavioral, environmental, and social is grouped into primary ailment, there is no significant difference with a p-value of 0.439, 0.740, and 0.394 respectively. According to comorbidity, the table shows that when associated factors as perceived by the respondents in terms of behavioral, environmental, social is grouped into comorbidity. In terms of behavioral, there is a significant difference with a p-value of 0.272, while there is no significant difference in terms of environmental and social with a p-value of 0.395 and 0.0555 respectively. In terms of comorbidity, the behavioral results have significant difference, which means that they have a significant difference. Next slide, please. So in our summary of findings, the purpose of the study is to determine the prevalence and associated factors of vaccine hesitancy among mothers in San Jose, Bagao, Cagayan. A quantitative method was employed in the study and descriptive approach also used to obtain an accurate profile of the respondents. The survey questionnaire was adapted and developed by the researchers as their method to assess vaccination hesitancy in the community. As a simple random sampling technique has been used to select studies respondents. The findings of the study revealed that the majority of the respondents who took part aged 31 to 39 years old, and most of the respondents are married. The majority of the respondents have 3 to 5 members in a family, and most of the respondents have 2 to 4 children. Moreover, based on the socioeconomic profile, most of the respondents are Roman Catholic and majority are Ilocanos. The majority of those who partaken had completed college. Based on the data, 96 out of 237 of the respondents are unemployed, with the majority of earning less 10,957 pesos a month. Health centers are the most frequent visited by the participants when it comes to vaccination centers. The majority of the respondents' primary ailment is indicated as others are 185 out of 237 respondents doesn't have comorbidities. Next slide, please. A total of 502 children of the respondents took part in this study. The BCG basal vaccine, 431 of the children have been vaccinated, while 71 have not been vaccinated. There are 425 vaccinated children for the hepatitis B vaccine, with 77 not vaccinated. For a pentavalent pentavalent vaccine, there are 438 children in dose 1, 429 children in dose 2, and 426 children in dose 3 that are vaccinated, and 64 children in dose 1, 73 doses. There are 437 children in dose 1, 427 in dose 2, 418 children in dose 3 that are vaccinated, and 65 children in dose 1, 75 children in dose 2, and 84 children in dose 3 that are not vaccinated. Inactivated polio vaccine, 416 children are vaccinated, while 86 are not vaccinated. For the pneumococcal conjugate vaccine with 3 doses, there are 420 children in dose 1, 409 children in dose 2, and 413 children in dose 3 that are vaccinated, and 82 children in dose 1, 93 children in dose 2, and 89 children in dose 3 that are not vaccinated. For MMR, 439 children are vaccinated and 65 are not in their first dose, while 427 children are vaccinated and 75 are unvaccinated for the second dose. 9 of the variables under behavioral factors manifested disagree and only one reflected neutral, implying that behavioral factors perceived by the respondents are not associated with vaccination hesitancy. In terms of 9 variables in environmental factors, there are 7 that disagree and 1 strongly disagree and 1 neutral, implying that environmental factors are not associated with vaccination hesitancy. Lastly, under social factors, 10 variables manifested disagreement. This means that the respondents perceive social factors are not linked to vaccination hesitancy. Next slide, please. The significant difference of the associated factors of the vaccination hesitancy when mothers are grouped into proper variables, it has been shown that the behavioral, environmental, and social factors when mothers are grouped according to age is significant, as evident with a p-value of 0.003, 0.025, and 0.008 respectively. On the other hand, there is no significant difference in terms of behavioral, environmental, and social as grouped into marital status, family size, number of children, religion, ethnicity, highest educational attainment, occupation, monthly income, vaccination center, primary ailment, and comorbidity of the mothers. In addition, behavioral, environmental, and social factors are only significant who group according to age. Next slide, please. So in our conclusion, the study showed that the prevalence of vaccination hesitancy among mothers in San Jose, Bagao, Cagayan does not increase significantly because most children have already been vaccinated. However, all the respondents say that vaccination is not mandatory in their community. The midwives strictly monitor the vaccination uptake. As a result, there is a low rate of vaccination refusing mothers. Most respondents say that they heard or read negative media reports about vaccinations in children and were neutral about it. This could be due to increased importance of social media in recent years and the abundance of the available information sources, making it difficult to distinguish between the correct and incorrect information. Therefore, communication campaigns should focus on providing more information about the safety of vaccination and the benefits of vaccination. Therefore, communication campaigns should provide more information on vaccine safety and reassure the general public, especially mothers. Given the positive correlation between the other perceptions and vaccination acceptance, it appears that vaccination programs that target specific groups of people, such as professionals or leisure travelers, are more likely to be successful. Furthermore, the above research reveals that the environmental, behavioral, and social factors perceived by the respondents are not associated with vaccination hesitancy as grouped into marital status, family size, number of children, religion, ethnicity, highest educational attainment, occupation, monthly income, vaccination center, primary ailment, and comorbidity of the mothers. Overall, positive attitudes regarding vaccination have been observed and apparent indicators of desire to receive the vaccine. The willingness to accept a vaccination was favorably associated with mothers' opinions. Next slide, please. As a result, the following recommendations are provided. First, the researchers recommend that the Rural Health Unit or the RHU clarify the numbers of vaccines needed by the child based on their age and health concerns by publishing a list of vaccines that children need to take to be distributed to mothers. In addition, RHU should maintain or implement more childhood vaccination community campaigns regarding the appropriate vaccine only required by the children to improve mothers' intentions and general knowledge about vaccinating their children. The second recommendation is the researchers recommend that the barangay and rural health unit conduct community campaigns to provide reliable information and make it clear that vaccinations are great help to children's health and have helped control to reduce the spread of viruses and diseases for years. Furthermore, technological improvements have been made easier for those who are opposed to connecting with influencing one another to do so in more straightforward manner. As a result, we recommend that the social media be utilized to educate the public about vaccinations in order to raise community understanding about vaccines through creating official page that will spread reliable information. Next slide, please. So that's all, and thank you very much for listening. We are ready for your comments and suggestions po.
Thank you, presenters. Kindly proceed to the title. The first part, please. Okay, so prevalence and associated risks factors of vaccination hesitancy among mothers in San Jose, Baggao, Cagayan. There are two things that you would want to answer in this particular research, no, of which the conclusion did not really answer. No? Number one is, what is the prevalence? No? You look at your table 2. May I know if table 2 is describing about the prevalence rate? Come on, proceed to table 2. And then table 3 describes about vaccination hesitancy, right? Okay, come on. Okay, there you go. No, this is table 2. When you talk about prevalence or prevalence rate, isn't it that you compute, correct, for the number of individuals who actually are considered non-fully immunized children all over the total number of immunized children times the corrected factor, which I believe will be 1,000. So what was actually computed here is not prevalence. It was frequency and percentage. Correct? Hello, guys. Are you with me?
Yes, there.
Okay. So we did not actually compute for prevalence. I want you to compute for prevalence. The table here should be forming part of your percentages. Okay, appendices. I repeat, it is talking about prevalence of non-fully immune, what is this? Vaccination hesitancy. And vaccination hesitancy is determinant of like non-fully immunized children. So may I ask, now for example, in BCG, what is the prevalence rate? So you would have there 431 all over the total number of children, which is, what is the actual number of the vulnerable group?
502.
802, ma'am? Jinky? 502. So 431 all over 502 times 1,000. So it should be expressed like 1.13 per 1,000 population. Ganon ang prevalence, hindi ganito. Okay na? Did the group get me there? Para kasi the research is actually leading for us to post answers to the title. Now, while you have the data, you are giving the wrong thing, the wrong answer. So nandyan naman na, no, gawin nyo lang. Now, the next issue about prevalence is this point prevalence? Or when you talk about point prevalence, did you compute per year or was it only computed in 1 year? Balahibo, Mr. Balahibo. Wow, I wonder, no? Ano ito? Point prevalence ba ito or in a defined year? Or a duration? Paano to? Anong datos ito? Yung 431, ano yan? The entire year? 2021, 2020, 2019? Or was it from 2018 to 2020?
Point prevalence.
No, my point is, before we say it's point prevalence, can you tell me first if that is the non-fully immunized? But I think this is non-fully immunized kasi Ma'am Jinky, if this is non-fully immunized, ang laki. This is the vaccinated.
Vaccinated po yung naka-yes, direct.
Okay. So,
naka-no yung not.
So, ito, bale, hindi natin kailangan na table. Correct?
Yes.
Tama? Ilalagay sa appendices ito. So, prevalence table na computation. Okay, let's proceed, Mr. Balahibo. Point prevalence ba ito? Ano yung inclusion ng year nyo? Anong year? 2018 to 2020 ba? Or kinuha nyo 2018, 2019, 2020?
Balahibo, how old yung kanilang mga anak? Yung inclusion ng mga ages ng anak nila?
Yung datos na to for the past 3 years, Balahibo, for the past 3 years, ano to? Kailan ito? Anong example? 431 for BCG. Ano to? Nung 2020? Ano? Basta? Anong basta? Basta binigay niyo.
Ito direct, parang the respondents, may mga anak sila, tapos tinanong lang nila kung nagkaroon nabigyan ng ganitong vaccine or not.
Yes.
The problem is
how old yung mga anak nila so that alam natin kung ano yung year na coverage. Kung may
yeah. Okay. Kasi importante, for example, so define the sa akin like, sinasabi mo na yung bata ay less than 5 years old. So kung less than 5 years old, this may be the prevalence of the non-fully immunized for the past 5 years, like 2016 until 2021. I don't know if that would be 2015 to 2020. Kasi when you compute for prevalence rate, defined yan. Ito ay yung datos ng particular years na to all over yung vulnerable groups, itong particular year na to. Yun yung problema, yun yung sinasabi ko. Hindi pwedeng kasi magkaiba pag sinabing point prevalence. Pag point prevalence, we're going to compute per year. Kaya iniisip ko kanina, meron kang tinatawag na datos sa 2015, 2016, 2017. Kung wala naman, nilalagay lang natin ang prevalence, but we have to reiterate that that is from this particular year until that particular year. Okay? So palitan itong the entire of your table 2, naintindihan? Table 2, wrong ito anak. Okay. Palit ka nga sa table 1, tignan ko lang. You know, in a proposal kasi, the best part that I normally recommend at would be the objectives. If not until the objectives are perfected, mahirap talaga. Pero sa final defense, ang tinitignan ko would be the most important part of the research would be which is the results and discussions na. Now, right here, you said frequency and percentage distribution of respondents according to demographic profile. Kanina, ang pinag-uusapan natin ay prevalence, of which the denominator was actually 500 something. Now, sino yung respondents na tinutukoy mo sa table 1.1? Yung mothers ng non-fully immunized.
Yes po.
Okay. So if this is the mothers of the non-fully immunized, balik ka dun sa table mo dun sa number 2. 237 ang mother ng non-fully immunized. Balik ka sa table 2. Tignan mo, sige, table 2.0. Hindi yan magmamatch doon sa number ng non-fully immunized. Kasi 71, 77, ganun ka lang. Tapos tignan mo doon sa non-fully immunized mo, 200 something plus. Tapos, ang pinagtataka ko dito, parang okay lang sana na gano'n. Kasi, for example, yung isang bata, na-miss niya yung isang vaccine, hindi niya na-miss yung isang vaccine. Pero pag i-compute ko lahat ito, ang layo ng non-fully immunized mo dun sa 200 plus. Tignan natin ha. Tignan mo ang nangyari. 431 plus 71 equals 500 plus, no? Doon sa BCG. Pag kunin mo yung pneumococcal conjugated vaccine, dose 1 is 420 plus 82, pareho pa rin yan doon sa sum ng BCG. Naintindihan nyo ba? Kaya ba? Dear students, I think Ma'am Jinky can also assist us there. Kasi yung objective number 1 mo, sabi natin, mothers of non-fully immunized children. Correct. Ang problema doon, 200 plus yung number natin. Pero nag-compute ka na ng prevalence, tignan mo yung non-fully immunized children mo, masyado nang mababa. Hindi na siya naging 200 something. Naging 71, naging 77, ganyan na lang. 200 plus yung non-fully immunized na mothers having non-fully immunized children. Correct? Isa pa sa
Direct, yes. Yung mothers ata are not mothers of non-fully immunized children. They are mothers. Inaalam pa lang nila kung ilan yung non-fully immunized at saka yung immunized. Tama ba ako sa group?
Kasi if that's the case, if it would be mothers, how come that we have plenty of, you see, 431 plus something, tapos, di ba tinanong nyo lang ito? Tinanong mo lang to kamo 500. So, ibig sabihin, yung tinanong mo, yun yung respondent natin. Bakit yung respondent natin sa table 1, 200 plus, ang tinanong nyo, 500 plus?
Ito is yung children nila, sir. Their children. Kaya ang gusto ko sanang mangyari is, sino yung may anak ng sino, and masabi lang kung itong anak nila is fully immunized or non-fully immunized para matag na 200 something pa rin yung output dito sa prevalence.
Kasi dapat ganun. Now I understand. For example, one mother might as well have 2 or 3 non-immunized children kaya nagbalon ito.
Opo. Para sana matag na merong isa lang na children na or may nakamiss na dose, that's already na non-fully immunized na siya. So that we can tag this na baka kasi fully immunized siya sa ibang vaccines tapos sa iba naman hindi. Para dapat, as a whole,
dapat ganun lang yung muna. Ang table 2. Ilalagay sa vaccination dapat yan eh. Dun sa vaccination profile nila. Yung sa ilang bata, ilan ang fully immunized, ilan ang non-fully immunized. Dun sa non-fully immunized, ano yung mga not fully immunized? Ganun na lang sana. Basta tingnan nyo, table 1 should reconcile with table 2. Ito yung sinasabi ko sa first group kanina. The data that we have should be standalone. You will not be forever there giving light or answering the questions or the query of individuals who read the paper. Right? Naintindihan? So yung discussions nyo sana, maganda yung transition. For example, table 1, ito yung number ng nanay. No? However, dun sa isang nanay, pwedeng 2, 3 yung mga kwan. Iparesent po yung mga premise na yan, pagbigay ka na ng klarong mga distributions ng mga non-fully immunized dyan. Remember, ang ating focus ay non-fully immunized children as a marker of vaccination hesitancy. Okay. Do you understand this group? Okay na? I think basta Ma'am Jinky probably will have to help you out. Okay, ganito na lang ang pag-present natin kasi mali na yung table 2. So, table 1 already. Pakibalik sa table 1. Table 1, mga anak, please. Ano to? O sige, sabagay, okay, itong respondents, i-zero in nyo kasi dalawa o tatlo ang klase ng respondents natin. The first respondent you're talking to here are the mothers. Correct? Yung number 2 kasi, naintindihan, while it is the mother that were the source of data, what we are describing are their non-fully immunized children. So even the table title in itself should already reflect the content of the table. Okay? Tapos wag mo nang ilagay yan yung mga total, ilagay mo na doon sa frequency yan. N equals 237 para hindi na paulit-ulit yung total dyan. Okay, so sige nga, number of children. Ma'am Jinky, may problema pa rin eh. Look at the number of children. Parang less than 285. Hindi kasi natin tinanong kung ilan yung children. Ang tinanong lang natin ay sa bawat isa sa kanila, ilan ang anak nila. Pero alam mo, oo nga, hindi natin talaga makuha yung total number pa din, no? Okay, sige. Table 3. So baguhin yung table, yung title ng table 1, baguhin exactly yung table 2. Punta tayo sa table 3. Table 3 talks about associated factor. Ano yung factor? Associated factor, behavioral. Naintindihan? So behavioral, ganun lang, behavioral factors associated to non-fully immunized children. Ganun. Okay. Pero if you look here, what are factors associated? Getting vaccines is not the best way. Behavioral. Disagree. Wow. Mukhang mali yung interpretation. Kapag disagree, ang interpretation ay low vaccination hesitancy. You see, let's have statement number 1 para maklaro natin kung may mali doon sa pag-interpret nyo. Number 1, getting vaccine is not the best way to protect my child or children from disease. That is a negative statement. Correct. In that negative statement, they disagreed. No? And if so that they agreed, no, what is the meaning of that? No? The fear of pain in the needle makes me hesitate. Kasi if you look at item number 1 and number 3, you look at number 3. The fear of pain in the needle makes me hesitate for my child. That's why it is disagree.
Direct hesitancy kasi siya. So lahat ng statements dito ay pertaining to negative talaga silang lahat. And this
Yeah.
descriptive values nila is hindi siya na reverse. Ito talaga yung sinagot ng mga respondents.
What is 1 and what is 5? 1 is?
One is Romel. Anong 1 ninyo sa value ninyo? This is agree until strongly disagree, di ba?
Strongly disagree to strongly agree. 5 point ka, di ba?
5 point.
What is 1?
Yes po.
No, I mean, what is the value of 1? Ah?
Strongly disagree.
1 is strongly disagree.
Yes po.
5 is strongly agree.
Yes po.
1. Why is therefore ano yun? Strongly agree. Why is number 4 considered not sure in terms of interpretation? How did you interpret, di ba? Punta ka nga sa chapter 3. Paano mo in-interpret yan? If there is low vaccination hesitancy, di ba 5 yan? Paano mo in-interpret yung 5?
Legends group. Yung legend ko dito, 1 to 2 point something. Meron bang part dito sa paper nyo?
Kasi para
Meron.
patingin nga, chapter 3 yan, normally, last part.
Wala ata sa slides nila direct.
Paano yung, sige, paano yung interpretation? Balikan nyo nga. What are the other interpretations? Like low vaccination hesitancy, tapos very low, ganun ba? Paano in-interpret yan?
Direct, hindi ba pwedeng frequency na lang ito kung kung factor? Pag kunwari madami ang nag-answer doon sa isa, parang yun ang pinaka-reason nila na pwedeng associated dun sa vaccination hesitancy, ganun. Kasi kung ganito, hindi ko rin ma-gets yung interpretation nila na low
May interpretation. Yun ang problema natin eh. Yung disagree, mga ganyan, hanggang dyan kaya. Pero yung interpretation, mukhang may mali. Kasi kung low vaccination hesitancy, tas not sure ang middle mo, high vaccination hesitancy, 3 lang yan, considering na 5 yung descriptive values niya.
Opo.
Nag-message sila sa akin, ma'am, nag-base lang kami sa interpretation mo. Actually, ang sa kanila direct is hanggang descriptive value lang. Nag-request ako na maglagay sila ng interpretation kasi ang hirap tingnan if disagree ito, tapos hindi mo na-understand na yung mga questions ay on according to vaccination hesitancy. Aray po.
So, ang interpretation kasi dito ay discussion kung bakit disagree. For example, no, if the item is 1.86 and it falls dun sa bracket na second, it says disagree. Ang interpretation niya is while the mothers are agreeing on the premise, there are certain instances when they do not, parang ganun. Ganun yung interpretation niya. Hindi yung ilalagay mo dyan yung interpretation na dyan sa table may interpretation na yan. Dun sa chapter 3, doon mo ilalagay yun. For example, disagree with me would mean while the mother's answer is leading to agreeing on the factor, there are also instances when they beg to disagree with the factor, parang ganun. Yun yung interpretation na hinahanap natin. So, dito, ilagay mo na lang siguro would be the mean tapos descriptive value. Ganun lang. Wag mo na lang lagyan ng interpretation kasi hindi rin naman ito multiple responses. Maganda sana kung multiple responses para papasok yung sinasabi ni Ma'am Lily na frequency. Pero I surmise hindi naman siya multiple responses. So talagang mean talaga siya. Mean lang and then descriptive value. Tanggalin mo na yung interpretation. Yung interpretation, palitan nyo yan, ilagay nyo dun sa chapter 3. Pero what I would like is that I-interpret nyo yan doon sa discussions ng table na to. Okay, so that's for table. I surmise that holds true until the next other tables. I'll see 3.2 please. Let's see. Pero may problema ako dun sa neutral ha. Balik ka nga. Meron pa doon. Balik ka nga dun sa neutral. Bakit nag-descriptive value ang neutral? Di ba? 5 point yan. Strongly disagree. Agree. Di ba? Strongly disagree. Disagree. Ano yung third?
Neutral po.
Neutral.
Yes po, neutral.
Neutral, tas agree, strongly agree. Ganon, di ba?
Yes po.
Yes po.
Okay, so sige. Okay lang. So tanggalin na lang yung interpretation dyan. Okay, tapos i-discuss yan sa chapter 3, pero i-discuss dun sa chapter 4 yung implications ng mga yan. Katulad ng sinasabi ko kanina, paano ang atake ng mga tables na ganito? Ang uuna kasi ay yung categorical mean. Hindi weighted mean yan, anak, categorical mean. The categorical mean for behavioral factors associated with vaccination hesitancy is 2.08 with a descriptive value of disagree. This means that overall, the respondents are ganon. Remember, ang sinasabi natin dito is behavior, no? Relating to low vaccination hesitancy. I-discuss mo ngayon yung behavior and its implication to low vaccination hesitancy. Glaring on the table, you would say that the items where they have high scores, that would mean high scores, no? High scores lang would be nasaan yung 2 point something dyan, 2.68. I-discuss mo bakit high ang scores na yan. In other words, kapag high ang scores, it's leading to the fact, no, na vaccination hesitant sila. Although low level pa rin, pero ito yung malapit na, parang ganon, no? Yung high scores ang pag-anuhin mo dito, ang focus mo. Gets? Alin lang high scores dyan? 2.21, 2.20, 2.68, and 2.33. Discuss mo lahat yan. Kasi vaccination hesitancy tayo. Okay, next. Dun sa 3.2, come on. Next table. Next slide. 3.2 naman would be environmental. Okay, you see, I live in a community where vaccination is not well implemented. Like, this is vaccination. I'm not being surrounded by, okay, so in other words, similar with your similar with 3.1, except that I have contentions on item number 8. I have received or heard negative information about vaccinations. Kasi kapag, if you have heard, do you qualify it under environmental if that's the case?
Adapted ata tong questionnaire nila, Direk. Adapted nga ba? Standard? Romel?
Adapted siya, yun yung in-emphasize na kanina.
Oo.
So dapat na-describe ito sa ating definition of terms para hindi misnomer si item number 8. Sige, let's proceed to 3.3. Ay, ang wala dito, Ma'am Jinky, tignan nga natin yung ating standard deviation. So mean, standard deviation, descriptive value. Doon natin din makikita kung nag-agree talaga sila, 'di ba? Yung degree of agreement nila or baka watak-watak din ang response nila. Baka nag-aaway-away din sila, no? So mean, standard deviation, descriptive value. Okay, lahat ito categorical. So, sige, 3.4. Sige. Come on, 3.4. Okay, so I have to have 3.4 when you compare already the categorical means. May I ask the group, saan may problema doon sa categorical mean na ng tatlo? Anong pinakamataas, alin ang pinakamababa? Again, pag sinasabi ko, pinakamataas, yan yung dapat tutukan natin kasi it leads already to vaccination hesitancy. Tapos, yung table 4.1, hindi ganito ang paggawa ng table for this, anak. Bakit? Na-shock naman ako. Bakit merong p-value 0.008 which is lesser than 0.05 asterisk? Naintindihan? I-simplify nyo yung table na to. In fact, we don't even need to present already the f value. No? Naintindihan? So the age and then the determinants and then you have the p-value. Now, these are the items, Mr. Balahibo, that you would have to discuss. No? Behavioral, environmental, and social factors affects, the age of the mother has a great effect on the behavioral, environmental, and social status of the mothers when you talk about vaccination hesitancy. So, anong ibig sabihin? For example, yung behavioral ba is the more you look into your items for behavior, no, the more active or proactive the mother becomes. The more mature, the higher the age of the mother, the more receptive they are, kasi behavior, the receptive they are to vaccination hesitancy. Yun bang sinasabi ng behavioral? In terms of age, kapag mas mataas yung as they grow in age, mas nagiging concern, mas nagiging, how do you call it? Parang ano sila nagiging mas stern sila in considering environment because for them it is an agent that leads to vaccination hesitancy. So hanapan mo ng literatures ang mga yan. Sa age pa lang, significant na. Anong ibig sabihin ng table na yan? Malaking discussions ito. In fact, yun lang naman ang i-discuss mo dyan. Yung items na age. Wala na yung iba eh. I think so. Correct? Tignan nga natin yung next na table mo. Next na table, meron pa ba? Other than age? Ano pang significant? Ayan, highest educational attainment. But for highest educational attainment, behavioral and social lang. Di ba Balahibo? Okay na. Okay, next.
Yes,
Ano pa? So in other words, yun lang yun. Even for your tag dito, summary of findings, hindi na didiscuss yung mga not significant. Kasi pag sinabi mong ito yung significant, ibig sabihin all the rest are not significant. Okay? So, if these are the significant, why are they significant? Yun lang ang importante doon. Okay na? So, i-simplify nyo yung table, tapos redo your discussions. Kasi wrong yung discussions saka interpretations natin. Okay, next. Come on. So, itong summary of findings natin, baguhin nyo na to, no? In the summary of findings, paulit-ulit na sinasabi namin, wala na dapat values dyan. Yung 431 of walang ganyan. It's just going to summarize the highlights of the chapter 4. Okay? So, palitan yung summary of findings. Next, yung conclusions mo, may I see? Yung conclusions is not actually the conclusion which I would like, no? The conclusion just answer the title. So there are 3 statements. There are just 3 sentences in your conclusion. overall prevalence, what about the factors, and what is the impact. If you have prevalence of this, anong ibig sabihin yan? Something ba na nakakatakot? May public health implication ba yan? May threat ba sa public health? Mga ganun kasi yan. Okay na? So yung prevalence, kasi ano yung, i-compute mo yung prevalence. Kasi yung sinasabi ng title mo, anong prevalence? No? Pangalawa, what are the factors associated, correct, with the vaccination hesitancy, and what is the implication of that prevalence? Prevalence. I won't know if it's really high or low because we haven't seen the computation. Okay? That's the conclusion. 3 statements lang yan. No? I repeat, the summary of findings answers your objectives, the conclusion answers your title. Now, you proceed to your recommendations. Yung recommendations natin, nagpe-play yan doon sa sinasabi nyo kanina na, for example, behavior, environment, and what's the other one? That has something to do about age, educational attainment, etc. Ano yung mga implications nun? Okay, na for example, doon sa ating environment, no? Anong dapat baguhin natin doon sa environment, no? Number 1, ang nakikita ko dyan yung fake news. Na nasaan yung fake news? Correct? Number 2, would talk about yung ating, kung environment number 2, would talk about the fact that while the barangay health workers, no, would keep track of those that do not go for vaccination, now that it is COVID, what do we need to do? Kasi minsan talagang hindi makapunta yung mga nanay for vaccination. Dadalhin ba yung vaccination sa kanila? Or what if the mothers are not are hesitant of vaccination? What needs to be done? Do they need to undergo counseling? Mga ganon. Why? What is the first thing I observe with your recommendations? Lahat ng recommendations nyo are existing. They are being carried out. Naniniwala kayo? Nag-agree ba kayo doon? Ginagawa na yan. Ba't mo pa i-recommend? Ginagawa na nga yan. For example, RHU clarify the number of vaccines needed by the child. I mean, mapping ba yan? In fact, RHU is the one that tells kung ilan ang bakuna na nare-receive ng bata. Yun nga lang, others of the vaccines are already what we refer to as combined. Gets? Parang ganon, no? The RHUs are giving out information relative to schedule of vaccinations. In fact, the mother knows about that. I mean, pag nag-recommend tayo, ano pa yung sa not existing, kasi vaccination hesitancy ka, no? Considering now that we are suffering from COVID pandemic, now that, for example, migration patterns kasi, I will give you an example na gusto kong i-recommend sana. Ngayon, ang mga, 'di ba, may mga batang mothers na quiet na nagbuntis sila at nanganak. Yung stigma, correct? Why do I know? May isang kapitbahay akong ganyan, nagbuntis sa Manila, umuwi dito, least we know, yung anak niya, kahit isang bakuna, wala. Bakit? Parang nahiyang i-disclose. Walang bakuna yung bata. So, parang, di ba? So, ano yung pwede nating i-recommend doon? Kasi may vaccination hesitancy. Second, yung mga nanay, hindi makapunta sa vaccination site, so anong pwedeng i-recommend? And if pinuntahan sa bahay, ayaw pa rin ipabakuna yung bata, ano kayang pwedeng i-recommend? Ganon. You go farther than that. No? Kasi yung mga RHU conducting community campaigns and information about existing yan. Meron na yan. Why do you still need to recommend when they are already in place? Yun ang point. No? Mag-recommend kayo ng something na wala pa. Kaya nga para sasabihin nila na yung research natin ay impactful. Okay? Number 3. Sige nga, number 3. Ano pang, wala na. So, ang dami-dami natin kailangan i-recommend. Number 1, you recommend something about the prevalence. Number 2, you recommend something about the associated risks factors. Okay na? That we find problematic, that has something to do about vaccination hesitancy. Okay, so overall, okay naman, except for table 2 and some more include in your discussions for all the tables in the third item. Hindi naman kayo nag-associate, di ba? Is there an association? Ganun, wala naman, di ba?
Wala po.
Wala naman. So, pwede na yan, no? For a descriptive survey type. Okay, that's it for me, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you po.
Thank you.
Direct. We asked from Ma'am Dean Dorina her recommendations and comments. Dean, are you here?
Hi, yes, I'm here. Nawala lang ako sa screen. Yeah, ano further comments, Ma'am Jinky? Kasi yung mga table din na I was asking you about later, they were clarified already by Direct. So, okay naman na. I guess they just have to, follow all what has been suggested by Direct. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Ma'am Lily?
Yes, Ma'am Jinky, okay na rin ako. Congratulations to the group, no? Alam ko malapit itong study na to kay Ma'am Jinky. And and talagang nakikinig ako sa mga recommendations ni Direk kasi alam mo na malapit nga yung study natin dito. And yun lang, no, i-emphasize lang talaga nila yung answer doon sa kanilang research study kasi yun nga, number 1, wala yung sagot sa prevalence at saka yung kung paano nila iaayos yung mga associated factors kasi these are the 2 questions that needs to be answered in this study, and yung implication nito ay very significant, no, para ma-reverse natin yung hesitancy, yung idea on vaccination as hesitancy kasi kailangan at this point na dapat yun nga tawag dito kasi ang DOH, ang program nila talaga is on 100% FIC, fully immunized children na tayo, 'di ba? Para ma-prevent yung mga disease, vaccine preventable diseases. Okay? Thank you, Ma'am Jinky. Congratulations to the group.
Thank you.
Okay. For my part, nabigay ko naman na sa inyo yung corrections before. But yun nga, for number 2 natin, major mistake doon. The question is on prevalence. So, magagamit niyo pa rin naman yung table, pero ito yung hinahanap ko noon na ilan doon sa mga bata. So, the first thing that you will have to do there is per respondent, yung 200 plus na respondent, may table kayo kung ilan yung anak nila, and then may table kayo doon ng mga sa columns ng vaccines, tapos ilan yung anak nila na hindi na vaccine dun sa mga certain vaccines na yon, so that magiging mas simpler yung table natin. So I think mas marami yung lalabas dito na marami dun sa mga respondents na not fully immunized ang kanilang mga children. This will be a very good study, especially pag makita natin na hindi kumpleto yung mga vaccines ng anak nila, and makita natin yung reason why, ma-connect natin kung bakit kaya. Maganda yung sinabi ni Direk kanina na if it comes, dahil sa age ba yon, dahil sa education, yung nakita niya yung significant relationship nung prevalence with that of their demographic profile. And then i-associate natin, or not associate kasi we did not do that statistically, discuss using yung mga associated factors, looking at your tables, table 3, lahat ng tables nyo doon. Ano pa ba yung, and the recommendation part na sinabi ni Direct, all those na nakita nyo na negatives, Yun ang lalagyan niya ng recommendations. And then finally, yung dun sa discussion part ninyo, that's my bad. Nagpalagay talaga ako ng interpretation part because I'm looking interpretations ng each of the sentences na meron kayo doon. So sinabi naman na kinarek na ni Direk kanina na remove that, add standard deviation. Romel? Nawala ba ako?
Yes po, ma'am.
Yes, Cas, nawala ka kanina.
Sorry, nawala pala ako. May questions kayo sa group members? May questions kayo sa panel members natin?
Wala naman po.
Wala naman. Ngayon walang question si Romel, pero ang dami niyang questions sa akin sa Messenger. It's okay lang naman. Mas gusto ko yung mga proactive na mga students, yung nagtatanong. Aryan, may question ka ba?
So far na po.
Akala ko nagkakasakit ka na kaninang nagpe-present ka eh. So, again, congratulations to the group. Yung next group po ay kamukha nitong group, but this group ang original na may paper proposal po nito. So, if wala ng questions from this group, may we proceed to the next group?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Last group ito actually po for the panel members.
Good afternoon po. So, please allow us to present to you our findings in our study entitled The Prevalence and Associated Factors of Vaccination Hesitancy among Mothers of Barangay Palagao Norte, Gataran, Cagayan. My co-researchers are Nina Faith C. Ambrosio, Joanne P. Amugawan, Karen P. Andal, Shania Shanel V. Apar, and yours truly, Abigail V. Apar. Next slide, please. Immunization is one of the most successful and cost-effective health improvement strategies. Vaccines have saved thousands of lives and enhanced global health and well-being. According to the World Health Organization, we now have vaccines to prevent more than 20 life-threatening diseases, allowing people of all ages to enjoy longer and healthier lives. In the Philippines, to promote the advocacy of vaccinations to all Filipinos and secure public health, the Department of Health expanded and advances its programs on immunization. But despite significant advances, far too many people around the world, including approximately 20 million infants each year, have insufficient immunization access. Progress has slowed or even reversed in some nations, and there is a severe risk that complacency will destroy previous successes. The World Health Organization defines vaccine hesitation as a delay in accepting or refusing safe vaccines despite the availability of vaccine services. It is influenced by issues such as complacency, convenience, confidence, and social demographic circumstances, and is caused by complicated context-specific factors that changes across time, place, and various vaccines. Gataran is included in Cagayan province that is undeniably experiencing difficult access to health services that most people need, especially in its corner areas. Also, most people are not yet aware and still lack their knowledge on the concept of immunization. Many people do not want and refuse to get vaccinated in the belief that it will only harm them and not cure their illnesses. These customs and beliefs become problems and obstacles to vaccinating all people, especially children and pregnant women and mothers who need the most protection against various diseases. Next slide, please. For the statement of our problem, generally, this study aims to determine the prevalence and associated factors of vaccination hesitancy among mothers in Barangay Palagao Norte, Gataran, Cagayan. Specifically, the study will attempt to answer the following questions. First, what is the profile of the mothers of the Barangay Palagao Norte, Gataran, Cagayan? We included 3 profiles. One is demographic profile, which includes age, home address, marital status, family size, and the number of children. Second is socioeconomic profile, which includes religion, ethnicity, highest educational attainment, occupation, monthly income, and the vaccination center. Third is the clinical profile, which includes primary ailment and comorbidity. Number 2 is what is the prevalence of vaccination hesitancy among respondents of Barangay Palagao Norte, Gataran, Cagayan. First is number of child or children, and then second is the vaccines taken. Number 3, what are the factors associated with vaccination hesitancy as perceived by respondents in terms of? So we included 3 factors, which are behavioral, environmental, and social. Number 4, is there a significant difference in the prevalence and associated factors of vaccination hesitancy when mothers are grouped according to their demographic, socioeconomic, and clinical profiles? Then last, is there an association between the prevalence of vaccination hesitancy among the respondents with that of associated factors that cause vaccination hesitancy? Next is our methodology. First, the validation and pilot testing of the questionnaire. The reliability and validity of the questionnaire and interview guides were obtained from the experts. There was a pilot test that was conducted with similar characteristics as the respondents. The data gathered from them were tallied using Crunchbox alpha test, analyzed, and interpreted. Next is the consent. Next is the consent letter. The researchers wrote a letter to the Dean of the College of Allied Health Sciences and to our research advisor. And also, we sent a letter to the barangay captain of Palagao, Gataran, Cagayan to conduct, wherein it served as a consent to conduct a research on their barangay and the gathering of data from the respondents. Next is the data gathering. The researchers personally float the questionnaires, and thankfully it was with the cooperation of the barangay health workers and we explained the purpose of the study to them. The respondents asked to answer the questionnaire and gave them time to accomplish the tools. Responses from the Likert scale with the most confidence and least scores was further asked towards their answers personally, abiding the guidelines of community health protocols during the COVID-19 pandemic. Retrieval of questionnaires were collected personally by the researchers to ensure confidentiality. And then coding and analysis of the data. After the data were collected, we tabulated, analyzed, and interpreted using appropriate statistics.
So for the result and discussion, number 1, profile of mothers of Barangay Palagao Norte, Gataran, Cagayan. Table 1.1 shows the demographic profile of the respondents as to age. As shown from the table, the age category 31 to 39 years old has a frequency of 95 with a percentage of 41.5, which implies that this is the largest group of respondents in terms of age group. For table 1.2, shows the demographic profile of the respondents as to home address. As the evident from the table, most of the respondents are from Zone 1 of Palagaw Norte, Gataran, Cagayan, wherein it has a 55 frequency and a percentage of 24, which tells that Zone 1 of Palagaw Norte has the highest population than the other zone. Table 1.3 shows the profile of the respondents as to marital status. As shown from the table, the majority of the respondents are married with a frequency of 152, comprising a percentage of 66.4. And table 1.4 shows the profile of the respondents as to family size. The table reveals that there are 167 respondents, or a percentage of 72.9, have a family size of 3.5, which implies that this is the largest group of respondents in terms of family size group. And lastly, for the demographic profile, table 1.5 shows the table shows that the category of less than 2 number of children has the highest frequency of 115 with percentage of 50.2, followed by the category of 2 to 4 number of children with a frequency of 111, or a percentage of 18.5. 48.5. Next slide, please. Next. For the socioeconomic profile, table 1.6 shows the socioeconomic profile of the respondents as to religion. The table reveals that most of the respondents are Roman Catholic with a frequency of 202, comprising a percentage of 88.2. Next, table 1.7 shows the profile of the respondents as to ethnicity. As seen from the table, majority of the respondents are Ilocano with a frequency of 223, comprising a percentage of 97.4. Next, table 1.8 shows the profile of the respondents as to highest educational attainment. The table shows that the category of high school graduate has the highest frequency of 110 and a percentage of 48, which tells that most of the respondents has finished basic education. And table 1.9 shows the profile of the respondents as to occupation. With the presented table, it is clear that the majority of the respondents are unemployed with a frequency of 110 and percentage of 48, which tells that most of the respondents are busy watching or taking care of their child while their husband are at work. And table 1.10 shows the profile of the respondents as to monthly income. Table 1.10 tells that most of the respondents earning below 10,957 pesos a month with a percentage of 175, with a frequency of 175, comprising 76.4 percentage distribution. Lastly, for the socioeconomic profile, table 1.11 shows the profile of the respondents as to vaccination center. The table shows that the child or children of the respondents are vaccinated in health center with a frequency of 226 and a percentage of 98.7, which tells that the health center in the barangay is easily accessible and than the private clinic and hospitals. Next slide, please. Clinical profile. For the clinical profile, Table 1.12 shows the profile of the respondents as to primary ailment. As seen from the table, the majority of the respondents has no primary ailment with a frequency of 191 and a percentage of 83.4. And lastly, for table 1.13 shows the profile of the respondents as to comorbidity. The table tells that most of the respondents has no comorbidity with a frequency of 188 and a percentage of 82.1. Next slide, please. Dahil po sa recommendation kanina ni Director, same po kasi kami ng second SOP. So, uulitin din po namin yung table 2 po.
For the associated factor, first, the behavioral factor, table 3.1 shows, in this table, we could observe that a total of 10 indicators, 9 are manifested disagree, and 1 reflected neutral. No respondent answered strongly agree, or strongly disagree. This means that most of the respondents disagree to the statements. Thus, it could then be implied that behavioral factors perceived by the respondents are not associated with vaccination hesitancy. Next slide, please.
For table 3.2, the associated factors in terms of behavioral. The table reveals that the weighted mean response for all indicators was reflected at 2.13 and a total standard deviation of 0.147 with a verbal interpretation of disagree. Thus, it could then be implied that environmental factors perceived by the respondents are not associated with vaccination hesitancy.
In table 3.2, associated factor in terms of social, in this table, it could be observed that in the 10 indicators, all manifested disagree, and this means that all respondents disagree. Thus, it could then be implied that the social factors perceived by the respondents are not associated with vaccination hesitancy.
For the significant difference in the prevalence and associated factors of vaccination hesitancy when mothers are grouped according to their profiles. Table 4.1 shows the significant difference in the prevalence and associated factors of vaccination hesitancy when mothers are grouped according to age. This table shows that when the associated factors, which includes behavioral, environmental, and social perceived by the respondents, is grouped into age, given with an overall p-value of 0.269 presents no significant difference. The no significant difference explains that the respondents with age ranges from 20 to 45 almost have the same answers or perceptions to associated factors. For table 4.2, significant difference in the prevalence and associated factors of vaccination hesitancy when mothers are grouped according to their marital status, it shows that when the associated factors as perceived by the respondents in terms of behavioral and environmental are grouped into marital status, there is no significant difference with a p-value of 0.177 and 0.188, while associated factors are as perceived by the respondents in terms of social, there is a significant difference with a p-value of 0.048. The significant difference in social factors explains that the respondents have different answers or perceptions to that associated factors, and it has an overall p-value of 0.253 with no significant difference. For next slide, please. For the table 4.3, as of the significant difference in the prevalence and associated factors of vaccination hesitancy when mothers are grouped according to family size. It shows that when the associated factors as perceived by the respondents in terms of behavioral and environmental are grouped into family size, there is no significant difference with p-value of 0.178 and 0.204, while associated factors as perceived by the respondents in terms of social, there is a significant difference with a p-value of 0.0011. The significant difference explains that the respondents have different answers or perceptions to that associated factor. For the table 4.4, the significant difference in the prevalence and associated factors of vaccination hesitancy when mothers are grouped according to number of children. Given with an overall p-value of 0.962, reveals that there is no significant difference. The no significant difference explains that the respondents have almost the same answers or perceptions to associated factors. Next slide, please. For table 4.5, it shows that when the associated factors, which includes behavioral, environmental, and social perceived by the respondents is grouped into their religion, given with an overall p-value of 0.202, presents that there is no significant difference. The no significant difference reveals that the respondents' religion have the same answers or perceptions to associated factors. For the table 4.6, the significant difference in the prevalence and associated factors of vaccination hesitancy when mothers are grouped according to ethnicity, given with a p-value of 0.154 and 0.559, indicates that there is no significant difference, while associated factors as perceived by the respondents in terms of social factors tells that there is a significant difference with a p-value of 0.00, which reveals that respondents have a different response or perception to associated factors and an overall p-value of 0.961 with no significant difference.
For table 4.7, presents the significant difference in the prevalence and associated factors of vaccination hesitancy when mothers are grouped according to educational attainment. Given with an overall p-value of 0.924, it presents that there is no significant difference, which reveals that the respondents' educational attainment has the same answers or perceptions to associated factors. For table 4.8, it presents the significant difference in the prevalence and associated factors of vaccination hesitancy when mothers are grouped according to occupation. Given with an overall p-value of 0.286, presents that there is no significant difference, which reveals that the respondent's occupation has the same response or perceptions to associated factors. Next slide, please. For table 4.9, it presents the significant difference in the prevalence and associated factors of vaccination hesitancy when mothers are grouped according to monthly income. Given with an overall p-value of 0.451, presents that there is no significant difference, which reveals that the respondents' monthly income have the same response to associated factors. For table 4.10, the significant difference in the prevalence and associated factors of vaccination hesitancy when mothers are grouped according to vaccination center. Along with the three factors, social factors show significant difference with the p-value of 0.012, which means that in this part, the respondents have different perception to social factor. But overall, it shows a p-value of 0.109, where there is no significant difference that explains a same perception to the associated factors. Next slide. For table 4.11, presents the significant difference in the prevalence and associated factors of vaccination hesitancy when mothers are grouped according to primary ailment. Given with an overall p-value of 0.698, presents no significant difference, which explains that the respondents have almost the same answers or perceptions to the associated factors. For table 4.12, presents the significant difference in the prevalence and associated factors of vaccination hesitancy when mothers are grouped according to comorbidity. Given with an overall p-value of 0.774, presents no significant difference, which explains that the respondents have the same perceptions to the associated factors. Next slide. For the association between the prevalence and vaccination hesitancy among the respondents with that of associated factors that cause vaccination hesitancy. For table 5, this presents the association between the prevalence and vaccination hesitancy among the respondents with that of associated factors that cause vaccination hesitancy, where behavioral factor has an R value of 0.068, environmental has negative 0.095, and social factor has an R value of 0.047, with an overall R value of negative 0.001, implies a very weak strength of relationship, whereas for the p-value, behavioral has 0.308, environmental has 0.151, and social has 0.475, with an overall p-value of 0.987. This indicates that there was no significant relationship between the prevalence of vaccination hesitancy among the respondents with that of the associated factors that cause vaccination hesitancy.
For the conclusion of our study, the good aspect that resulted in our study is the larger percentage of completely vaccinated children than those who are not. This implies that mothers of Palagao Norte, Gataran, Cagayan are educated of the need and value of immunizations to the health of their children. The problem here will be on how to make the vaccination rate 100% and eradicate vaccine hesitancy. This will be reliant on how the healthcare workers of the barangay, together with the local government unit, to improve immunization programs and promote vaccination to children. On the other hand, there seems to be a risk of vaccine hesitancy. Vaccination hesitation of children who have not been completely vaccinated in the barangay ranging from 1 to 7%. There are certain reasons or things that influence their mothers not to get them vaccinated. To address this, it is important to have a thorough understanding of the reasons or factors that prevent mothers from vaccinating their children. For recommendations, empowering and mobilizing rural health workers to take an active role in promoting accurate and timely information on the benefits of immunization and allaying the community's fears and distrust of vaccines is still the most important strategy. RHU must have an open conversations with mothers in order for them to be fully aware of how vaccines work because the majority of mothers are high school graduates. The RHU should conduct routine childhood vaccination community campaigns on a regular basis, informing mothers and clarifying how these vaccines have significantly contributed to the control of many life-threatening diseases. The RHU should provide evaluation forms to mothers that assess services of healthcare workers in their barangays for them to be aware what to improve in their children immunization programs. We recommend that health facilities in their respective communities provide appropriate educational programs on child immunization to improve mothers' intention and overall knowledge about the importance of vaccinating their children. Mothers should constantly adhere to their doctors or health workers' vaccination schedule to avoid forgetting the immunizations that their child or children should receive, as well as prevent their children from acquiring diseases. Future research should look into the factors that influence mothers' intentions to vaccine their children against diseases in order to address the vaccination hesitancy rate. Thank you for listening. With that, we are ready to accept your questions, comments, and suggestions. Thank you po.
Thank you, Leska. Direct, are you here?
Yes. Okay, so similar as with the former group, no? Prevalence and associated risk factors, no? You go to your objectives. I have something to say. Palagaw North. Objectives, please. Yan. Okay. So, here kasi, you talk of the mothers, no? Who you are to profile. Now, since you talk about Barangay Palagaw, no? I think it's not home address. Home address would talk about specific, no? Number 6 Eagles. Probably that would be Purok. Okay? Purok of residence. Civil status rather than marital status. Civil status. And then your family size and your family size, your number of children can rather be forming part of your economic profile, and then your monthly income should be specified, no, like gross monthly income of the family. Because when you talk about monthly income, it just talks about the income of the mother, no? Gross monthly income of the family. It's not net, no? It would be gross. Now, under economic profile, you said vaccination center. Hello? Bakit? Profile pa ba niya yung vaccination center? Malamang. Siguro, source of vaccines for children or vaccination site of children. Parang ganon. Pero hindi vaccination center. Do you understand? Kasi you're profiling the mother. So, hindi vaccination center. Saan niya pinapabakuna yung mga anak niya? That's the thought of that. Okay? For clinical profile, you have your primary ailment and then your comorbidity. Okay, so mamaya titignan natin kung akma yan doon sa kinuha yung datos. And then, yung prevalence of hesitancy, bakit ganun? What is the prevalence of vaccination hesitancy? That's number of children, that's vaccines taken. I mean, when you talk about prevalence of vaccination hesitancy, you will be computing number of non-fully immunized children all over vulnerable groups. Yung vaccination status ng children should rather be part, if you have taken the vaccination status, should be taken part of the profile, vaccination status of children. So under vaccination status of children, you would have their number of children and the vaccines taken by their children. Is it clear? So what I would want you to do, letter D for number 1 is vaccination status of children. That still is a profile of the mother because you talk about her children. But number 2 would be standalone, prevalence of vaccination. Okay, so I've seen exactly how the group before you attack the behavioral, environmental, and societal factors. But we'll see how you also have had made difference as to how you prepared your paper. So I hope that's clear about the statement of the problem. Let's look now at the results. That's chapter 4. Okay. Here in your chapter 4, you have to, I hope in your manuscript, you have to discuss all of the demographic profiles together. That would be table 1.1. And then, for example, your socio-economic profile would be table 1.2. Your vaccination status of children would be table 1.4, etc. So there would be just 4 tables here. Now, you lump up all the tables that talks about each of the profile variables, no? Only 4 tables. 'Di ba? 4 lang yung profile variables natin. Okay? Now, as I have told the other groups as well, make sure that you have to discuss those of variables which are important to discuss. I surmise, no, you do not have problems relative to the zone. Naintindihan? Huwag mo nang ilagay yung Palagaw Norte kasi Palagaw naman talaga yan. Zone 1, 2, 3 until 7. Most of the mothers come from what zone? Because, well, if you ask, you know, I always would say, you give us a story. Example here, like, nagulat ako dun sa mothers na 40 to 45 years old. Imagine si Ma'am Jinky, 40 years old, nanganganak pa lang siya. Imagine 46 years old, tapos meron kang 2 years old na baby, so nanganak ka at the age of 43. I mean, anong kwento dyan? Diba? Napakabongga naman ni mother na at age of 45, may menopausal. Pero ang dami ha, kasi yung 40 to 45, 46, parang mas mga sexual promiscuous pa yung mga matatanda kaysa yung 20 to 24. Diba? Mas atog yung mga nanay na kuwan, gafing, walang ganun. Hindi po, i-justify nyo. There is a story there. Malay mong sabihin mo sa amin na baka yung mga yan ay ang mga asawa nila ay nasa abroad, mga ganun. Baka ganun, hindi namin alam. Bakit? Sa akin parang, this sounds so unusual. Pag sinabi mo ng purok, hindi ko alam dyan kung saan yung purok na talagang malalayo. Kasi hindi mo pwedeng sabihin yung zone 1 and 2 are the zones that are at the periphery of the, or near the barangay health station or the barangay, how do you call that? Barangay hall, no? Hindi ko alam ano ba yung zone 7, alin ba, bakit marami sa zone 3 at zone 2 at zone 1? Ano ba ang peculiar sa zones 1, 2 and 3? Sige nga, kwentuhan nyo ako. Okay na? Doon din dyan din sa lugar, bakit parang uso ang live-in? Again, itanong niyo naman kay Mama Jinky yan, kay Mama Dong, Mother, bakit ang daming live-in dito? Mas marami pa yung, di ba? I mean, correct? Live-in, no? Sa number 4 naman, tignan niyo ang family size, no? Natutuwa ako sa family size na 9 to 11, malaki pa. Yung 5 na 9 to 11, Christ have mercy, marami pa rin pala ang ganyan. Okay? Kasi, ang average number lang sana ng family size would be until 5. No? Yung 6, mabigat na yan. Okay na? Bakit 5? Ang sinasabi na, mother, father, at yung children na 3. Okay? Mahirap nang buhayin yan. Ngayon nga, 2 anak pwede na. Yung 3 anak, masakit na sa ulo, no? Tapos yung 6 to 8, if you try to have that, you tell us the story behind. Okay? Now, you see, yan yung sinasabi ko kanina Tignan nyo yung profile na 1.5. Ideally, 2 hanggang 4 lang ang anak. Makikita nyo dyan, 2 on 4. Pero titignan mo yung family size, 3 to 5, 6 to 8, masyadong marami. In other words, may iba pang nakatira other than the core family. Meron kasing tinatawag na nuclear family, yung tatay, nanay at mga anak lang. Pero meron tayong extended family, kaya siguro nagkaroon sa 1.4. Pero haka-haka ko yan. Bakit hindi kayo nagkwento? Magkwento kayo. We need your stories. Is it clear? So stories matter, no? Sabi nga nila, may kwento sa bawat kwenta. Nagkwenta kayo, bigyan nyo kami ng kwento. Okay, next. Okay, so here, mapapansin nyo, dun sa monthly income, no? Ang tawag dito? 175 below 10,957. Bakit yan? Now, one of the things which I would want you to discuss also would be the others. Yung others na yan, hindi namin dapat hulaan. Others yan, noong kayo ay kumukuha ng ng datos. Correct? But this time, in your discussion, you tell us what others are. No? For example, what is others no, in religion? What is others in ethnicity? What is others no, ito yung problema natin. Yung mga zero-zero variables na, tanggalin nyo na. For example, sa table 1.10 nyo dito, although that should be table 1, part of the table 1.2, correct? Socioeconomic, average monthly income is just part of table 1.2, no? Tanggalin mo na yan, yung 43,000 until 76,000 hanggang sa others, which is 0. Okay, 0 na nga yan, tanggalin mo na. Even for your table 11, no? Your hospitals and others, 0 na yan. So tanggalin mo na. Okay? 19. Pati yung religion mo na United Methodist at Baptist, 0. Your Ibanag Itawes, 0. Pero yung others mo, yun yung ipalit mo. Ano ba yung others? So mas binibigyan mo kami ngayon ng 0 doon sa mga specific, naintindihan? Na choices, pero yung others, hinuhulaan pa rin namin. Okay? So, i-spell out mo na yan. Next. Come on, next. Okay, so similar here, basta yung 0, 0. Now, dito sa primary ailment, pag sinabi mong nervous, madaming sakit yan. Anong discussions natin dun sa nervous system disorders? Kasi pag iniwan mong nervous, sasabihin ko lang, naku, nalustred na ata ang mga mother, no? May mga krung-krung. Naintindihan? Meron atang sira sa ulo ang mga nanay. Nervous. Baka naman pala yung nervous, nervyos lang pala yan. Naintindihan? Pero ang nervyos ay hypertension, which is not to fall under that particular category. Nakita mo yung others. Naintindihan? Yung others. Ano naman yung others? Nakulam? Baka primary ailment, nakulam. Mamalik ko ba dun sa others? Bigyan nyo kami ng kwento ng others, no? Yung others naman sa 1.13, tanggalin mo na kasi 0, no? Pero apparently, lahat dun sa table 1.12, i-discuss mo sa amin lang kung ano yung mga sakit na yan, no? Sige. Next problem. Next part. Okay, ito na yung kasalanan nyo katulad nung kanina, no? Pag sinabing point prevalence, no, per year, kasi yung epidemiology is a study of disease distribution considering time, place, and person. Yung kaninang first group, what I wanted them to have is point prevalence supposed to be time element, no? Kaya siya sabi ko na for the past 5 years, no, ano yung prevalence ng first, second, third, fourth, fifth year? However, they did not take that. They aggregated the picture for the past 5 years. Kaya prevalence rate lang talaga, no? Sa inyo naman, no, I would like to ask the same question. Is this 3 years or 5 years? And what is the year inclusions? Ambrosio, ano yung year inclusion nito? 5 years from 2018 to 2020?
Wala po. Basta kung may anak lang po yung mothers na 20 to 45 years old po.
Hindi. May problema dyan. Ilang taon yung anak nila? Hindi nyo tinanong?
Hindi po.
Oh, there lies the big problem. Kasi yung first group, the first group, that one that defended ahead of you, ang sabi ni Ma'am Jinky ay, basta meron silang anak below 5 years old. Kaya nakuha namin yung assumption na 2015 to 2020, last 5 years. Ang version na ito, Ma'am Jinky, ay basta sila ay 22 to 45 years old daw at may anak sila. May anak na alin? May
Nina,
anak.
don't you have inclusion, exclusion also dun sa mga anak nila? Especially you have yung vaccination card nila eh.
Ma'am, wala po.
Yan yung problema. So yung first group, tantamount of like saying at least ang inclusion nila is they should have children at least 5 years old. So na-compute natin na they delivered a baby past 5 years. No? Okay. Ito naman sa inyo, basta nanganak sila. Ano ba ito? Vaccination. Paano ba ito? So hindi natin makuha yung prevalence ngayon. Kaya pala magiging ganito kasi pag prevalence anak, kino-compute yan. Prevalence would talk about non-fully immunized children for this particular year all over vulnerable number of the population in that particular year times the corrected factor, whether 100, 1,000, or 10,000. So here, paano natin mako-compute yung prevalence ng vaccination hesitancy? Hindi naman natin alam kung kailan siya nanganak. Wala man lang tayong assurance na past 5 years ito.
Itong ano din, yung number of children lang pala.
Number of children lang din siya eh.
Oo nga po.
So, ito yung problema natin. Paano kaya natin siya kukunin? Siguro, tanggalin natin yung hindi na prevalence of vaccination hesitancy yan, magiging hindi na occurrence of, ganun na lang siguro ma'am, occurrence of non-fully immunized children. Ganun na lang siya. Doon sa barangay, hindi prevalence kasi pag prevalence, magko-compute talaga tayo. Pag occurrence lang, meron o wala, period. Prevalence kasi is more specific. I mean like, we do calculations. Sa occurrence of non-fully immunized children. Diba? Yun lang. Yun yung title niya, Ma'am Jinky. Hindi na siya occurrence of non-fully immunized children.
Occurrence na lang tong group na to.
Oo, occurrence na lang siya. And then para yung number 2 objectives niya is what is the distribution? Ganun na lang siya. What is the distribution of non-fully immunized children in terms of age and letter A in terms of letter A age, letter B vaccines needs. O, di ba? Nagawan ng paraan. Okay, vaccinations needs. Ganun pala. So what is the ganun na lang. What is the occurrence of non-fully immunized children in terms, what is the distribution of non-fully immunized children in terms of letter A, age, correct? Kasi age yan eh. Letter B naman would be vaccinations needs. So,
yung table 2.1 nila is number of children. Hindi po siya yung number of children that is unvaccinated. Oo. Yung number lang ng children. So, wala din yung occurrence.
Wala yung number. Bali, occurrence lang siya in terms of vaccination needs.
Needs, opo. Itong table 2.2 lang din.
What is the what is the occurrence of non-fully immunized children in terms of vaccination needs? Para yung table 2.1 becomes table 2.1 pero wag niyo nang ilagay yung yes. Yung magdi-discuss lang siya dun sa no. Kunwari, Bacillus of Calvet and Green, 12. Tapos, ganun lang yun. Now, where did you get 2.9, Neneng? Kasi mali eh. When you talk about computing for the vaccination needs, that should be frequency all over total. What is the total? 395. Ay, hindi. 12 over, what is the total number? So 395 plus 12. Correct? What is the total number?
po.
So,
400.
okay. So 12 divided by 400 plus times 100, that would be 2.9. Tama ba? Can you do the calculations? Tama? Hello? You know why? Kahit i-compute mo lahat yung percentage mo dyan, hindi 100%, meaning something is wrong. Okay na? So tanggalin mo yung yes kasi dyan, yung no lang. 12 divided by total number times 100, that would be percentage. Did this group get my instructions? Did you understand what I'm referring at?
Mommy, hold it.
Ambrosio?
Mommy, hold.
3.3%.
Mommy, paste.
Hello, Ambrosio and the rest. Mamaya narinig, magkikinig pa ba o wala na sila? We're just asking these researchers to give us an... Wala na ata sila, ma'am. Baka na-faint na lahat sila.
Baka nagko-compute pa sila, sir.
Nag-compute na sila.
For the...
Mami Dong, dapat kapag ganito, meron ng calculator sa tabi nila. Naghanap pa sila ng calculator sa kapitbahay.
Meron sa cellphone nila, sir. Hindi, kina-question ko din si Ma'am Lily yung table 2.1 saka table 2.2.
Nito sa 407.
So, palitan natin to. Basta yung, ang magbe-bearing na lang dito, occurrence in terms of missed vaccinations missed na lang, di ba? So, ang focus na lang natin dito ay yung no. So, frequency there divided by total number times 100. Make sure that the total percentage equals 100. Para hindi naman mag-ulit itong bata. Kasi may mali talaga. Hindi natin may ilagay ng prevalence. Magiging occurrence na lang siya, ma'am. Kasi mali na yung magiging definition ng prevalence. No? Okay, so at least, yeah. Sige, next. Next tayo. Phenomenon naman. We are trying to discuss the occurrence of the phenomenon. Okay, here, one thing good is that you have your standard deviation and I surmise very good ang responses kasi kanilang degree of agreement ay mataas, no? Kasi pag 1.0 yan, medyo may problema. In fact, yung isa, 1.0 pa rin naman. Yung item number 4, children get too much vaccination than are needed. So, pwede pa yan, no? I mean, 1.0 pa rin yan. Very good ang naging standard deviation. It means the degree of agreement of the responses is very good. However, similar as with the other group kanina, may problema ako dito, Ma'am Jinky. Example, item number 2. I think it is erroneously discussed already. I am concerned about serious adverse effects of the vaccines. And their answer is 2.23 with an verbal interpretation of disagree. Disagree. In other words, kapag disagree, ang magiging interpretation nito ay nearly sila ay vaccination hesitant.
Baka na-miss out lang yung not direct kasi negative lahat yung question nila.
Oh, correct. Hindi ka tulad. Kanina kasi inaisa-isa ko yung first group kaya nakita ko okay, negative. Pero ito, ma'am, kaya tignan din ulit nila kung kasi parang pareho doon sa tool nung kanina, parang pareho. Pero ito kasi nakita ko parang hindi naman because of that item. Kaya kailangan i-check nila yung parameters. Okay? Similar as with what I've said kanina, siguro mean, standard deviation, at saka tawag dito, descriptive value. Yung descriptive value naman nila ay disagree, agree, ganyan, neutral, pero i-describe na lang ito doon sa discussions nila. I think that holds true until table 3.3, and this group I surmise do not have table 3.4. Similar as nung kanina. Similar with the other group, I told you to come up with a summary table for table 3 that is discussing the categorical means of the 3 parameters. and then making an inference out of that. Okay? May I know if there's such a table 4?
Direct wala po.
Hindi, ayan o, table 4. Ayan ang table 4. Malamang merong table 4 point. Yan yung table 4 mo. Again, sa table 4, mas maganda naman yung presentation ng table nyo kesa yung previous group. At least. Pero, there are some items there na kailangang tanggalin. Example, bring me to table 4.1. Ang hahaba ng tables yung anak, whereas these tables can be simplified. No? Ang item ngayon sa paggawa ng research, panipisan tayo. Hindi yung sige, balik mo sa kapalan, 4.0. Meron kang 4.0, anak? Yan yun? Okay. So, dito, anak, hindi mo na ipapakita sa amin yung mga age brackets na yan. Tanggalin mo na yan. Hindi mo na ipapakita yung mean, hindi mo na ipapakita yung SD kasi na-derive na namin yan doon sa first table. So what do we want to have here? No? For example, the factor no, along behavior, and sa behavior ka kasi muna, alam ko na. Ma'am Jinky, I got what is wrong here. No? Ang ginawa niyang parameter, yung demographic profile. Age, which was interpreted vis-a-vis behavior, environment, and social. Wrong. Naintindihan? Behavior muna, correct? Under behavior would be your profile variables. Para makita natin gano'n, ilapat mo. Behavior, profile variable. That is table 4.1. Table 4.2 would be environmental vis-a-vis profile variables. No? Tapos, table 4.3, social vis-a-vis profile variables. Inuulit ko mga anak, wag mo nang ipakita yung mga options dyan. For example, age, yung age bracket, yung mean, yung standard deviation, wala nang ganon. So for example, age, ganun lang. What is the FB, the F value, the P value, and no, interpret if it is significant. Get? So it becomes, maliliit lang na table yan. Naintindihan nyo ba kami, Miss Ambrosio?
Yes po, Direk.
Yes po.
Okay, so tanggalin nyo na lahat itong mga to, i-redo nyo yung table 4.0 nyo. So tatlong table lang yan, 4.1, behavior vis-a-vis demographic profile, age, sex, blah, marital status, etc. Ganun lang. Tapos tignan nyo doon kung sinong significant. After that, i-discuss mo kung ano lang yung significant, no? And then you proceed with table 4.2, behavior, environmental vis-a-vis the different profile variables, no? Tapos ano lang yung significant. 4.3 would be your social. And then i-discuss mo yung i-discuss mo yung mga significant. Okay? So wala na rin yung overall diyan, walang ganyan. Okay? So it would be until 4.4. So that we can lead to table 5. Do you have a table 5? Which is the interplay. Meron ba? Sige lang. Tingnan nyo, ang dami-dami yung table. Hindi na kailangan ito, anak. Imagine. O yan. Ito yung sinasabi ko kanina na table 5. No? Yung table 5 na yan would be prevalence from that of your ma'am, tanggalin yung item na performance expectancy. Wala yan. Naintindihan? So, ang sinasabi niya ay, ma'am, wala ito. We don't have table 5. Why? Because we don't have prevalence. Occurrence lang tayo eh. Correct? And the occurrence was interpreted this time like vaccinations missed. So please, Ma'am Jinky, tanggalin yung objective number 5. We cannot proceed with association between prevalence because in the first place, there's no prevalence. We just have described occurrence by virtue of vaccination missed. So walang table 5. Okay? Gets? Kaya na. The group, tapos proceed as yung summary of findings, conclusions, and my recommendations. Yung mga sinabi ko kanina na mga areas to improve. Naintindihan? Okay, yun yung gawin nyo. Okay, kasi mali na lahat ito. Kung naririnig nyo yung mga sinasabi naming mga panelists kanina sa summary of findings, conclusions, and recommendations, it holds true with your group. Okay? Yeah, that's it for me, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you po, Direk.
Thank you so much, Direk. We ask for Ma'am Adine Dorina's suggestions and comments.
Yes, good afternoon ulit. So, as director has have guided you once again on your study, since initially kasi kanina, di ba dapat na mention ni Abigail that it is the same study with the previous one, change of ibang lokale lang ito. But having presented your data, na bago nga din yung study nyo is not exactly the same like the first one, so that you need to go over your data again para at least, kasi di ba nag-change tayo ng objectives and all, so that would also change some of your conclusions and recommendations. And as Direk has mentioned earlier dun sa recommendations, kasi di ba meron tayong EPI na ganyan with regards to all those vaccinations programs of the government na implemented yan sa rural health units natin. So, you be very careful when you are doing your recommendations. Dapat wala din yung mga parang negative ba ang dating sa ating mga binibigyan ng recommendations. So, congratulations once again to the researchers. So, you can just work on the recommendations and suggestions given by your panelists. And thank you and stay safe.
Thank you so much, Adine. Thank you po. And lastly, from Ma'am Lily.
Hello. Congratulations to the group. Umalis kasi si Baby James kaya nag-on na ako ng cam. Nasa labas na siya. Yun nga, congratulations to the group. I hope that you have noted all the suggestions and recommendations coming from our director. And yun, as for observation, siguro konting improvement lang din doon sa write-up nung paper. Like for example, in your abstract and introduction, please highlight on yung lagi kong sinasabi sa previous group, yung gap na gusto talaga ninyong gawin, i-resolve dito sa study nyo. Kasi like for example, if you are to you're looking into vaccination hesitancy in this specific place. So you also highlight if yung present na yung current na situation vis-a-vis the research problem that you have highlighted in your study. So for example, yung vaccination rate, problematic ba in Gataran? That's why you are doing this study, to make it more significant. And just be consistent with in finalizing your objectives, and that with your with the results of the study. And dun sa tables nyo, konting ayos din, so that we are maganda yung presentation ng ating research result. And congratulations to everyone. Enhance and improve lang yung ating paper. Yun lang. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Jinky. May naalala lang ako.
Yes, Dean.
Ano yung time frame ng study nila? Kasi syempre, i-consider natin yung pandemic ngayon with regards to the vaccination programs of the different health units.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, Dong, di ba mas maganda din i-recommend na ilagay yung year kung kailan ginawa itong study?
Oo, kasi para at least alam natin, kasi di ba ang daming syempre maraming naapektuhan sa vaccination pagdating, hindi lang yung nagkaroon ng fear, situations din, nag-focus tayo sa COVID, nawala yung mga EPI ng mga rural health units. So, maganda kung ilagay natin yung time frame nila, kailan yung study.
Para kung may future study din, Ma'am Dong, meron din tayong baseline assessment kung nag-improve ba or mas naging worse.
Oo.
So, maganda din po yun.
Tignan lang natin kung pwede siya ilagay.
Opo.
Thank you.
Yes po, maganda yung suggestion ni Dean tsaka ni Ma'am Lily on that para pag meron tayong mga next batch na gagawa nitong same study sa Gataran or sa Baggao, we can see the difference sa kanilang vaccination rate sa mga bata. For me, wala na ako masyadong question sa kanila. For the group members, may question or clarification ba kayo sa ating mga panel members?
Wala naman po so far, ma'am. Thank you po.
Wala na ha. Baka mamaya sa akin yung itatanong. Okay lang naman. If there are none, andito pa ba yung ating... Ayan, andyan sila Joshua.
At this juncture, we would like to express our gratitude to our dear panelists. Your comment and suggestions are indeed highly appreciated. Let me now present to you the certificate of appreciation for our panelists. Allow me to read the contents of the certificate. Republic of the Philippines, Cagayan State University, Andrews Campus, Tuguegarao City, College of Allied Health Sciences. Certificate of Appreciation.
Yung shared, ano ninyo, hindi naka-open yung certificate. Nandun pa lang sa folder. Share, unshare.
Mommy, here, mommy. Mommy,
Unshare, then share again.
mommy.
Opo. Okay na po, ma'am.
Yes, anak, pwede na.
Republic of the Philippines, Cagayan State University, Andrews Campus, Tuguegarao City, College of Allied Health Sciences. Certificate of Appreciation is hereby awarded to Professor Julius T. Capili in grateful recognition and sincere appreciation for the invaluable support and services rendered as a member of the panel during the final defense of the Respiratory Therapy Department held online via Zoom meeting on January 9, 2022, given this 9th day of January year 2022. Same certificate is given to Professor Darina Sabatin, Professor Lilian Malabo, and Professor Jinky Marie Chua. With that, we end our today's final defense. Again, thank you to our dear panelists, research advisors, and to our instructor. Also, to each group who defended their study today, congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you so
Bye,
much.
everyone. Bye, Ma'am Dong. Bye, Ma'am Pili. Bye, Ma'am Jinky.
Ay po. Matulog na si Ma'am Jinky.
Nagpipicture kami, ganun.
Ay, mag-picture. Yung effect ng bioflu daw niya, ma'am. Ano
O,
na?
hide na daw siya.
Oo nga po.
Pagaling ka, Ma'am Pinky.
Ang ano pa man din ito, ma'am, ang sensitive niya kapag sa colds, ganyan, tapos allergies. Grabe yan.
Nako.
Nawala na siya.
Si Ma'am Jinky, na-freeze siya sa ganun.
Na-freeze na siya. Mag-leave na tayo, Ma'am Dong. Okay na?
Okay. Okay. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye!
Thank you.
Thank you po.
Congrats! Bye-bye.
Well, mag-busy ba tayo? Congratulations, everyone! Hi, Hannah! Online chika mo na.
Naka-live online chika.
Uy, naka-live pala tayo. Bakla.
Joke lang po.
Naka-live pa ba tayo?
Oo. Hindi pa na ano ni ma'am.
Hi guys, welcome to my vlog.
Welcome to our
Han, saan kayo nakila PJ kayo?
Ako lang.
Eh si PJ kasama mo eh.
Ako nga lang nandito sa bahay nila.
Bongga. Ikaw na may-ari niyan.
Gaga. Ay, hindi ba tayo
May report pa kami bukas. First blood. Mag-ABG na kami. Bye.
Bye.